reference you might not get.
All right.
I mentioned the No 10 Marshmallow Man every now and then. When are we starting anyway?
We're live.
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, remember to get rid of those bars when we start. We're live. Well, hello, folks. Welcome to the OCA, the OCA Podcast, brought to you by AC, FDDNM, and the shirt store of Stealth Weeb.
Yeah,
please like, subscribe.
To Oh Crap, We're Live, the podcast. Yeah, anyway.
Remember to like and subscribe and join our Patreon.
Bell. It's amazing how much
gave us a
bad
dislike
start
already.
Can totally screw up. I guess they didn't like the
Who
name.
gave us the dislike?
I don't care. It's worse to not have a rating at all, so I welcome it. Anyway, but okay, so obviously, welcome to the OCA Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector, and my co-host, as always, late, Danjoba Agi.
Late. FDNM's up to talk. Go.
Blaming it on the marshmallow.
I'm here repping my new shirt. Next.
Goddamn No 10 Marshmallow Man.
You've got a great shirt with tree roots on it. That definitely doesn't actually. It's just like when you know how you can't even tell what they say because that's
kind of the point.
Yeah, because it's supposed to sound like the screamo. It's supposed to read like the screamo they're singing, right?
It's not called screamo. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So welcome to the OCA Podcast, guys, and happy Father's Day to any of you. Who am I kidding? I'm the only father here. But anyway, so let's jump right in. So first and foremost, we need to shill the thing that keeps us going, which is our Patreon. So I want to thank once again the three people we've got keeping us afloat. And I just wanted to take a quick moment to acknowledge, as things have gotten worse and worse and worse with my financial situation, I just wanted to announce sort of publicly that I'm probably not going to return to regular content on the Anime Collector channel until I actually have some per video, like substantial Patreon coming in. I mean, I'm still working here and there on like podcast clips because they're somewhat therapeutic to edit at times. Some of them are really difficult to edit, but I don't charge for those. But I'm just saying that what I'm kind of thinking about doing. You won't get charged
ever, so don't worry.
Well, you won't get charged for those, was what I'm saying. But for other content like tip videos, I'm in a place now. Let me just acknowledge real quick. So I'm kind of at a place now where you guys remember that I started a company not too long ago before Stealth Weeb. That didn't go so well. Just to kind of bear it all out, what happened? It's one of the primary reasons why I'm in a financial mess right now. And basically what it boils down to is that we had so many industry insiders for the chiropractic industry applauding what we were doing. Every single person who looked at one of our products gave us praise, told us it was so great for the industry. They're so happy we're doing this. This is exactly what the industry needs. And then the second our site went live, none of them bought anything. Not a single one of them actually bought anything. So I just want to acknowledge as sort of a lesson I learned that perhaps you can, if you decide to start a business in the future, a lot of times people putting wind into your sails can actually be them blowing smoke up your ass. And it's worth taking that risk into consideration because we did have sales through Facebook ads, but every time we always spent more on the ad than we actually earned back in the sales. So it's been a catastrophic failure to the point where the people who we were connected to, in fact, God, the original chiropractor we were working with had like a Me Too thing happen. And luckily we had switched over to a different chiropractor right before that happened. And then the new chiropractor sleeping with his secretary. So that's been fun. Yeah, I've got a bunch of inventory in my house that I can't sell because my connections in the industry to one of my business partners isn't pushing product anymore because he's trying to get out of the industry due to the fact that the guy he's switched over to work with is sleeping with the secretary. So anyway, long story short, that's tens of thousands of dollars that I'm not going to get back, both in terms of financial investment and time, above all else. Time that I spent on that instead of work I should have done for my visual effects career. So anyway, I'll say this, Random 11, chiropractic is not a bunch of hooey, although I can understand why you would think that. Although I will say that the reason why nobody ended up buying our products is because we specifically, none of the people we were talking to bought any of our products, was because one of the things about alternative health and chiropractic is everybody's looking to make a buck. And we specifically went out of our way not to get any investors. So everything was invested in-house, or funded in-house. And we didn't get any investors so that we could hold on to like all the important decisions regarding the creative side of what we were doing, because we had made a character that was very well received. Like I said, everybody, chiropractic or not, who saw it really liked the character and could get behind it. And we were turning that into a free online kids show that we were going to fund through the sales of the products. But the thing is that because we didn't bring anybody on board to partner with us, nobody was willing to shout us out and get us started, which brings me to my next point, actually. So real quick, let me just follow this up to what I was saying before about the Patreon. What I'm trying to do is convert, just because I'm in a situation now where for the first time in my life, I'm in credit card debt, right? So I'm trying to dig my way out of that. And because it's taking so long for me to find a steady form of employment other than underpaying freelance jobs, it's been very difficult, and we're having to keep putting it off, paying the minimum balance, just barely scraping by each time. And it's at the point now where legitimately I might not get to go to Anime Expo this year because of it, but I'm gonna fight tooth and nail to do that regardless. But anyway, back to what I'm trying to say here is that it's at the point now where I'm going to not be able to collect anything probably for the entire rest of the year, even if I got a job tomorrow, because I'm probably going to get a minimum wage job that'll be bringing cash in, and then any freelance gigs I'll just do those after work for my regular job, and that will be at least paying rent so I don't get thrown out of my house. I mean, if I lose energy or whatever, which definitely can't happen in the summer because it's already like 117 out here. But what I'm getting at is that I'm at a point now where I'm stuck. I'm really stuck, and it's incredibly difficult where I'm at. But what I'm thinking is, because I want to keep doing the podcast, because it only requires about a full day worth of sitting there, compiling the articles, and then performing with you guys, reading everything and showing up, right? But with the rest of the channel stuff, it takes significantly longer. So what I'm thinking I'd like to do is once that gets a little bit more funding per video, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw pretty much the majority of the money I would have earned from it at Mr. Nice Guy to have him edit some of the content I have. Because I've got 13 videos in the queue that I haven't released because I just haven't had the time to sit down. Because editing for me takes a long time, especially finding clips and all that. It just takes freaking forever. So I'd like to throw that at Mr. Nice Guy, who's a lot better at this and could probably make my content much more engaging and entertaining. So that way I don't have to, I can continue to churn out content, which will continue to help the channel grow without having to put in the time, because the time for me is significantly more valuable than the money right now, because I need to be using my time for things that actually make money, because the channel doesn't make money. The channel on its own doesn't make money. Super chats are great. And now the Patreon is going to start bringing a little bit of cash, but in general, the channel doesn't make money. The views don't matter. Advertisements dead. Adpocalypse is, you might as well not even monetize my videos, right? Is how it's at. So anyway, just to wrap this up, I'm going to start promoting the other Patreon a little bit during the podcast at the beginning, much shorter than this spiel here, because once I get that up to $50, $100, if I get up to $50, then I'll take a video that's almost done and I'll say, what can you do for $50? Just get it there, and then I'll pick up the slack from there on when I have time off and get those pushed out. Because I've got, like I said, I've got a lot of them that I would really like to push out, especially the Kengan Ashura one, which I've been waiting on that footage for over a year, or I guess not technically over a year yet, but by the time it comes out, it will be over a year. So anyway, that's where things are right now. And I'm sure that as soon as I have an actual job and I'm not, eating once a day and drinking water instead of food on other days, I'm sure that things will look different, and I'm sure that I'll be in a better mood, and I'm sure that things will get better. But right now, I'm just stressed, and I want to let you guys know that this is going to have to be the plan going forward, because I can't invest any more substantial amounts of time, and definitely can't invest much more money into the channel without it having returns on that investment, right? And I really hate to say that, because when I started YouTube, that's what the dream was, to produce free content that anybody could watch and just have your attention, something that I have to earn, that attention would be what returns the time investment. But as the adpocalypse has continually proven to me, that's never going to happen. And eventually, I suspect, like I said, they're going to raise that barrier again to the point where I fall under the threshold again. Or I guess I barely made it through the last time, but eventually I'll probably lose monetization that way. So anyway, now with that said, I do have some good news that has been come at just the right time. So we have actually, I've got some new products too on stealthweave.com. So first I want to show you guys the new products. And I want to come back to that comment about chiropractic, but so I've got actually, while I was editing a video for a podcast clip, I thought to look up Golden Boy. And when I saw it, I'm like, oh yeah, that shirt, right? I made this, tweeted it out as Stealthweave. And by the way, this is the thing that needs to happen for Stealthweave to take off. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. I tweeted it out as Stealthweave. I retweeted it as the Anime Collector. Mr. Nice Guy retweeted that for me, the image with this. And then Mother's Basement, who Mr. Nice Guy edits for, who has like, 20,000 or 50,000 Twitter followers or whatever. He retweeted Mr. Nice Guy's retweet. And that actually brought in a lot of traffic to the site. I made 7 sales or so, which is not a lot of money. But the nice thing is because I keep my margins razor thin, right? Because I figure I'd rather people like this design on its own. And this is now officially I didn't get 7 sales of this specific design, but this is now the top selling design. Maybe 4 of the sales included, and some of them people bought other shirts, like the Bakugo Skull shirt, which is now tied with a lot of other shirts as the second best selling shirt. But anyway, when I look at this design, it's so simple that I'm not gonna request anybody spend $25 on that. You know what I mean? But if it's an impulse buy and it's like what, $13, yeah, sure, you'll go for it, right? Or at least that's my thought process, and I don't want people to have to pay more for something that is effectively a pretty simple design. So anyway, but the thing is that because of how it works, I get the full amount, not just the amount I'm making as my profit. And then I have to pay the shirt company to fulfill the order, right? So I pay them the slightly less than I'm earning, which is great in this situation I'm in, because it lets me defer. I get money in my PayPal that I can transfer to my bank account that lets me defer my payment through the credit card that is paying for the actual thing. So that, like I said, it came at the absolute perfect time. I might have just enough money to pay off the minimum balance of my 2 credit cards coming up, and then I'll sell some Bitcoin or something in order to pay next month's rent, and I'll be able to hopefully get to Anime Expo, not buy anything, but get to be at Anime Expo and make it, until the next month, and hopefully have a job there so I can pay that following rent and everything. But I also added. What's up?
My brother says you should invest in Black Lotus cards from Magic the Gathering because they've never gone down in price, but they're also like thousands, like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever.
Well, you might as well just invest that same cost in gold because gold never goes down either, because currency is fiat and printed without really a limit. So
mineral.
It's constantly devalued. Well, currency like paper currency is constantly devaluing itself due to fractional reserve lending at banks and stuff. So the value as it is compared to gold continues to become weaker. So the gold becomes worth more, right? Anyway, so
why not just get into day trading?
So then I also made this one, which is the if you've seen the show, it's like the one that goes up opposite Cement Addiction, right? So anyway, so those are out there, and I'm going to ask you guys whether it be here on Facebook, on Twitter, whatever. If you know people who like the show that I'm making a design for, just share it with them, because the thing that I value more than the sales that I got from Mother's Basement retweeting that tweet is the followers I got on Twitter. Because now there's 30 people or so that I'll have a captive audience when I put out the next design that are going to see it, right? And hopefully they'll retweet it eventually. That was the goal, as I stated from the beginning, that I wanted. So anyway, now I just want to address real quick, Random 11, regarding chiropractic being a bunch of hooey. I mean,
if you're that guy from that one scam who's like, I healed these kids who were dying. Remember that?
Yeah, there's definitely some aspects of that in the profession for sure. But I worked for a chiropractor for several years, putting on the biggest chiropractic seminar in the United States. And I was tasked with going through all of their previous shows and logging everything for like a Netflix streaming thing where they had all their talks and stuff available online. And I had to like take out the copyrighted music and everything. But I gotta say, it's definitely not hooey. For the people who need it, like, I mean, it's tremendous. In fact, one of the chiropractors actually shattered his back when he was riding his bike in New York and got hit by a car. He has a crazy story about not getting back surgery, and his body, like, just visualizing it, actually got his he actually healed his back with months of training instead of getting pins and stuff to restrict the movement. Pretty crazy stuff. It's very insane. But like I said, I've actually gone twice a week for the last couple of years, and I swear by it. Truthfully, it is one of the greatest, things that you can do. It's a little bit, it can be costly, but I got to tell you, like, it's the best thing I found since I got taken off of ADD medication due to some problems with my liver, to actually give me a mental boost every day, is the days when I went in for it. So it definitely is worth it. But anyway, all right. So done with that. Let's get on to the Vic Mignogna stuff. And I'm doxing Jimmy.
Open that picture I sent you. You don't have to show it on stream, but
well, it's going to show up on stream if I click it. Do you want me to stop streaming?
It doesn't matter.
It's
optional.
I just started CLZ by accident. Did I stop streaming? Yeah, I did. Okay. All right. Let me just pull it up real quick. Oh, that reminds me. I need to pull up something else.
Or streaming.
Oh, is this your monitor?
Yeah.
Your new
so
enormous monitor.
Okay, the one on the left is 1080.
Let me screen share it. So yeah, so FDDNM got a new monitor that's 4K, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 4K is 4 times bigger than 1080p. So it's twice as high and twice as wide. This is his new monitor comparison.
But look on the right how much extra space there is. So if you use a program like Photoshop or whatever, you have like a massive canvas.
Right.
And that's all that stuff. And Premiere, the timeline is so long.
Yeah, so I'd also thought, remind me to come back to something I wanted to share last podcast, but I got distracted because I was on Hirohei's stream previously, like right before the podcast, and I forgot to bring it up. So let me pull these up. So Funimation files response to Vic Mignogna's lawsuit. So basically, they deny everything. It's written by Jennifer Sherman, so luckily not Lindsay Leverage. Right. But I'm going to read this one just straight through real quick and then address a couple things. Random Lemon says, I find that with 4K monitors, I am using Windows 2x scales anyway. So he usually turns it down to 144.
Well, you put it on 150%. You put it on 150% scaling, so you can actually like read text and see the icons. It still gives you more area. If you make it 1440p, then everything is like bunched together more.
Yeah. So anyway, Funimation files response to Vic Mignogna's lawsuit. Funimation filed an answer in Tarrant County, Texas on Monday to voice actor Vic Mignogna's lawsuit against Funimation, voice actresses Jamie Markey and Monica Rial, and Rial's fiance Ronald Toye. The anime distributor stated in the defense filing that it denies Mignogna's allegations in the lawsuit. Now, again, a lot of this is going to seem like, why are we even covering this? Like, or this seems obvious, but there is some stuff in here that's very worth bringing up. So specifically, Funimation denies the allegations that, quote, all conditions precedent have been performed or have occurred, that Mignogna, quote, complied with the requirements of the Defamation Mitigation Act in filing the lawsuit, and that Mignogna's request complies with specified Texas laws. So real quick, regarding that, as with literally every single person who's going to challenge a lawsuit, they are going to claim literally everything that they can possibly think of was done wrong or is untrue, because it forces their opponent to have to do extra work. It's like a lawfare tactic of draining out the funds, right? So that's just one of many examples why you're going to do this, because on the off chance that they're right, they probably don't even really look at it too closely yet, but on the off chance that they're right and they can prove a small clerical error here or there that makes it not comply with the requirement of the Defamation Mitigation Act, then perhaps they can win a mistrial on the case or something like that, and he'll have to refile. Right. So this is standard practice from how I understand it. Right. So and that Mignogna's request complies with specified Texas laws. Right. So Funimation said that Mignogna, quote, failed to describe all of the allegedly false and defamatory statements by Funimation and state the time and place of their publication. Now, so Anime News Network, now this isn't written by Lindsay Leverage, but they are on the Kickfix side for the most part. Right. Internally, I mean, there may be some people internally who aren't, but they probably have been relegated to not working for a while due to how their structure works and who's at the head of things, with Christoph McDonald and Zach Birchie and them, all sort of buddy at the very top and probably gatekeeping stuff. But what Funimation actually said in the response is that the statements that Mignogna had claimed were defamation in this case didn't come from Funimation. That they were not agents of Funimation. They were people like voice actors and whatnot, So they were shifting the blame off of themselves in that statement, I believe. So Funimation also listed 14 affirmative defenses in the document that detail reasons that the company claims it is not liable to Mignogna. The defenses include assertions that Mignogna's own actions caused his reported injuries, that Funimation's, quote, allegedly defamatory statements were substantially true, and that Mignogna did, quote, not identify a valid contract that was the subject of any alleged interference. Funimation also claimed that Mignogna is, quote, libel-proof. Whatever that's supposed to mean. Additionally, Funimation's document requested a jury trial and that Mignogna disclose information described in Texas Rule of Civil Procedure 194 within 30 days. And I think that he's cool with the jury trial. I think that that's what Ty Beard's been, or that's what Nick Rekieta has been describing it as. It's almost certainly going to go to a jury trial, and the jury is almost certainly going to side with Vic in Tarrant County, at least. So in the document, Funimation is represented by John Volney and Rebecca L. Allens of Lynn Parker Cox and Hearst in Dallas, Texas. Mignogna filed the lawsuit against Funimation and the other defendants on April 18th. In the lawsuit, Mignogna claims defamation, interference in existing contracts and prospective business relations, and civil conspiracy over the defendants' Twitter posts and Funimation's investigation against Mignogna for alleged sexual harassment. Mignogna is seeking monetary relief over $1 million, in part. Great job there, including the cents here, just to make this look like an even bigger, more ridiculous number. Great job, Anime News Network. Monetary relief over $1 million, in part due to Funimation no longer contracting him for future productions, as well as conventions canceling his appearances. Mignogna and his lawyers are also seeking judgment against the defendants for actual, consequential, and punitive damages according to the claims, in amounts to be determined on final hearing, pre- and post-judgment interest at the highest rate permitted by law, and costs of court, in addition to, quote, such other and further relief to which he may be justly or equitably entitled, and, quote, general relief. Mignogna is represented by Ty Beard of Beard, Harris, Bullock & Hughes in Tyler, Texas. The lawsuit alleges that Sony executive Tammy Denbow told Mignogna in mid-January that she was, quote, investigating 3 allegations of sexual harassment against him, one of those being the Jelly Bean story, and that on January 29th, Denbow and another Sony executive informed Mignogna that his employment with Funimation was terminated following an investigation. Denbow is listed on LinkedIn as executive director and employee relations executive director of employee relations at Sony Pictures Entertainment. Sony Pictures Television Networks acquired a majority stake in Funimation, blah, blah, blah. So then they go on to say that, like, the lawsuit alleged that Anime News Network was informed on this date that Vic Mignogna's employment had been terminated, but Anime News Network claims they didn't report that, but they just said that he had been recast, and that his thing about being terminated was a second thing later, and then their stuff about him being accused and linking to their other articles and yada, 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 right? So, like I said, this is nothing out of the ordinary. I think this is exactly what we should have expected to see. The only thing that we're seeing here is that so Funimation, we talked previously, they were open to the discovery, but I think that was because of there was the internal So let me scale that back. I think that Funimation largely is going to walk away from this unscathed due to the fact that the majority of the issues are not Funimation, quote unquote, right? And that they have played a hand in things like tortious interference, in the sense that it was their tweet that could logically be proved in the second and third and fourth, lawsuits, could be proved that it was their tweet that got the conventions to disinvite him, with help from Mars Girl retweeting and drawing attention and all that stuff, and also got him taken out of Rooster Teeth, right? Because Funimation had an internal investigation. They make it sound like this big old thing, right? Oh, that's got to mean that they found something, and then we're gonna just distance ourselves, pull them out too, right? So, but I think that at the end of the road here, Funimation might not get hit as bad as the other people will. Go ahead.
Now, I am listening to you, but when they get through this court case and hearing, could it be possible to lift the blackballing from Vic Mignogna from the VRV subsidiaries that allow for dubbing?
If it looks like they are going to lose horribly, like horrifically, because the judge is probably not going to take any of their, like, Vic has put it on them to have to prove the statements they made, right? And Ty Beard has, like, not even textbook, like, this is wet dream easy provable stuff regarding the malice and all that stuff. They're going to have a ridiculously easy time proving Vic's case for the things that he specifically is suing for. Now, again, you could claim that that Vic did these things, right? And maybe he did. I don't think so, but maybe he did, right? Him winning against them on these grounds just proves that they can't prove that he did these things, because and if you can't prove that he did these things, then they don't have any reason to believe that he did, to like believe that he did and take these actions, especially going out of their way to get him disinvited from cons and all that stuff, which is going to come down more harshly on Monica Rial and Ron Toye and Mars Girl for sure, right? So I'm just saying, I think Funimation has an easy way out of this, and if it looks like they're going to lose, then the settlement can be approached and be like, look, we will return you to your contracts, right? We'll continue to hire you down the road. We'll promise you such and such many shows per year, whatever, to keep things consistent with how we've had it up to now. And in an exchange, you will opt us out of this lawsuit, right? That is very possible. As Rakeda and Ty Beard say, the way that you solve litigation in business is by doing more business, right? So that means you can get everybody out of the courtroom by just agreeing to terms that are beneficial to everybody. And those terms can be Vic getting his life back and his career back at Funimation. You know, I'm not sure how well that's going to go over with the other people there, but they're going to have to suck it because it's not up to them, right? Now, and there's always the possibility that they do have some sort of proof, footage of the interaction with Jamie Markey that turned out to be exactly as she described it. I don't know. That'll have to come out in court. But when it does, we'll know about it. And I'll just say, I don't think that Vic would be going this aggressively if he thought for a moment that there was any sort of proof, because I think it's significantly better on Vic's behalf to be seen as the guy who got wrongfully ousted from the industry than the guy who sued to get things back, got all these people rallying behind him, and then it turned out that, oh, he actually did all that stuff, and here's the proof and everything, right? And I think that if he thought for a moment that they could actually prove it, that he would have just gone away and hid under a rock for a while and tried to make a name, try to continue what's left of his career in local events somewhere, you know, rather than trying to make noise about it. I think the fact that he's making noise about it and he's you know, doing the lawsuits in general is proof that he didn't do anything close to what they've described. You know, that's just my opinion though. Anyway, so Jamie Markey tweeted this out, and I couldn't help but notice how much this sounds like what Vic does. Today, at J. Michael Tatum demonstrated the voice of Sebastian from Black Butler to the girls. So she's referring to her. She's in a relationship with a guy who already has kids. So I'm assuming that's what she means here. So anyway, I'm guessing is J. Michael Tatum. How are you doing, my darlings? 9-year-old with accent says, would you some tea? I'm going to assume she messed up when she was typing here. He said, yes, I shall prepare us a cup. Or yes, shall I prepare us a cup? She said, no. Now take your crumpets and get out of my house, right? So the point is, this doesn't matter, you know, but I'm just saying that this sounds a lot like what Vic does, you know, and here Jamie Markey is applauding it. It's happening right in front of her, you know, and I imagine that J. Michael Tatum as Sebastian from Black Butler probably gets similar requests to what Vic does. Now, I don't know whether or not he indulges his fans the way Vic does, which, by the way, is something Vic doesn't have to do, but I think like he recognizes how much his fans that want it truly adore it and appreciate it. So anyway, moving on.
So in Black Butler, isn't it like people ship him with that young boy or whatever?
Yeah. Yep, they do.
Which oddly makes a bit more sense. I could have sworn that J. Michael Tatum was into guys, but I don't know. Yeah, I refer to Black Butler as pederastic Fujoshi bait because I think it legitimately is promoting that to people. But anyway,
Vic Mignogna listed as a guest at Comic-Con Ireland. This one by Andrew Osmond. So I'm not going to go into detail on this other than the fact that, as the title suggests, he's been listed as a guest. And of course, there's some members of Kick Vic have attempted to, reach out to Comic-Con Ireland and get them to disinvite him and all that stuff as would be expected. Now, this is the thing that I was on the stream with Hirohei about. So I'm going to open these in a new tab to show you. God. What's up? The picture?
So I had the idea of taking this photo and photoshopping Jamie Markey on Vic and then replacing the text for the exposed thing as, "Oh, Vic assaulted me," or whatever, and making it Jamie. So then it's like putting her in the same situation because I photoshopped fake evidence of her doing something.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that these are photoshopped?
So the thing is, with the evidence provided, it looks really similar, but I don't know if I'd say it looks like the exact Photoshop thing, but all the observations made it seem photoshopped.
So yeah, let me just say that I went on Hirohei's stream because I don't think it is a Photoshop. Okay, and I'll address some of the points I made as to why. So they were really grasping at straws. I just want to point out real quick just how big these photos are. First of all, it's very dumb if you're gonna Photoshop something. And granted, these are photos taken of a photo, so it implies that if they did Photoshop it, that they printed it out on photo paper and took the picture, right? Which, I mean, it's possible, but here's the thing. So. This is the other image, which is also large. So they were saying things like, notice that like the wall behind him is black, right? The wall behind him is black and everything. And I pointed out, well, actually, look at the other one. It's part of the trim on the wall. It's black there too, or dark, to the point where you can't see it. It's not totally unreasonable. Now, I did say that when you look at this, something about his face
looks really weird.
Does look a little weird.
Like, when I first saw it, I was like, where's Vic? And then I realized, oh, wait, I guess that's supposed to be Vic?
So what I said on... And I have nothing against Hirohei. Okay, I really don't. I legitimately like the guy. I have one
thing against him, which is Ian Sinclair.
Oh, he mispronounces his name
on.
Instead of Ian Sinclair? Yeah. So I have nothing against Hirohei. I talked to him through private messages somewhat often. I send him information that I think should be looked into. He's always been very, nice to me and communicates with me. But as Cody from Anime Outsiders put it, the exact thing he described in Rekida's stream that everybody got all bent out of shape over, that's what people do. And Hirohei is not immune from that. So in the stream, they nitpicked every little thing to the point where it was almost embarrassing. So one of the things they talk about is how she's holding up this sign and like, what is it resting on Vic's shoulder? And I'm like, come on, guys. This is clearly a sign that's meant to be hung on a wall. And there's got to be like on a picture frame, how they have like the wire that you hang on the nail. Yeah, she's got to be holding that with the other arm. It's not that ridiculous. There's a lot of other stuff. They talked about like how his shoe disappears. I brought this into Photoshop, and I changed the levels and immediately found his shoe. And I showed that on the stream. Now, also, just in case you go looking for it, Hirohei deletes all of his streams now after they've been live. I have no problem with him doing this, but they are entirely for him to interact with people and get super chats, right? It's a revenue stream for him. And then he and Tug, or maybe he and Yellow, I don't know if it's him and Yellow Flash or him and Tug, delete the streams afterward so that people can't use it against him the way that Anime News Network did with the stream he had of where he went through their podcast where they interviewed Vic, right? So if you guys want, I will save this image real quick and show you the shoe in a second, but because it is there, and if you look for it, it's there. Now, the thing I said on the stream is that the thing that I do find a little bit weird about this image. So first of all, the reason why I didn't think it was Photoshopped is because this would be the easiest thing in the world to prove in a courtroom, and it would be the most damaging thing to kick Vic, so damaging that I can't imagine they're that stupid, especially because the person who posted this, Michelle on Twitter, I'm pretty sure is Michelle from the IO9 article / friends with Monica Rial. Right? So I like this will come out in the lawsuit, you know, and if it's faked, boy, you done fucked up. Now, here's the thing, well, real quick, here's the thing. Even if these are real, though, it literally doesn't prove.
What does it prove?
Yeah, it literally doesn't prove any of the allegations. It just proves perhaps
what's the point of
that Vic was there.
Looks like
right?
they're in a play.
Now, yes, so it was a Liberty University play for Monkwell Manor, and the thing that Vic was accused of wasn't even a crime, which I think is very funny. They accused him of hitting on this girl. This is 16-year-old her. Guess what?
Didn't they say he put his tongue in her ear or something?
No, I don't think so. Not for this one. Age of consent in Virginia or wherever this was 16 or is 16, right? Not even a crime for him to have hit on her, if in fact he did. And the thing she accused him of is basically having a bad pickup game, if it's even true. Now, one of the other things they talked about in the stream is the shadow. They thought that this was a discoloration casting on here for a shadow. And I acknowledge that it almost looks like there's light bouncing off of his blue shirt, the blue shirt, not the jacket thing here, not the overcoat shirt. It looks like this is bouncing off here because it's so blue. And the thing that I described was that there isn't a contact shadow. You could argue that there's some cast shadow. It's very difficult to say, though. It is weird, though, the way the lighting is hitting everybody where they're fully lit in the front and Vic has a shadow on his face. I get that. That's weird. That's one of the reasons why I think that his face could be photoshopped on, right? Okay, Random Lone said, yes, she did claim he stuck his tongue in her ear. So anyway, but once again, this existence of this photo doesn't actually prove anything. Now, somebody in the thread here said, number one, we contacted, so this is old news. They said, we contacted the college you named and they outright confirmed Vic was never hired. Okay, this is the thing. If he's brought on as an assistant, they might not have records of him being there because he probably didn't get paid for it. Okay, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Two, neither Vic or you could be found in any of the yearbooks for the years you listed. I don't know that that's true. If it is, that is something that should be taken into consideration, right? Unless the woman is married and didn't give her original name, maybe, I don't know. Again, playing devil's advocate. And three, we found the exact goddamn picture used for Vic's face. You got caught, get bent, cupcake. Now,
that's what I meant by it looks really similar, but it doesn't look exact.
Yeah,
unless
so
they morphed
I don't.
together
Okay,
with
so
the real
keep
face.
in mind that she's holding a printout of the photograph, so it wouldn't line up perfectly as if it were just posted there.
They
But
could
I don't
also
think
do some sort of like morph with the original face.
they could, but I don't think that this is.
Well, look at the ridge on his nose; it looks much more curved.
This is the much older. This is a much older. Vic is much older in this photo than him at like 26 or whatever, allegedly here, right? And also the other thing about this like shadow thing here is that, so my theory, because again, it doesn't prove anything if this is actually Vic other than that he was there, right? But it's possible that this is a story about a girl who had a crush on him at 16. In fact, she admits that she liked him and had a crush on him, and that she actually pursued him and he turned her down. That's possible, right? And it could be that, I don't know, there's some smudges here from kissing or crying or whatever over a photo of the guy she's crushing on. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there as another possibility for this weird discoloration. But I do think that missing contact shadow, that was the thing that bugged me at first. Is that there's no contact shadow whatsoever, which is something that I do in visual effects in order to
make it look real,
make it feel grounded, you know. So it's not a cast shadow. It's something we call ambient occlusion. I'm not going to get into it, but that's the thing that I thought was weird. But here I pulled up. Let me pull up Photoshop. I'll show you the thing I was talking about. I didn't intend to talk about this for a long time, but since we're getting some chats here, Random 11 says the contact shadow on the fireplace is obvious proof. Right, that's what I was saying. There is a light right above his arm. There is a shadow on the under part of his arm. There should be a contact shadow. So that's a cast shadow, what you're describing. But you're right. There should be something there. And the other thing is that they took these photos with a flash. So let me just open up.
Oh, I see. On the same picture before you leave, if you scroll up to the light that's next to him.
I'm in Photoshop right now. I'm pulling up the image here, so you can have me scroll around a lot easier once it's open.
Okay.
So let me switch my screen sharing to. So for some reason, when you remember, I said that these are large images. Once you save this image compared to the other image, it's much smaller. It saves small, and that's just the thing with Twitter. The other image is still large. I don't know why that one's so much larger, but here it is in Photoshop, and I'll just show you guys what I was talking about. Okay, so real quick, let me just show you the shoe because people are claiming it's not there. If you bring up levels and you brighten, you can see this discoloration here. You see this line?
I don't
Can you
know
guys see my cursor?
My screen is orange.
I can see a cursor.
That I'm losing depth, but kind of.
So you can see a discoloration there.
Right.
That's got to be his foot, right? And the reason why I don't think this is photoshopped is because faking that would just be such a ridiculous. Say what?
Also look at how his leg lines up. It matches with that shadow.
Right. With the shadow or with the shoe?
The discoloration underneath the shoe.
So that's what I was saying. So you can, now that I've done it, I can kind of still see it. My eyes are doing that thing where you take a flash, and I can actually see the outline of the chair here. I really don't think this is a Photoshop. Okay, let me rephrase it. I don't think that the body here has been Photoshopped. Okay. I do think that his face looks a little wonky, but I can't put my finger on exactly why. And I don't think
it looked like it was deep faked. It feels like it's lower resolution than the rest.
So granted,
now,
this is a JPEG of a photo that was
how
taken of the person holding a photo, right?
The other people were talking about how his facial hairline just cuts off right there.
That's okay. I'm going to disprove that right now.
I think that's a bit of a style thing.
No, I'm going to disprove that right now.
Okay. In any case, I don't think that's definitive evidence, that point.
That's how his beard looks.
Right, a style thing.
Yeah, that's how it looks. It's not anything. It's just a growing pattern of his facial hair. So I do think that people aren't wrong when they point to the lighting looking a little weird, but I wonder if I don't know how the light would behave this way, but because when you have a flash, you can see that what it does is it literally takes out this shape here. Oops. And it looks like a literal drop shadow in Photoshop, the way a flash works, because it's so bright and it's so instant that it what is that called? Ray casting. It like ray casts the light rays to that back wall. No, ray casting from the point of the camera straight out for that split moment when it takes the picture, so that it actually leaves what looks like a drop shadow. No, even if the background is changing, right? It leaves like a perfect outline when you take a photo with a flash that lines up there. And it almost looks to me like they had two photos taken where one of them had a flash and the other one didn't, and that they photoshopped that together as a honey pot.
If you look,
that's almost what it feels like to me.
If you look at the corner where the chimney is, in the opposite corner, like above that ridge, you can tell that there was like different. Yeah, from that portion to the like diagonal other side, you can tell that there was different types of lighting going on on the stage. Well, which the flash should know most of that when taking the picture.
The thing is that this has a like a marble effect, so it's kind of hard to see, what's going on. But you're talking about this top face versus this front face being light and dark and whatnot.
We're moving on to different topics. I haven't even covered the first one I was trying to point out. I'm talking about the corner right down there.
Hold on, I need to pull up random.
Do you think they photoshopped his torso on from his blue shirt up and the jacket?
I think that's possible, but it seems like it would be
rather impractical.
So Random 11 asked me about if I thought about the legal ramifications of stealth weave. I'll just address this real quick. So my position on it is that it's in a weird gray area where if they do come after me for it, I can cease and desist immediately. It's no big deal, right? And the designs are all like one shot. They're usually like one shot designs from an episode where the character's not wearing a school uniform, right? So it's not a huge deal. I think most companies probably wouldn't care. There's actually other shirt stores doing what I'm doing, but not to the level I'm doing it in terms of variety. So like, for instance, I noticed that the Golden Boy shirt, there's a couple of those out there. Like you can find that on other sites, more expensive than I'm selling it for, and with the design way too big to match the actual look in the anime. But there are other places doing that. Same thing with Cement Addiction and that My Staple Food is Love from Sandiphonium. And what I did for those is I hand I hand design the shirts that I sell. So if somebody else has it and you like that design version better, you're welcome to it, but I myself go in and make the ones that I'm going to sell, so that, if you look at the one site that has the My Staple Food is Love shirt and they're using a different font, that matches more, because I specifically tweeted this out that it was difficult to choose which design to go with, because in other images, the lettering is a lot straighter and like an Arial or Helvetica type font. But I think it looks better with like the more playful, soft curving letters. So anyway, you're definitely right. It could be a legal issue in the future, but my policy is to try my damn best to avoid any designs that the company themselves have actually licensed and sold stuff for. That's why previously I mentioned I'm not going to do the other design for the shirt from Detective Pikachu, because it was on Hot Topics store. And very fortunately for me, they didn't have the other design. And I should probably check again and pull it off if they've updated it. But yeah, it's just oh man, take it easy, Reese. Get some sleep. That'll probably help. He had mentioned a Tylenol earlier with his head.
Don't overtake those Reese Pieces.
Oh, you cut your head open. I thought you said, oh man. Dang, dude. Well, yeah. Take it easy, dude. Anyway, all right. So my policy is to respond in kind to a cease and desist and just pull it down. I have no problem with that if they actually have a problem with it, but I'm going to fly under the radar until then, and hopefully I can get some other designs on there that will be profitable in other ways that are more custom. So anyway, you guys want to say anything else about this before we move on?
You're at the perfect point for my first thing. Stop moving it. If you look at the votive, the lantern, the votive, whatever you call it.
Sconce?
No, that's what sconce. Okay, notice the 4 different as it forms its trapezoid, you have the 4 different angles or 4 different metal parts. One of them casts a shadow from his elbow to his lower shoulder.
I don't see this shadow. I do see the lighting affecting this portion of his arm.
Yeah, which would mean that he's underneath that.
Yeah. So the okay. So let me actually you bring up the black point and level. So
I don't want to go any further with this picture.
Actually, am I still screen sharing to the?
You should.
Okay, I am back. I was just checking. I wasn't screen sharing to the GoFundMe again. Okay, so last thing. So the one thing people brought up that is a good thing is if we go to black and white, and then sorry, not to.
Yeah,
okay,
it's a color.
Black and white. People were noting that when you adjust this, you'll see like a uniform change everywhere, except for the fact that Vic is a whole different shade than anything else, and it just he stands out. The other
two, he has a tan.
Yeah, sure. I mean that's the defense there, right? Against that being a plausible thing, that everything about his outfit and everything is just darker. But it is weird. My point is that. So I'm just saying that I think it makes I stand with Vic, which again I'm not a part of. I just support the legal case and finding the actual truth. I do support Vic in the sense that I do think he's innocent, but I'm not taking on the label of joining these groups for reasons I've already discussed, including that as I talk about people, and we're going to talk about this with some other articles we're going to cover. People have a tendency, as I often say, to become the what's it called? The straw man. They become the straw man that their opponent makes them out to be, because we get into this habit of once your opponent does this, rather than retaliating honestly because you're competing side against side, you end up retaliating against their point. And I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake because people are jumping on this as though it's a Photoshop. And while I do definitely see what people are talking about, most notably the fact that Vic appears to have been taken the photo without a flash, and these other people look like they have a flash, and it's very possible, like I said, it's very possible that there were multiple, that the camera was on a tripod and that they took several photos at this location with the chair there, different people sitting there, and then they combined a couple photos, one with Vic or whoever this is meant to be, and one with the flash, and that was an effort to get a gotcha on people, because I think there's nothing worse than people claiming, like for instance, what's his name? This is a good example. Neil deGrasse Tyson made all this hullabaloo over the Star Wars Episode 7. I forget what it's called. Was that Force Awakens?
Yeah.
Okay, so he made all this hullabaloo about BB-8 and how he couldn't actually move in the sand because of the way the physics works and stuff. In actuality,
he's a practical effect.
Yeah, he's a practical. Well, he's not entirely, but he is largely a practical effect. And that him rolling around was actually happening on stage, with a remote control. That's what I'm talking about. Is that people are jumping on this with this authority that it's Photoshop. They're pointing out evidence that looks like, sure, that is compelling. It is weird. But then again, Vic appears to have a tan. The one thing that I think is the strongest evidence is the fact that his face is only lit from one side and there's a shadow here. And especially if this is a Photoshopped on face, which again, this looks so fucking weird. Something about this feels weird. It looks like if they did Photoshop Vic's face on here, that they grabbed it from a photo where he's not looking exactly the same direction. That's what it feels like I'm looking at here. But I couldn't tell you.
What seems weird to me is, granted, the person's buff, but I keep thinking I'm seeing breasts on this person, but I doubt that.
No. Anyway, but once again, yes, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if he's even was there or whatever, because it doesn't. This photo doesn't prove any allegations. It just proves the person knew him. That's it. So anyway, so last thing here, I want to share something. Let me go back to here. Okay. The GoFundMe. So Kick Vic has been attempting to get this taken down again. They've been tweeting at GoFundMe and at the CEO of GoFundMe and spreading their version of the events and everything. So you're saying it would prove Vic was lying? Did Vic deny knowing the woman or whatever?
He probably hasn't said anything because that's kind of what he's done.
I didn't know that he actually denied anything. But so anyway, regarding the GoFundMe, they've been tweeting at the CEO and everything, and they've been sharing their side of the story. And I just want to give a message here to Kick Vic. If you get the GoFundMe taken down, you will have helped Vic more than anybody on I Stand With Vic ever could. Because I guarantee you, first of all, just in case you aren't aware of this money is already in the IOLTA account. Okay? GoFundMe is not holding on to it. I think it's something like once a week, any new funds don't get transferred to the IOLTA account for his legal defense. You get this taken down, you aren't doing anything that hurts him. But what you are doing is you're making him into a martyr. And I guarantee you that this amount will double overnight if you manage to do that. So I'm going to encourage you to keep it up, because once this goes down, the rallying cry that's going to cause for his supporters, you're not going to like how that goes. So keep it up. Anyway, let's move on.
We can't move that spick.
We're done. Oh, actually, there's one other thing I wanted to.
By the way,
it's not regarding Vic, but what's up?
Before Reese left, he said, "Yeah, JMT is gay."
J. Michael Tatum.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, not last podcast. I meant to bring this up last podcast, but because I was on Hero Hey Stream and we sort of had a rushed intro, I had forgotten to share this. But the podcast before last podcast, I had brought up when we talked about that that school that tried to make that kid transgender and had confused the kid. We had talked about like I had made a comment about being a parent and the weird stuff they teach kids, and I brought up a weird story about here it is. I brought up a weird story about the teaching first graders, I had said, how to masturbate. So it took me a very long time to find. I don't know why this took me so long to find. I was not using the same search terms because apparently I think Random 11 found it right after I had found it. So I'm going to open it. I'm going to screen share what I was talking about. And I hope I don't get I hope YouTube doesn't give me crap over this. There's nothing explicit being shown here, but I wanted to address this is the thing I was talking about. Now, first of all, the article that this was from was actually about 6th graders. And it also turns out that allegedly, at least, and this I think is why it was so difficult for me to find it, that this was from a hoax article and that the actual thing is some college thing, which granted, the photos here, the kids look very young, but who knows? I mean, when you first enter college, if you're freshman in college, whatever, right? So anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge that was probably a hoax article, fake news, and I just wanted to address that. All right. Then I want to thank Random 11 for helping me correct that. Anyway, do you guys remember that we talked about last podcast or whatever about the Shogakukan going after manga channels?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I get them.
Well, Square Enix took somebody down, and this I just want to remind you guys, and you can go watch the OCA podcast clip about manga spoilers becoming illegal. And you can listen to me say, YouTube is going to capitulate, and then they're going to raise the bar, and they're going to keep banning channels at the behest of these companies, right? Even though their stuff they're doing is perfectly within fair use. So I want to read you guys this account here of Manga Explained, the YouTube channel, which was hit with multiple copyright strikes from Square Enix. So the YouTube channel Manga Explained has been cataloging and reviewing manga for some time. He had over 500 videos covering all different kinds of manga from a wide swath of different artists and companies. However, some Japanese rights holders have been cracking down on manga reviewers lately, and many of Manga Explained's content was hit hard, especially from Square Enix. Yeah, I know the ads. The channel has built up a moderate audience for the content. But given the format and the way the manga are presented, apparently some Japanese companies did not like that and proceeded to copyright strike the channel. Now, copyright strike is one thing. It's going to get so much worse in this story. So back on June 4th, 2019, the YouTuber explained the situation writing to One Angry Gamer. So writing directly to this website. So last year when YouTube's copyright system was, quote, changed, my channel has been unfairly bombarded and targeted by copyright strikes from Japanese companies. Because this is my comic book / manga review channel. Why would you put B? Anyway. That's a weird place to end your that's a weird place to end your parentheses there, dude. Anyway, I was okay with it because I could always explain myself to these individuals and say that these videos are under fair use, under American law, blah, blah, blah. It's a commentary video, right? In addition to that, on the copyright strike, they leave behind a email address, right? So he's able to reply when those copyright strikes come in or whatever. 2 weeks ago, I got a copyright strike from Square Enix, the gaming company who also publishes manga. This video was published about 2 years ago. It was maybe 6 to 10 minutes long, and I was talking about a manga called Jaya-sama Won't Be Discouraged. And all of a sudden, I've received an email that says they're suing me for copyright infringement for $1.6 million. I can't even watch the video to see if I did something wrong. If I did, sure, I'm fine with the video being removed. I mean, it's 2 years old. But from my video formatting, I don't believe I did anything wrong because I can't even watch the video to confirm it. He eventually contacted YouTube about it after mistakenly attempting to appeal the copyright strike by Square Enix that he tried to appeal. Again, great writing that sentence there, guys. Which would have taken him through a whole legal ordeal to get it resolved. Shortly after contacting YouTube and trying to get the strikes removed, his channel was hit with multiple strikes across multiple videos. Manga Explained shared the strike notices, which you can view below. So I'm curious. These aren't strikes. This is a strike with a takedown request. So these aren't all strikes. This is one strike, right? But Innocent Devil manga, Female Hannibal Lecter, Volume 4 Endgame series canceled. The Problem with Goblin Slayer. So these are commentary, obviously, right? Innocent Devil, Innocent. So these ones are being taken down by Square Enix. All of these are taken. Oh, here's strike 3. So if he gets strike 4, so his channel should have been, at least under the old system, as far as I know, should have been terminated after 3 strikes. Like you just off the platform. Your channel is gone, right?
Is that why he's saying he can't even see this stuff because he's mixing up the strikes? I don't know.
He goes on to say something else though. So now, as you can see, it's not just Square Enix striking the channel, but also Mag Garden, also known as whatever the hell that kanji says, Mag Garden, the former Square Enix subsidiary that's now under production ID. The Japanese companies are basically trying to get all the content axed from the channels or take the channels down too. In a conversation with One Angry Gamer, the YouTuber stated, "The copyright strikes pretty much just goes on. I talked to a lawyer and they looked at my videos and called them, quote, book reports. But someone really hates me at Square Enix. I guess this is the end." Book reports seems like a salient example of the content. If you head to the channel now, while it's still up, It's basically some images from the manga accompanied by commentary, usually reviews, critiques, or other theory crafting, or theory crafting rather. The channel's gone, as we're going to read in a minute. Including the images in the reviews / critiques is likely what did the channel in. This is why when I first started the channel, I wasn't comfortable showing video in any of my reviews, right, that I've done. That I use screenshots instead. And I honestly think about sometimes re-editing my reviews with the footage instead to make it more engaging, more interesting, and shorten some of them a little bit. Because if I put the footage up, I can take out some ers and ums, you know. But I don't know. This makes me think twice, you know. But the fact that I'm on screen through 90% of my videos or whatever helps out a lot. So anyway, according to the channel owner, he has plans on taking down the entire channel on Saturday, which is today. This means that if you had plans on archiving the content, blah, 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 might as well get to it. YouTuber's reasoning for shutting down the main account is that he doesn't want the email address attached to the account to be banned by Google. The channel is still up, but I'm taking it down on Saturday. I don't want this email address to be suspended by Google. And I assume the reason why is because he's got other channels that are using that email address, which is how I think my channel works too. I've got a dozen channels that I use for various things. And actually I should be taking that into consideration over the fact that I have a dummy channel that I upload content to make sure it doesn't get striked. And I'm realizing now that if I did all at once get all of them striked, I probably could lose the Anime Collector channel too for similar reasons. So anyway, typically when YouTube terminates a channel, the Google email address is also permanently suspended from making, interacting, or managing any sort of YouTube channel from then onward. This is to prevent people from remaking multiple channels after having their channels terminated. But Manga Explained isn't an isolated case where this happened. During the conversation, he talked about this happening to other channels, saying, I saw a video on YouTube. Apparently, the Japanese manga companies are going all in. This is probably him not talking about my channel, my video, but the other one from just recently where a lot of channels are covering it. You'd think Square Enix was rolling in cash, but I guess they need to squeeze every penny they can get their hands onto. I also can't believe they're really following through on taking down channels and YouTube is complying. That's the thing that, as I said, I predicted this was going to happen, and I'm very saddened to have been proved right, you know. What he's referring to is the Japanese companies that have filed copyright strikes against various manga-oriented YouTube channels, such as LNDA, Optimistic Neko, Anime Fight Club, and Kyle Russo. Shogakukan's lawyers even ordered YouTube to hand over the personal information, financial data, and channel data as part of their DMCA claim. There's been a widespread... So this is basically just explaining what we just talked about, right, for previous one. Now, I don't want to reread this article from last podcast, but I do want to scroll down and just mention, we talked about this one before. And I watched this video, or I watched a good portion of it, and it's riding the line of fair use. So this particular one, I feel like, is potentially like they were playing with fire the way they were doing it, because they were doing exactly the thing we described about manga spoilers. They were telling you the whole story. They were commenting in between, but you know, to a certain point, you are making it so I don't have to read Baki the Grappler because I already know everything that happens. You know what I mean? Which I'd argue is,
and because manga, the content is in the panel that you see, the picture, you're virtually giving away the actual content. Whereas anime, you take like, I don't know, a couple minutes of footage. It's like, well, you still have a lot of stuff you're missing.
Yeah. And I would argue that a lot of nostalgia critics' early work infringed on stuff in a similar way, because he basically goes through anything important in the movie.
He literally goes.
He doesn't really review the movie. He just spoils everything.
Well, the thing is that, like,
that's technically a review. You review the whole thing, but that's not what people think of. The thing
is that he reviewed a lot of crap, right? Or for instance, JonTron did a review of Birdemic. I would much rather watch JonTron's review of Birdemic than actually go and sit down and watch Birdemic, right?
Right.
Same thing with The Room. I would much rather watch some of the funny reviews of The Room than actually sit down and watch The Room. You know
My brother watched it and told me there's like 10 times more ridiculous stuff that happens.
Yeah, I've seen it, and I'm just saying that all the good bits are put into the reviews, so they're like a bite-sized, enjoyable version of it. So I can understand from the company's positions that this does hurt them, even if it is transformative content. So it's a tricky thing that the legal system hasn't quite caught up to, but it sucks to be a content creator and not being able to know where that
what
line
constitutes as fair use and not.
I do think it's look, I do think it's fair use. Let me get that perfectly straight. I do think it's fair use. What I'm saying is that regardless of whether it's fair use, it does hurt the companies, and I can understand their motive for trying to strike people and get them taken off of YouTube, even if it's just a bluff, which is what most Japanese companies do. Now, manga, they seem to have been able to get through manga a little bit easier. Like that seems to be something that they're able to like they've been more effective with manga channels than with anime reviewers and stuff. And I think that because I am, like I said, on screen for so much of my reviews, that's why I haven't been struck. Because I actually, for reviews and first impressions, I'm on camera. You know, it's so much harder. Although, to be fair, Chibi did a video where the only thing that was manga or anime related was just the thumbnail. The thumbnail was a fan art of something, and he got copyright struck for it. So, I don't know.
I'm still mad at him for not fulfilling his Patreon reward of a Skype call to Mudan.
Oh, man.
Still,
watch
for that one
everybody.
Particular manga, still stick by.
Which manga?
I'll still stick by the Bakima or whatever Fight Club.
Baki the Grappler?
The
Anime Fight Club?
Either Baki the Grappler or what? Anime Fight Club.
Yeah.
They should have at least a sort of source to either have it commercially or legally available to read, but that goes against most of the topic sort of.
So real quick, I'll just mention that you guys should check out Mudan's new Weeb Wars videos. They're amazing.
The latest one, he played my game that I made up. When I won my.
You know what I want to do? I want to have, if I'm ever in, which by the way, he's actually asked me to be in Weeb Wars, but at the timing was just really bad. I couldn't devote the time to it, and honestly, I was quite terrified of being on it because of how badly Evanito screwed up that video. Because the task was to go out and ask people if they liked hentai or whatever, and I'm like, I'm on a night schedule. Who the hell am I going to ask? I'm going to walk around and ask the coyotes if they like hentai, right? It wasn't a good time, when he asked me. But if I ever get to put a stipulation on it, I'm going to make the thing they have to do is buy the anime collector a new anime that he doesn't have, or guess something that I don't have, as a way so that whenever they play that game, they have to contact me to find out if I own something that they claim, right? And then that gives me more promotion every time.
That would be a hilarious video if you somehow found these wild animals and were like reviewing. Hey, have you seen hentai?
The thing is that I would most likely just get bit by a rattlesnake around looking.
I know, but when you said that was put a great picture in my head.
Because I literally do. I live at the entrance to a wash. I live at the entrance to a wash, and when I go outside, I sometimes do see coyotes walking around,
Yeah,
so,
I have a forest in my backyard, so it's like, I can find a bear or something.
All right. Convention.
As you were explaining this, I'm thinking of like Jay Leno's. When Jay Leno was on, he would have someone go out on the streets and like ask them absurd questions or pull a prank on people. And since you've been plugging other people, Brad Jones, aka the Cinema Snob, is finally releasing some of his older porn reviews on Pornhub, uncensored, for all that.
You mean with footage?
Random Woman says that one with the wolf and the sexy lady at the club you refer. Oh, Tex Avery. Okay, I see. I missed that part. Have you seen some of those old Tex Avery cartoons? Of course.
I don't even know what Tex Avery is.
It's Screwball and Screwy Squirrel. He tested the U.S. censorship for animation. of the animators to test the censorships for animation.
Tex Avery did all those cartoons with the wolf that would like howl and whistle at hot girls and try to pick up on them.
I still don't know what those are.
Okay. Did you watch? Have you ever seen Looney Tunes?
Have you ever seen The Mask?
I've seen random like Looney Tunes things.
So Looney Tunes is a contemporary of the Tex Avery age of animation, and as Augie was just saying, The Mask with Jim Carrey, half of the stuff that he does is a Tex Avery reference. Like with like I think he actually turns into like the Tex Avery wolf and does like the awooga and all that. Anyway, that's totally I don't know why you brought that up, but random 11. But anyway, so convention news. Ever wanted to see Detective Conan Zero the Enforcer in a theater, dubbed and as a 40X feature? Your fantasy is now reality at Anime Expo's inaugural 40X Anime Fest. So I think did we talk about this last podcast?
We did, except we said I hope it's dubbed so my son and I can watch it.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that's why Reese shared it. Well, I guess I could take my son, but I kind of want to go with Dan. It's going to be on day 0. Because we were talking about hentai and coyotes, he says. Anyway, so yeah, we're getting this. So I've got a big lineup here of things I'd love to go see at Anime Expo and do first impressions videos for, even though they're going to sit on the back burner until I can afford to pay Mr. Nice Guy.
Gold thing.
Oh God, yeah. There's going to be a Harmony Gold panel at Anime Expo where they discuss the fact that they're losing the license and what their plans are.
I would love to see someone record that and then see how literally everyone in the audience boos every word they say.
So
we should probably do a reaction video to that.
Okay, so first of all, it's probably gonna be like a do not record thing
session.
Anime Expo doesn't
anyway.
A lot of panels at Anime Expo they don't let you record, but or at least maybe not the panel, definitely the screenings they don't let you record. Shoot, I don't know where it went. For the Yuri on Ice binge thing I went to, I bought a spy camera in the shape of a pen that can record for 5 hours.
Oh my God. How many? 240p?
No, it's like 720 or whatever. I mean, it was pretty cool. The thing is that the battery would die before the SD card would fill up, right? It was a really shitty camera. Like it's 720p, but it's like a shit camera.
Really
the
bad.
The reason I wanted to record it was because I thought we might get some funny comments while we were there, you know, and because we were shitting on the movie or the thing the whole time. I don't know where I put it. I'm sure I could find it, but I could say I could bring that to the thing and
Random 11. Why watch the remaster of Robotech on Amazon Prime when you can watch the original Macross on Amazon Prime and the other 2 series?
I haven't seen it, and I actually watched Macross before I had ever seen Robotech, and I thought it was so much better that I haven't been able to give Robotech a real chance. Although
I've seen half of the Macross saga for Robotech. I have seen the finale, the movie for Macross, the first one.
I am
I've
irritated
seen the most recent
at
series of
Anime Planet.
Macross.
I'm irritated at Anime Planet because originally Robotech and Macross were 2 separate entries, and they should be because they are Robotech is edited parts of different shows. Like there are scenes from the Macross in scenes from Southern Cross, right, in order to splice certain characters in and everything. And
the creative process of that sounds so illogical.
Yeah,
it's from a different time.
Imagine you're doing this thing and we're like, we need this shot of the characters looking at each other from this angle, and then they scroll through the entirety of a different show. Like, I don't know.
Here's how different between Robotech and Macross is. In Macross, in both shows, you have Lin Min Mei. Later on, there's this one character that shows up in Macross, which is Lin Min Mei's cousin. Well, it turns out in Macross, it's her new boyfriend, who's a hippie producer who is the worst character of the show if you ever watch this version, but
Okay. You mean Cal? Was his name Cal Pylon or whatever?
probably. But Lin Kyle was his original name.
Right. Yeah.
And he's the one that got me to stop watching.
Okay. Well, I watched it subbed, and it was amazing, and I loved every minute of it. But anyway, all right. So let me get back to it. Dr. Stone. Dr. Stone is also going to be premiering world premiere at Anime Expo.
I forget. Is that the manga? Was it done by the guy who made Sunken Rock? Is that why I know Dr. Stone?
I think it's done by the guy who did Soul Eater.
Soul Eater.
Yeah. So let me. Or no. Wait. That was that's Fire Force, which we're about to talk about. I don't know. I thought that this was I thought that this was one of the French manga, but I can just read it. Crunchyroll. So yeah, I want to acknowledge here, the way that Crunchyroll decided to write this article, which by the way is why I used the Crunchyroll one instead of the one that Reese had originally shared. Crunchyroll, the world's most popular anime brand, is announcing today the world premiere of Dr. Stone at Anime Expo. Way to self-aggrandize yourself there, Crunchyroll, before throwing it off to the artist who did Sunken and the writer who did Ice Shield. So anyway, catch the world premiere of this year's biggest anime. That's a pretty big statement there, right?
Oh crap!
That this is going to be considering that that half the year's over already. But on Thursday, July 4th, that's day one, fans will be treated to the premiere of the first episode of Dr. Stone, starting at 12 p.m. in the main events Hall B of the Los Angeles Convention Center, and the simulcast of Dr. Stone kicks off worldwide except Asia on Friday, July 5th, so the next day. So I'm going to see it, if I get to go see it, I'm going to see it a day early. And I'm not sure if I don't think it's going to be dubbed, but who cares, right? Anyway, moving on. Anime Expo is also going to be screening Pokemon Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution, which is the CG remake of what was released in the US as Pokemon the first movie. So the film will screen at 3:30 p.m. on July 4th. What time was the other one? 10 a.m.? Was that what that was? I tried to put these in order, and I wasn't really paying attention. I tried to put them in order from time. 12 p.m. Well, it's only going to be the first episode, right? So that should still be doable. We'll screen at 3:30 p.m. on July 4th. The new film is a 3D CG remake. I hate it when they say 3D CG. Remake of Pocket Monsters Mewtwo no Gyakushu, which is the first movie. And I thought this was interesting. So the main cast of the anime series, along with Team Rocket cast, returned to the film, right? So a lot of people are returning. And then the late voice actor, Unsho Ishizuka, provided narration for the film. And then down here, well, the film's going to open in Japan on July 12th. So this is, again, another world premiere. And then down here, we've got Takeshi Shudo is credited as
Random
the script
11.
writer.
I'm sure they'll get Dan Green. They got him back for the Yu-Gi-Oh movie that came out recently. Dimensions of whatever.
Well, I'm just noting here that a lot of people who worked on this died before it was done. Yeah. A lot of people in Japan who worked on this died before they finished it. So the CG, I'm expecting it to actually be pretty good and not shit, because they seem, from what I've seen, to have put in a lot of work into it, and it seems like it probably took them a long time to make this, considering how many people died while they were working on it. Right, which are the two I read.
Also consider that you have the whole America versus Japan
are they not the same character?
Movie rivalry going on, kind of similar with like Godzilla. So America made Detective Pikachu. Now they want to try this experiment to see how it will go.
Yeah, that's not even close to the same thing. That's more like Detective Pikachu and Sonic the Hedgehog.
Ridiculing me.
No, it's more like Sonic. Like, you're not wrong, and we're gonna look at something in just a minute that is covering sort of the thing you're talking about. It's like when Ants and A Bug's Life came out, like at the same time, right? Yeah. That's kind of a different thing. It like I said, it's about it's about Detective Pikachu. I can totally see the parallel, Detective Pikachu and Sonic, right? But this is a completely different style of CG. I think Japan is pioneering something new. I don't think it has anything to do with Detective Pikachu. Okay. And I think they actually started this other one before Detective Pikachu was even.
Oh yeah, since we're looking at Dr. Stone, it was created by Riichiro Nagagaki, the creator of iShield 21. So I was right.
Yes, as we acknowledged in the chat.
Let me read.
So you're saying these are the same people?
It's the same illustrator, but I mean his character design looks kind of similar.
We got the same like hair going down, and this like maybe this is like a kid version of this other guy.
Which, by the way, the illustrator is Korean. And Sunken Rock is like isn't it like kind of gritty? From what I hear,
I don't know. I haven't read any of it. So anyway, I want to try to see that. Anime Expo is also going to host the Fire Force creator Atsushi Okubo at Anime's overseas premiere. So they're going to have the creator at the world premiere, I believe, of this as well. It says overseas premiere, but it sounds like it's going to be actually the world premiere. So it's going to be the premiere of Fire Force Anime at Anime Expo on July 5th at 1 p.m. They're going to premiere the anime's English dub, too. So
sweet. Was it done by Viz or is it Funimation that got this one?
It looks like Funimation by the logo in the corner of that video.
Okay.
So the anime will premiere in Japan on July 5th at 1:25 a.m. But see, the thing is, they put these weird times. July 5th at 25:25, effectively July 6th at 1:25 a.m. or July 5th at 12:25 p.m. That doesn't make sense. Either way, I think this is going to be airing in the U.S. prior, so it should be like the world premiere, right? Well, they'll tell me at the thing if it is. They'll hype it up like it's this big deal. Anyway, also, Funimation presents My Hero Academia Season 4 premiere at AX 2019. Saturday, July 6th at 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., which I think it's only going to be one episode, and then they're going to have like a panel, right? Because they've got all these voice actors, both English and Japanese, coming. And just like last year, due to high demand for this event, attendees must have an admission wristband in order to enter Main Events Hall B when doors open. Main Events admission wristbands will be free and distributed by Anime Expo on a first-come, first-served basis. Exactly what happened last year that caused me to not be able to.
AC. Last year, the line that I was in and the people that were with me, then I moved to the line that you went to. Those people that I was in the line at the beginning were able to get into the movie.
I know.
The movie.
And the entire reason why we had a problem is because the person I asked about the lines gave me bad information. Because I asked if this was the line to... I may have mistakenly asked if this was the line to get the wristbands, and they said no, that's way over, and pointed to another thing. But I was actually meaning like because it was inside, right? So we had to get in and then go to an interior line that hadn't even started forming it because everybody was outside. So yeah, once we left that line, we got totally screwed because they gave us bad info. But I eventually got to see the movie we were trying to get into last year, which was the Two Heroes movie, when it was in the theaters. I saw it too, so it ended up working out. And made a pretty good video with diehard references that nobody has commented on yet. Anyway.
Are we doing pickups?
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Got distracted.
Also, for streaming news, can you add what I just put in the
link?
Yeah. So who goes first? Me go first, or read comments first before go first?
I have 6.
Okay. Then I've clicked on FDDNM.
I have fewer.
Go ahead, FDDNM. I clicked on you.
Okay. So oddly enough, every single one of these are from the UK. Because apparently I didn't get any English. Well, sorry, I did get English mail. I didn't get Canadian/US mail. So this is, actually I'll resort it this way. Parts 1 through 4 of Nisei Koi from the UK. And
I have no idea why they messed up the print release over here in the US.
Messed up the print release? What do you mean by that?
It's released by Aniplex, and they produced a whole limited quantity of them.
Well, that's because they're making a complete box set, obviously. That's why it's out of print right now. I've said this 50 times that you guys need to not be afraid of this out of print thing for the parts. And then I got the Eccentric Family, totally not UK edition, with the logo that I taped over a piece. Honestly, this looks terrible. I might just take off the tape. Which, by the way, it's on the plastic.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
Nothing. Well, yeah, I'm not ashamed of it because the NAS version is out of print, and obviously, I'm not going to pay an arm and a leg for it. And I also bought this because I remember in what's that podcast Lou and Dakota run that is
Anime Hour?
Hasn't posted an episode in a while.
I know. I swear they're stuck on my episode.
Oh,
I don't know what's wrong with it.
So they do have more episodes. I thought Holden killed another podcast, which is how I was introduced.
I assume that they're taking a long time to edit the episode that I was in, because I sent them so much stuff to add if they wanted to. I said, I'm going to send you more than you probably need. If you want to include these images, go for it, And I sent them probably more than they needed. So they are, I think, not knowing how to incorporate everything. But
anyway,
I don't know.
I remember in that Holden's episode, they asked him about good animation, all that crap, and he said, so what's one that's recent that has what you call good animation? They said, the Eccentric Family. Now, Season 2 has not been released over here or the UK, which is weird. And this brought me to the conclusion, or made me realize that NAS America hasn't released anything in, forever. When was their last release? 2016 or something? Which
Love Live.
I was reading the chat.
Which probably reflects the state that their company is in, considering NAS America said whatever the gaming branch is like in financial peril.
Yeah.
So this next one, the collector's edition of Silver Spoon Season 1.
Something about that anime reminds me of Chobits.
I don't know. Oh, the intro, because he actually lives on a farm in Chobits.
No, I haven't watched any of it, but just like the artwork from it reminds me of Chobits.
It's Full Metal Alchemist Chobits lady. Sorry, not Chobits. Full Metal Alchemist. What's her name? It's funny though, because in Chobits he does live on a farm at the very beginning, and he's like forking hay and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the UK release. It doesn't have the age rating, and on Blu-ray, Aniplex they only have DVD out and chipboard box, so that's really nice. I like that. I pre-ordered Season 2 as well, and that's my pickups.
All right.
Also, I've always wanted to watch this. I was waiting for a dub that never came, and I want to watch it because it's one of those agricultural anime, which, despite me kind of not liking the career choice of a farmer, it does have nostalgia because I've grown up around being a farmer and stuff. So I'm interested in watching it because of that, like Noreen.
Mm-hmm. I would love to run a small farm to grow my own food and stuff. It's just that freaking I've got two problems in Arizona. Number one, it's incredibly hot. It would be ridiculously difficult to farm during the summer. And number two, I have this idea that when I grow food and I go to reach and pull it out, I'm just going to reach in and grab a bunch of scorpions, right? So I haven't done it.
Isn't it illegal to grow grass in where you live because of the heat?
No. Most people have AstroTurf just because the it's more cost efficient, but it's not illegal to grow grass. Why would it be illegal to grow in California? Maybe
dryness, heat,
or the dryness. No, it's not really an issue. I don't think. I mean, we probably have fires. It's not as bad as you might think compared to some other places. As long as you because we don't have a water shortage like California nearly as bad. So because California didn't build any aquifers, but that's a problem in California because they have to water it, and water shortage, and pay a lot for water. People don't pay for it because they don't use it, so they don't pay for it. But in Arizona, water's not terribly expensive right now. So I think it's definitely more costly to have grass. That's why most people just have like a gravel lawn. But so far as I know, it's not like illegal to grow grass. And I didn't even talk about growing grass. I was talking about growing food. But anyway.
Right. Okay. Is it on me, Scotty? Or
Yep.
does FDDNM have more?
I had one thing to say, which was, Brad, your next shirt design should be Krauser's armor piece, just like a shirt form of it.
Krauser?
From Detroit Mel City.
Oh, yeah. That's not a bad idea. I was thinking about doing the shirt of the guy with the scar on his head and the blonde hair from Persona 4.
Kanji?
I don't know his name, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If you think it'll sell, look through Ranma. There's some pretty good shirts. All right. So first up, I have something more from Pokemon, and it's Pokemon BW Rival Destinies 1, 2, and 3. Ooh.
It feels like
how much Pokemon have you actually watched? I'm just curious.
Do
you think you're ever gonna get through it?
I've watched all the original. Yeah, it's like less than 300 episodes.
Yeah, but do you think you're ever gonna actually sit down and watch it? Because I don't think I'm ever gonna watch it. I have so much of it. I have.
I've seen the Kanto, Johto. This also includes Orange Island Leagues. Not by choice, but advanced.
This is as far as I've gone in the owning it. I've gotten all the way to Black and White, Adventures in Unova, and beyond.
It's further than I am.
Well, I
only got 9 episodes. Sorry, 9 seasons.
Like XY, which I have, and anything more recent. I've seen.
I think XY is. I think XY is the one that was coming out, like it was pre-orderable when I was buying all of them off-right stuff. Which FDDM, you're totally fine because you just get the Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Oh yes, and I got BlazBlue, the alternative, the one fighting game I don't like because if you accidentally press in the control stick, you release a special, which that shouldn't happen, but that's me and my heavy hands. Ooh, spin that green label.
So wait, you watched all the Pokemon up to date, you said?
I'm not up to date with X. If I was to start it up again start it up to where I last was, it would be at the beginning of the XY series.
Okay.
All right, and up next, this one I had to return back to the warehouse a few times to a point where Amazon is just going to refund me, give me a...
Yeah, if you do it 3 times, they say we can't send you a replacement.
Yeah, so I'm at this point. So the problem with this is I got it new, but the inside, if you shake it, you can hear bits of it from it being shattered inside. So I finally got robotics notes. Ooh, make a robot like BattleBots.
Should have bought the premiere version, or the what is
premiere version.
What do you call it?
So
premium
limited edition.
You can hear
premium, whatever.
Limited.
Yeah, as you can hear, it's pretty shattered inside. This is the one that I have watched. The ending comes out of nowhere, but I like the first 2/3 of it. Then it kind of lost me with the
it was so
situation.
Boring. So boring.
It's a realistic sci-fi.
No, well, okay, so it's got the same thing that Pacific Rim did, where the robots are really slow, but boy, it's so clunky and boring in that.
So
I remember liking some aspects of it, but it never really came together.
Hey, it's the only thing from the Semicolon series that I've seen so far.
That's why, because you picked the most boring one.
It reminded me of
I
that.
didn't pick it. I watched it with an anime club, and at that time, they weren't being all in my face about the series.
It reminded me of that the Hugh Jackman movie where he was like that boxer or whatever, and they had that robot that boxed.
Yeah, this Rock'em Sock'em Robot movie. What was that?
Whatever that. It reminded me of that for some reason.
Yeah, that's a good that's a good comparison.
So up next, I lost the first edition of this. Well, not really lost. I still have it, but it's like water damaged, but still viewable. So I was able to get a second edition recently, far cheaper, of My Life as a Teenage Robot. Ooh, the art book.
I hated that show.
Oh, come on. It has Brad in it. Who doesn't like Brad? So as a size comparison, this is much bigger than the first edition because the first edition is about the same size as a Blu-ray disc. By the way, we'll be talking about Gate later on today.
Real Steel. Thank you, E. Castro. That was the name of the Hugh Jackman movie.
So this is a much easier and viewable art book of the different stuff you can see from the show. And I can't flip a book. Oh, yeah, I've already had the first 3 seasons of this. Ooh, okay. And those are my pickups.
For
Back
fuck's
to you,
sake,
AC.
we're already demonetized.
Because of My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Wait. What's the
Did
name of the podcast again?
Elf Daddy likes Piña Coladas.
Yeah, I think
But if it's the title, it'll be demonetized before we even start the podcast. Okay, so now
They're just biased.
I'm curious because I just noticed because I got the live control room over here and I noticed I can insert an ad, and I'm curious if what it does to the stream, but I couldn't do it because of the demonetization or the limited. When people say demonetized, that's usually what they mean is the limited ad mode. Yeah, I can't add them anyway. We'll have to be on our best behavior next podcast and try it. So let me pull up streaming news, including Augie's new edition.
Yay.
Brad, you said you had a shirt that you wanted to do for from Persona 4?
Well, so I've been working on
a better shirt for you.
Well, submit it to me for sure. But I'm just saying I'm working on the podcast clip for the hot spring thing, and you had talked in that specific article
about Persona 4
about the Persona 4 the golden animation hot spring because they did the same thing. So I had to look through it and find it.
Try Persona 5 shirt for change. Not for change, but I mean
we're swapping around. Cool.
I could do that shirt probably. It's a little bit more complicated, and I feel like this one might actually already have
that's true.
Like an official one, but it's a very simple design that could be popular. The one problem I've found, so just in case anybody's curious why some of the shirts have such a big difference in price, it's due to the fact that the way that I price shirts is that I price them based on how difficult the design was to make, right? So if it's super simple, I'm going to charge like 50 cents. Like the stripe from Takunomi, that's like the markup is in a margin of where I'm going to have to pay taxes on it. So I might as well get 50 cents, but that's all I'm getting, right? But the thing is that shirt still costs more than some other shirts because the base cost of getting a shirt in that color is where the price comes in. So this yellow shirt, is this a short sleeve that he's wearing, I assume?
Underneath the long sleeve, yeah. Sure.
So that long sleeve shirt, the yellow shirt from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid that I did, like that's the best color I could do for long sleeve shirts, So, and I just wanted to acknowledge for people that's where the pricing comes from. Is that if you ever find one and you're like, why is this so expensive? It's not even that complex of a design. It's because the shirt cost me an arm and a leg, so I had to put the base price higher. This is the shirt we're describing, right? For Persona 5. But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. That'd be a good one. But I'm kind of on. I want to get my Lupin ones done in the near future because I want to wear one of them to Anime Expo. Because Anime Expo is going to be a great place for people to see my, Captain Ginyu shirt and ask me where I got it, and I can shill the place. Anyway, so you have me share this. Crunchyroll adds Thermae Rome, or Thermae Rome, if I'm going to pronounce this consistently. Knights of Ramune and 40.
That's part of the title. So Knights of Ramune TV series. What we've had from US Manga Corps is Knights of Ramune Fresh, the OVA, and a slight OVA series that wraps up other plot points of the TV series.
Well, I think it's Ramune.
They're writing it as but I'm just saying that the English Romanized version, when they write the logo, they have it as Lamune.
L's and R's are like inverted.
They are. Well, they're not inverted. They're the same sound. They don't have an L in Japanese, so it is an R.
Well, that's what I mean.
What baffled me about them just releasing the OVA and that was it, was there were so many articles written in Anime Insider and I think one or two in New Type USA about the show that I remember back in middle school and high school, we would sit down and talk about shows that we would be interested in, and a whole group of friends, I've never seen this, would talk about Knights of Ramune because they watched the fan subs of it and really enjoyed it.
I think I've seen it, and I don't remember it being remarkable.
I mean, it was back then. There was not much to really be seen.
I remember seeing this article a couple days ago and thinking that was the show Lamune that my brother watched.
I remember a month or two ago that Mike Toole mentioned that he didn't like this show, making me scared that Discotheque wouldn't get it, and here it is available for stream pretty soon. So that's pretty remarkable.
Well, it's got like
ironic,
three different things, so hopefully they'll get the rest of it.
Yeah.
And not just, do what they did with Kimagure and not get that one movie so far?
That one movie is the new Kimagure Orange Road, right?
Yeah. Well, they say it's new, but it was made...
it's titled New Kimagure Orange Road. That's the name of it.
Oh.
Yeah. Which, that's still easy to get, so I wouldn't say that's much of a loss for right now, but unless you're like strictly Blu-ray only, that might be a hindrance for you. But hey, DVD still play on Blu-ray players.
These are the releases that I have of that. It's titled New Kimagure Orange Road.
Yeah.
New Kimagure Orange. It's called Summer's Beginning.
Well,
but it's okay. No, you're not gonna get that reference, Simran. But like it's a updated graphic-y. I wouldn't even say it's even worth seeing, honestly, probably compared to the original.
Well, you just want it for completion's sake, right?
There's also the OVA movie box set. So unless they're talking about this movie, which I really doubt it, but if they're talking about that movie, then I would be upset. Yeah.
I'm just glad I'm able to get this series under $400.
Well, the thing is, you want to get the TV series and OVAs for under $400, and then have the corresponding Summer's whatever it is movie with the same height. I mean, that's mainly it for me, but I also want the same like graphic quality.
Sure.
I don't think this show initially sold for $400, but for quite a long while, trying to buy the resale of this show, since it's been long out of print, $400 seemed to be the most common price, or at least a listed price.
I think it was
Who knows if it
$230 when I got it, maybe $300.
That would make more sense with it being like back in 2004 when they fully complete that.
I didn't buy it in 2004. I bought it in like 2012, maybe.
6 or so, 12. Oh wow, you got a good deal at that time.
Anyway, I want to get back to it, so I'm going to screen share and we can move on to the next thing because we are way behind timing wise for this podcast. I didn't mean for the big stuff to go on that long. I guess I accidentally clicked on the Love Live ad, so let's go close that tab. Okay, so Adult Swim's Jason DeMarco comments on the quality of recent Dragon Ball Super episodes. So you guys remember we talked about this? It looked real choppy. Yeah, so apparently, according to DeMarco, this happened because of edits made to scenes that failed the Harding test. The Harding test tests all content aired on television to make sure it does not have flashing frames that could trigger people who have epilepsy. Fuck people who have epilepsy. Don't go near TV. DeMarco added, the people who performed the program edits on the show slowed down the cuts that failed the test to about 4 frames per second, which, according to DeMarco, made the fight scenes, quote, look insanely slow. DeMarco stated that thanks to fans informing him of the issue, he talked to the people in charge of program editing and asked them to slow the scenes down less. He added that after testing, the slowed down scenes going forward will now look better. Yeah, bullshit. Do you really? If this isn't something where like this is like a liability to them, they're not going to not slow it down. What they do in Japan is that crap where they darken the screen, which is almost worse.
I hate that.
Boy, I fucking hate that. Anyway, so that's what happened. So Daniel Tellison,
I'll look into it.
Daniel Tellison shared this article. If you missed out on Junji Ito at Toronto Comics and Arts Festival, there's now a video of his live drawing session and creator panel available. Thank you.
Oh, I could have gone to that.
Yeah, so you can. They also said that this was both of these events, his like interview or live talk and his drawing session, were the most attended events in the history of the festival.
Wow.
So he's also coming to Crunchyroll Expo. Anyway. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready for a fun article?
Ooh, show some fun.
Twitch supposedly banning users for Naga racism.
Can this one be quick?
It's pretty quick.
Okay.
Twitch has continued on its quest for virtue points as they have vanquished evil racists using coded language in the chat of a streamer who was playing World of Warcraft Classic. The word Naga, which is a race of creatures in the game, now apparently being deemed ban-worthy for its similarity to No, I'm not actually going to say that.
I was going to say
you're not putting that in your exposed video.
Oh.
Those in the chat of a streamer playing World of Warcraft Classic are claiming that they have been permanently banned from the platform for referencing the Naga race in the game. The streamer,
I can use your clip saying that word.
Okay. The streamer was shown, actually, because I said you could splice them together because I gave you the "neh" part. The streamer was shown a clip of the moment where he mentioned he, quote, shot that Naga. So in the thing, he pulls up the thing, like the clip, and he goes, he does like a shotgun thing, and shot that Naga, right? And it's like he claims it's being taken out of context. It's very funny. And anyway, some of those alleging to have been banned for referring to the game's Naga race, right? So these people are saying reason engaging in hateful conduct and threats of violence against the person or group of people, which again was shoot the Nagas, right? Is what they're gonna have actually said. And suspension length indefinite. Trying to get around this restriction can result in a longer suspension. Longer than indefinite, right? Anyway, so he's complaining, I don't know who to talk to, reaching out to all these people. This person also got it. Theirs was in German. I'm not even going to try to read that. So then this person is roasting them like, no, you guys were race baiting. See, you're all saying, where is it? Shoot some Nagas, shoot some Nagas, shoot some Nagas, shoot some Nagas, right? To which I'm just going to say that political correctness is not about preventing racism. It's actually about preventing people from making jokes, right? And I feel like this is a harmless joke. It is funny because of like there is humor to the similarity and the dancing on the line, which is what comedy is all about, right? And this reminds me of the Socialism is for Figs shirt that Steven Crowder was selling that caused the new adpocalypse because figs is too close to another word that YouTube will ban my channel forever saying.
And I'll include in your video.
Really? Can't.
So within context, he has a shirt that says "Socialism is for figs." It says F, and then it has like an asterisk at first glance, but it's actually an image of a fig, and then it says GS, right? And it has a picture of Che Guevara doing kind of like this with his hand in sort of a gay pose, right?
Which we can't see.
But,
we can't see that.
The thing is that Che Guevara famously was killed in a town that was like their main export was figs or whatever. Like there's context to the humor. It's what makes it funny is that not only is it like not only does it dance on the line, right, but it also has like an intelligent component behind it that makes it humorous, right? That there's actual thought that went into why it's funny, you know. So anyway, I'm just gonna say that I think that it's ridiculous that people get. Oh, thank you for that, Otaku. How's that full package
That's
food
an old English day.
All right. Yeah, he's got the what are those called? The AE symbol.
It's an old English day. That's all I can get. I've asked English majors and I couldn't get far with that.
No, there's an actual name for it. I forget what it's called though. So anyway, Trigger's Promea anime film hits North American theaters in September, so it's going to be showing on September 17th and 19th.
Hold on, there's one more bit. G Kids got
it. Yeah, G
Kids is going to release it.
They got it for the theater release. I didn't see if they had. I assume they've got. I assume that they've got home video rights too, but they didn't specifically.
I hope so.
That.
I mean, G Kids isn't 11 Arts who exclusively has the home theater thing, except for recently with the limited editions. They're overpriced.
Yep. Santa Company: The Secret of Christmas looks to slay the box office in December of 2019.
And that's a 30-minute movie.
No.
Or are they going to add more scenes into it? Because I got the OVA. Or are they going to...
Santa Company, The Secret of Christmas, was conceived as a short film in 2014. And both Santa Company, The Secret of Christmas, and Kolubakoro have been revised and expanded for their December 2019 theatrical release. So it is not...
Awesome.
It is not
so when's that third project?
Third project? Kolubakoro?
Yeah, when they did the third...
This was another thing they did on Kickstarter.
I understand that, but when they first started Santa Company, they mentioned that there was going to be 3 projects that they were going to work on. They released 2 of them, but never the third one.
I don't think the original Santa Company was called The Secret of Christmas, though, was it?
It's been a while. I'm glad to hear it's going to be expanded. I hope G Kids gets a hold of it.
Samurai.
Or 11 Arts.
Santa Company.
Kinji Studios.
That's not in English.
I have a review on that one.
Yeah, it just says Santa Company on here. And then it says Nopea Tarka Salainen, which I assume is Klingon, but I don't know. It doesn't say. Yes. It doesn't say Santa Company Secret of Christmas on it.
This got a release physically over here.
It was a Kickstarter.
Import Kickstarter.
Anyway, so interestingly, this actually relates.
Of the trailer out of nowhere on their YouTube channel.
So this actually relates to what we were just talking about, Santa Company. So, how to get a job in anime with Studio Ghibli director Hayao Miyazaki. So, at an event for the Santa Company X Kolobokuro movie project unveiling, Kenji Itoso, the guy who made those, I'll just read this part. Itoso, who worked for Miyazaki at Studio Ghibli, recalled the time when he first applied for the job and attended an interview for the company. Back when he was just 19 years old, Miyazaki and Ghibli producer and co-founder Toshio Suzuki were present at the group interview, and given that Itoso had only ever seen them on TV before, it made him incredibly nervous. To help ease the tension in the room, Miyazaki asked one of the female applicants, and I think in Japan they oftentimes do group interviews for application processes, right, where they have all the applicants at once, right? Which is what's happening here. So Miyazaki asked one of the female applicants which movie she'd seen recently, and when she told him she'd seen My Neighbor Totoro and had been collecting Totoro goods for a long time, Miyazaki said, "I'm happy to hear you say that, but personally, I don't think Totoro is a cute creature." According to Itoso, Miyazaki then went on to say, "He's a horrible creature. He's a carnivore, and the only reason why he didn't eat Mei and Satsuki was because he wasn't hungry." Now, there's actually another version of this article on Crunchyroll where they translated what was said as being though he had said that the creature is referring to Totoro and the cat bus versus just Totoro. But I liked the way that this one interpreted things better, so we're reading this one. Anyway, after the interviewee said she was shocked to hear that, Miyazaki went on to ask the other applicants what they thought about this revelation, or his revelation. As they answered one by one, the interviewees replied positively, saying things like, "How interesting." Itoso, however, had rewatched My Neighbor Totoro on VHS before the interview, and when it was finally his turn to answer, he suddenly remembered that he'd seen molars inside of Totoro's mouth during one of the scenes. Molars are large, flat teeth at the back of the mouth, present in herbivores, as opposed to carnivores, to grind vegetation during chewing. This means Totoro wouldn't be a carnivore, so he simply said to Miyazaki, "He's a herbivore, isn't he?" Upon hearing this, Miyazaki smiled, and after the interview, Itoso was the sole successful applicant who landed a job with the studio. When Itoso later asked the director why he put such a sneaky trick question into the interview, Miyazaki apparently said, "People who create entertainment shouldn't just swallow whatever people are saying. The thinking process is important." So anyway, I thought that was interesting. This is about it's mostly just about Miyazaki's quirks and character, and it is somewhat related to Santa Company, so I included it at this portion rather than later on. Do you guys want to say anything about that, or? Yes? No? Okay.
Yes, not.
I think you're ready for trick questions on an animation interview now.
I mean, do I strike you as the type of person who swallows without asking questions?
Whoa.
So excuse the numeral. I'm going to stop there because I already lost track of where I was in the thing when I was trying to open up all those tabs. So Fire Force creator Atsushi Okubo alludes to his work being, quote, stolen. He said, "I'm going to stop talking about the contents of my manga before they get serialized, even to people I know. I don't know where my work could be stolen from." Fire Force bears a striking similarity to Trigger and X-Flag's Promea film, which opened in Japan on May 24th, right? So here I'm going to read you the synopsis, and you'll understand why he's suggesting that he's been ripped off. So here's Fire Force. Terror has paralyzed the clockwork metropolis of Tokyo. Possessed by demons, people have begun to burst into flame, leading to the establishment of a special firefighting team, the Fire Force, ready to roll on a moment's notice to fight spontaneous combustion anywhere it might break out. The team is about to get a very unique addition, Shinra, a boy who possesses the unique power to run at the speed of a rocket, leaving behind the famous, quote, devil footprints and destroying his shoes in the process, which I'm going to assume that's what this guy is. He must be that character because he's got no shoes and his feet are on fire. Anyway, can the Fire Force discover the secret? Can the Fire Force discover the source of this strange phenomenon and put a stop to it? Only the city, or will the city burn to ashes first? Boy, I wish I had glasses right now. So here's the plot synopsis of Promea. 30 years ago, a cataclysmic event destroyed half the world in a fire and caused a mutation that created a new race of people called Burnish. Burnish are able to create and control fire. The film centers on members of the, quote, Burning Rescue Fire Squad who put out fires caused by Burnish. The new rookie of Burning Rescue is Gallo, a hot-headed man who wields Matoi tech named after the Matoi banners that Edo period firefighters units used. Gallo's encounter with Leo, the leader of the Burnish terrorist group called Mad Burnish, sets the story in motion. So this is what I was sort of alluding to earlier when I talked about Bug's Life and Ants coming out at the same time. And allegedly, when it came to Bug's Life and Ants, apparently there was a discrepancy on who owned the idea. And it was the interpretation between DreamWorks and Pixar. I believe that's who did Ants, right? DreamWorks?
You also have that. You got the studios right, but you also have this one executive who's a complete ass. If you want to find who I'm talking about, he's the one that kind of underdealt Robin Williams with Aladdin. And eventually got fired later on, then took the concept of Bug's Life and helped or assisted DreamWorks into making Ants and try to push that before A Bug's Life was released.
Okay. I think some of those details are a little fuzzy. Like, I think there's something more to it, but I don't remember specifically, so I'm just going to leave people in suspense. So, 3D CG anime Ultraman gets its second season. Wow, I am having a really hard time talking today. I got to say, I started compiling articles yesterday, and I spent literally the entire day doing it, going through everything. I've basically done the podcast 5 times already. And boy, I wish this was seeming more like I practiced because it really, the entire day I spent doing this so far. So Ilya Kuvshinov designed Motoko visual in the Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex 2045 unveiled. Now this blows me away because I follow Ilya Kuvshinov, who, by the way, I thought was a girl up until I read this article, and then had to double check because when I saw I thought that was a typo, and I found out he did a podcast where I got to hear his voice. I'm like, it's definitely a guy. I always thought that Ilya was a girl, and when we had seen this image over and over and over again, I always thought, but never spoke up, that this looks like artwork by Ilya that I just didn't think was actually their work. It's just similar, right? I'm amazed to see that. Like, I'm happy for this person that they got to work on this because their artwork is amazing. You should definitely check them out on, this is their Twitter. You can link to their Twitter and stuff. You should definitely check them out. They've got amazing artistic ability. Only really draw girls, but that's okay, right? But amazing artistic ability, and it's going to be great to see this in the 3D CG, which is a term I fucking hate. But for the Appleseed-esque style that they're going to be doing for this new series, I think it's cool that they're going to have Ilya's designs be the base of them, right? So the full 3D CG series will be streamed on Netflix worldwide, except China mainland, in 2020. And this is Ilya saying, "The reason why I started loving Japanese anime was Mamoru Oshii's Ghost in the Shell that I saw when I was 6. I am so honored to participate in a new series in the franchise that has been so important to me. I am drawing the designs of Motoko and others with the love and respect for Ghost in the Shell in my heart." As reported, and this is old news, but I thought this was interesting. As reported, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex 2045, boy, it's going to suck if that's not actually what SAC stands for, will be co-directed by 2 creators, 53-year-old Kenji Kamiyama of Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex series fame, and 58-year-old Shinji Aramaki from Appleseed, Starship Troopers Invasion. The two have also been working on the full 3D CG anime adaptation of Eiichi Shimizu's Ultraman manga, which had been streamed on Netflix since April 2019. So the thing we just talked about, they have also been doing that. So that's probably a good place to look for how this is going to turn out if you wanted to get a preview. Continuing. Olympic Committee for Culture and Heritage announces commission of Tokyo 2020 Olympics anime short by Studio Ponoc. The Olympic Committee for blah, 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 it's basically the exact same thing. I'll skip that. So the director of the Olympic Foundation had this to say: "The core values of Olympism," which is a terrible word that I hate saying, "are powerful and ever more relevant in today's world. As the Tokyo 2020 Games approach, we wanted to explore animation as a creative vehicle to express the Olympic values of excellence, friendship, and respect from a different aesthetic and narrative perspective. With a focus on universal topics relevant to humanity, this hand-drawn film will not only contribute to the excitement in the build-up of the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020, but also inspire future generations. I very much doubt that future generations are going to be inspired by this little short thing they're doing. Studio Ponoc founder said, "Animation is a magical visual storytelling medium that communicates across cultures. We are delighted to take on the challenge, together with the OFCH, of creating beautifully hand-drawn animated film that will speak to the world, in particular children, encouraging all to embrace life with a peaceful and tolerant spirit in their hearts, regardless of challenges they may face." I now don't remember why I highlighted those, but I'm going to go ahead and move on.
Not surprised by any of this. Of course, they're going to make a short on the Olympics. It's the Olympics. This is where you exploit the Olympics for being the Olympics.
Of course.
All I have to say is allegedly, Linus said that apparently the Olympics in Japan are going to be shot in 8K.
I wouldn't. Be surprised.
I got the name of that. I got the name of that ass I was talking about. His name is Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Oh yeah, that's his name. That is, in fact, I concur. Anyway, so Mr. Nice Guy, when I was at Anime Expo last year or the year before, had noted Akira takes place in 2020. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they predicted the Olympics in 2020.
No. Well, yeah, they did. Yeah, but he had suggested that it would be cool when we were driving in and you see Anime Expo. You know, I do in the grab bag series how I show the Anime Expo sign as we're coming off the freeway in that first one. He had suggested that it would be neat if they themed the convention center to be like Akira themed for the 2020 Anime Expo. And I'm wondering, because they're filming Akira in LA for the movie coming out in 2020, I wonder if they're going to actually use the convention center as a shooting location. And I wonder if I might actually, I don't know, LA is a big place. I don't know that they're actually going to shut down streets near Anime Expo, but it'll be interesting to see if while we're there, how crazy would it be if all these anime fans end up walking across the set where they're shooting Akira, you know? So I thought that was an interesting idea. Anyway, Ruby is shit. I concur. 3D CG doesn't always look terrible. If you look at, and these are so old now, if you look at the first 3D CG Appleseed movie, and then you compare that to Ex Machina, it is leaps and bounds better. And then there's also, beyond that, another one that I haven't watched yet. Vexil also looks great, and that's what we had said before, that if it looks as good as Vexil, it's going to be great. But anyway, not wasting any time here. A manga artist raises a question online. What's up? Okay, that has nothing to do with what we're describing. Manga artist raises question online about false perspective in Ghibli film My Neighbor Totoro. I thought this was an interesting take. What?
Y'all talked too fast as I was typing it out.
You could have just said it.
But I didn't want to disturb it.
You could have just said it, and it has nothing to do with what we're describing. We're not talking about the writing style of Ruby. We're talking about the 3D CG being just really janky and bad. Professional artist sheds light on pseudo. What?
I'm saying that the writing of Ruby is the same as Kappa Mikey. Please continue.
I know. That's exactly what you wrote. I'm saying we're not complaining about the writing of Ruby. We're complaining about the visual look. Anyway, professional artist sheds light on Studio Ghibli's unusual take on artistic perspective in the famous anime. But is it really a big deal? Think back to High School Art 101 if you had it. One of the lessons likely included would be an introduction to linear perspective, which is a technique used to create the illusion of our 3D world on a 2D page. In one-point perspective drawing, imaginary vanishing lines along an object recede to one vanishing point on an imaginary horizon line. In this case, think eye level line, off in the distance. Accordingly, the object diminishes in size as it gets closer to the vanishing point. Some one-point perspective drawings, classic examples include a road or railroad track stretching off into the distance. So I'm going to pull this up just so you guys can get a visual in case you're not quite following what we're talking about just yet. So let me open it in a new tab so it's potentially bigger. Yeah. So this is the horizon line, which they really messed up with these buildings. But so everything goes to the vanishing point in the center of the page, which they don't have to be in the center of the page, but all these kids in this project did it in the center of the page. And you see the buildings get shorter if they're all the same size. Trees too. These lines, if a competent artist was drawing it, these lines would be getting closer and closer together the farther out they go. But you get the idea, right? Like, let me just type in one-point perspective.
I remember this assignment from art class.
I remember my art teacher being anal about using dots versus dashes to everyone.
I remember my art teacher always having the complaint with your art that you need to go darker. And he also said, use circles with your shading, but what he actually should have been advising was ovular motion.
Sure.
Because little circles, you're going to have specific little circle-y textures. Anyway.
You guys had some fucking terrible art teachers.
Yeah.
Fill in the whole page. I glue too much yarn to this. Ugh.
So this is one-point perspective. Just to give you a quick, some quick examples here. This is an obvious one, right? So this kind of looks like it's going on forever, which is sort of the idea you often get with this. It's not usually, most of the time, when you're drawing one-point perspective, it's going to end, let's say, like right here, right? There'll be a wall here, just be a solid color, and that'll imply the end of it, right? It's not going to go on forever, as this kind of looks to. And then here's another example with the railroad tracks, right? Going off in the distance. It very much mimics what real life looks like from a one-point perspective thing. Most backgrounds in any situation, you're going to be looking at 2 or 3 point perspective. But occasionally this is an example of it being the horizon line being much higher, not necessarily what you would consider eye level if you were on the ground. It just implies that you're up higher with the shot, like the camera's up higher, and it's off not in the center, right? Anyway, that's what I'm trying to illustrate here. So going back to the article here. On the other hand, a 2-point perspective drawing utilizes 2 vanishing points on a horizon line, and therefore 2 sets of vanishing lines, to create the illusion of depth and space on an object viewed from an angle. Let me undo that close tab and just switch that over to 2-point and just give you a quick example of that too, because it's better than what they've got there. And it is important to understand. So 2-point perspective, this is a good example.
Assignment.
Say what?
This exact assignment where we had to make a city thing.
So let me use the other one. So 2-point perspective, the has 2 vanishing points on the horizon line. This one is visible on the page. This one is off the page over here, right? So it comes to a point in the middle, and that's where your corner is going to be. And this one would imply that this face is occupying the same 3-dimensional space on this axis as this space, right? But as you can see, you can still make it look, like this part's going in, right? Or whatever. So, but you just, when you draw your lines, you start here, use a ruler, you go back there, and you just stop, where you're supposed to stop before you, draw the line all the way there, or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So that's how it works, right? Now, there's also, this is still 2-point, but it's a little bit more stylized and angular, right? Because they've got the points kind of closer together, right? And I'll just give you a quick demo. A 3-point that has up, down, and angular. So the point about 2-point is that you're not looking at something straight on. You're looking at it from, like, let's say a 45-degree angle, like this. This is also 3-point here. And the thing about 3-point is that it's going up as well as out, right? So there's another vanishing point at the top because realistically, 3-point perspective is how everything's going to look. But the thing is that in most cases, the vanishing point is going to be so far away that that the lines are going to almost be straight, right? So this is usually used for a stylized look, where, as you can see, like the viewpoints, like the eyes of a rat, right? Like where the curb is taller than you are, right? It's actually above the horizon line. So anyway, that's 3-point perspective. Now I'm going to show you
16-point perspective.
I wonder if there is 4-point, but I don't know if I've ever looked it up. I'm just curious. You could do they're just too lazy. Oh, yeah, you could do 4-point, but then your lines get curved because
then you're like transcending the dimensions.
Yeah, because this is like an MC Escher style drawing where your lines start to get curved. But anyway, this is just interest. This is still 3-point, but yeah, this isn't using any lines. This is freehanded, but this one is using the 4 vanishing points and everything. So you can do it, but like I said, they have to be rounded. Your arcs have to be a different thing to do this because you're creating a fisheye effect. Anyway, so here's what's going on with My Neighbor Totoro that rose suspicion on behalf of a snooty artist on Twitter. So linear perspective is a basic artistic skill that's taught even in junior high school, as depicted above. Right, this is what they're showing here, and probably this one actually. I don't know. This looks like it was like a 4-year-old. I don't know. Those junior hires sure can't color in the lines. Anyway, so it should be its use should be a no-brainer for seasoned professional artists, right? Manga artist Iku Masa, best known for the Sakura Wars manga adaptation, recently raised an interesting question about the artistic technique used by a little animation house known as Studio Ghibli. You may have heard of them before. So let me pull this open and try to explain what's going on here. This is actually incredibly common, just so you know. But the issue here is that this is 1-point perspective, but there's 2 vanishing points. So let me that a little bit lower. So what he's pointing out here is that this side of the building, the perspective is going to a vanishing point way over here. And on this side of the building, it's all going this way. Now, technically, if this wall over here was diagonal, this could work, right? But the
chances are it's not.
Yeah, so the reason they do this is to create a more full space, because if you were to use this same vanishing point, like your scene would feel very claustrophobic. Great word, thank you. Perfect. Yeah, it would come across as very claustrophobic if you had that happen. And another reason why perspective is wonky in some scenes is because there's a camera pan, and the camera has to pan around and show what's a fake camera move through the background drawing, right? And that's how they do it, is by incredibly detailed, well thought out, faked perspective, right?
Speaking of cameras, do you guys also notice when a shot is about to zoom before the zoom happens because it's in such lower quality?
In anime?
In anime.
It's easier to
because as soon as you notice that the characters' lines are a bit fuzzier and their details are less detailed, you're like, okay, a zoom's about to happen.
I don't usually notice that, but I'm not watching anime on a big, nice TV with crisp details. I'm watching it on a shitty...
Your VLC pop-out method.
Yeah.
No AC.
JT Master came in at the right time, chat-wise.
What's up, Augie?
I might be missing the point here, but wouldn't some of these other types of perspectives be purposely filmed to make sure it fits onto a theater screen?
No, the thing is that, so first of all, Earth is curved, so our system of faking that perspective is flawed, right? But the point is that realistically, if I were to take a photo of a room that was laid out like this, you could draw the lines. If it was, level and properly constructed, I could draw lines that would look like they're going to a vanishing point, and they would not look like this. But as I was just explaining, the entire reason of doing this is because the scene looks less claustrophobic. It's sort of like changing the focal length on your camera lens in order to show more or less of a shot. In fact, maybe FDDNM, maybe you can look this up for me so I can not have to spend time looking for it. Look up focal length comparison, like a GIF or whatever. There's like pictures of a guy's face where his nose looks like it's getting closer to you, but all it is they're changing out the length of the focal length. If you could pull something up like that'd be great to demonstrate. So what they're doing here is they're just creating a scene that works here without needing to use curved lines with a focal length change that causes a fisheye effect, right? It just makes the scene feel less claustrophobic, as FDDNM was putting it. So
I got one for you coming.
Awesome.
It's in the Hangout chat.
All right, I'm going to pull it up. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Okay.
It opened in the wrong browser, but here. All right, so this is an example of focal length shift. As you can see, this is the same woman taken from the same place, but with a different focal length. 200 millimeter, she looks like this, and 16 millimeter, she looks like that, right? So this is an example, and you can actually see, I'm not sure that this is actually a curved thing that she's on, or if that's being caused by camera distortion, right? So she looks ridiculously different. Actually, no, they are taking it from different distances, as you can see here. But the change in the millimeter is causing the image to be less warped.
Well, the thing is, if you change the focal length, then you'll be at a different zoom level. So what they do is they try and make sure it's the same distance, so it looks.
Yeah. So what the point is that if you look at these center column here, that the top of her head and like the bottom of her is almost the same in all of these. Right, so they're trying to take the same image, which if you look at these three in the middle are pretty close, but as she's getting closer, like the height's changing in order to reach that. That's why the background thing is shifting where it is. It's getting lower, right? Anyway, but this is just an example.
You totally catfished me with that focal length.
Why?
What
do you mean?
I'm talking about people on their dating profile looking like
okay, when they fake how they look. I thought you were talking about, I thought you were saying I somehow catfished you by asking you to provide the image for me. So so see if I can find an image here where I could showcase that thing I was just describing. I think that previous one might work up here. So if I were to draw a line here, imagine an imaginary line here where this goes straight back, right? And now take this line. The point where they converge should line up with what you can't see here of where the ground would be. And it should also line up over there. And if these chairs are lined up relatively straight, that'll also line up here. Like the points, that's what I'm talking about, that 1 point perspective. All of these should go back there too, if assuming the image is taken from a good perspective. The thing is that you almost can't get a perfect image. And in real life, especially like cityscapes and stuff, there's buildings that are facing not perfectly straight. They have angled things. I mean, streets, yeah, they are pretty much straight, but like how far away they are from the street is going to change a whole bunch. But anyway, back to the, I closed it. Back to the article here.
Wow, I feel like we got so derailed from what...
So they go on to give some theories, which I thought were interesting here. So speaking of perspective drawings, when I was a student, I applied a ruler to a scene from My Neighbor Totoro. Even though it was supposed to be a 1 point perspective drawing, there were actually 2 vanishing points. I remember really worrying about what this meant. This still is taken from My Neighbor Totoro, Studio Ghibli's 1988 classic film. When did it come to America? Because I saw it in theaters when it was in America. But anyway, Yeah, it's good because I was born in '88, so I didn't see it then. But directed by legendary Hayao Miyazaki. It features sister Sasuke and Mei running excitedly through their new house into an empty tatami room, as Masa demonstrates by adding simple imaginary vanishing lines to the one-point perspective drawing. The lines don't neatly converge at a single vanishing point according to the rules of linear perspective, but instead converge at 2 vanishing points. What's going on here? Dozens of net users weighed in on the issue, including some other artists. The following is a selection of some of the discussion that was sparked regarding the technicalities of linear perspective. So this user said, recently the technique to shift perspective has been used in Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. I think it's because when perspective is done too accurately, it obstructs our line of sight. The picture becomes an exaggerated representation, but it's good to exaggerate perspective too. This person said, I often hear things like, there's no vanishing point in the background of Miyazaki anime, or the vanishing point is not a dot but a circle. However, I believe the easiest thing to understand is the 2 fulcrum perspective technique found in Tomonori Kogawa, a veteran animator's drawings. By placing multiple fulcrums in the picture, you can create an intentional optical illusion to display space widely, which is what we were talking about, making it feel less claustrophobic. It's just my theory, but I think the reason why the 2 vanishing points seems more natural is because human vision perception is ultimately a composite due to our binocular vision. Your left field of vision is governed by the right side of your brain, and your right field of vision is governed by the left side of your brain. When putting this composite into a single drawing, one more point is necessary halfway between the 2. When drawing straight lines or the like that extend into the center of the picture, you make them converge at that central point. Boy, I cannot read today. Masa replied to the previous post by posing a new question of his own. In that case, what happens if you use what happens if you use only one eye to view it? I believe that a person's line of sight operates unconsciously, and along with that change in perspective is corrected moment by moment within the brain. 3 participants in the discussion offered up visual aids to support different theories, or as added illustrations of the phenomenon.
They gave the audience aids.
So here's the image we're about to look at. So the point is that they're using the 2 vanishing points here, right? These ones are not converging at the horizon line. These ones are converging at the horizon line, but there's 2 of them. So this is actually the same image probably, but just showing the converging points where they meet here instead of where they meet way down here, right? I'm not sure what this one's showing, but we'll read it in a second. And Random 11 says, even though it's supposed to be a 1-point perspective scene, it seems to have 2 points. Then it's a 2-point perspective drawing. Not technically. It's 2-point perspective would imply that it's angular, that you're looking at it not straight on. Like what the fuck? Oh, actually, the floor has a different vanishing point too. There are more than 2 points. So he's saying, I closed it. Oh yeah. So the point is that the floor has its own vanishing point, so in the middle, right? The floor is going to the middle of these 2 points, and this is the shifting fulcrum, the 2 fulcrum perspective technique, right? It's funny because I totally forgot about this, but I did learn about this in school at art college. But anyway, where were we? Here we are. Using a locker room as an example, I've made a diagram of 2 vertical vanishing points. Is this helpful for understanding? The upper left corner panel is a 1-point perspective. So this is actually all of them going to the same vanishing point, right? The upper right corner panel is 2-point perspective. The lower left corner panel is the theory that there are 2 points because it's a composite of several images you see when your eyeballs and neck move, your line of sight unconsciously moves. Lower right corner panel, theory that there are 2 points due to parallax overlapping of the 2 eyes, the composite section, and the eyes and the left and right eyes each converge respectively. So basically what they're showing here is that on this one, let's see, hold on. So the point is that depending on where you put these lines, you can make something more or less claustrophobic, right? Is what the point of this is for. And this one, I didn't read about this one earlier, but to see, why is this one, okay, to see how this actually works in 3D CG, boy, do I hate that term, rendering, I've applied deformation, tapering to the whole model. I can't say they're great, but there are sample CG reference images with only one vanishing point and two vanishing points. So, I got that first. So here we've got, I couldn't really tell the difference on these, but basically what he's doing is he's warping the model with something like a lattice. So I think this is the 1 point perspective one. And yeah, the 2.1 is just manipulated slightly, but see how the room feels more spacious, you know? And that's interesting to see that in 3D like that. Anyway, all right. So, and then these are examples in. I remember this image from school about the different points on the.
So it would essentially be an orthographic view.
That's an interesting question.
Because that doesn't have vanishing points. That's parallel.
It's not. Yeah, it's parallel. It's not exactly the same thing, but it is an interesting concept, an interesting question that I would like to dive into another time. But I found an example by Paolo Veronese, an Italian Renaissance painter, in a composition book he had on hand. Net users who didn't participate in the technical discussion still enjoyed leaving their own impression and thoughts on the matter too. I get it. I have no idea what you're talking about. There's another vanishing point for the tatami. Okay, so there you go, Random 11. I used to agonize over this when I was a manga assistant. All of the manga artists' rough sketches had two vanishing points. When I tried to turn them into one vanishing point, the image always changed in some way. That's how I learned not to make too much of a fuss over vanishing points. There are other Ghibli works with this false perspective as well.
That's one way to look at it. You can just use it as a way to be lazy with your vanishing points.
No, I think it's actually a really advanced technique to produce, I think, better laid out images, you know, in terms of creating a shot specifically for a, you know, what you're making or whatever. But anyway, there are other Ghibli works with false perspective as well. It's all in order to fit everything in the scene in cleanly and to emphasize the beauty of the composition. He said before something like Princess Mononoke was also produced in this way. 1 point perspective is an illusion developed by Westerners. It's fine for me to draw using two vanishing points. That's funny. I support the theory that there was supposed to be one vanishing point, but Satsuki grabbed it and moved it. Okay. If we had to go with one theory, the Satsuki snatching one directly above seems pretty convincing, if you ask us. So this is not the quotes anymore. This is going back to the article writer. It seems that regardless of the reasoning behind Ghibli's unintentional breaking of the rules of perspective in this scene and others, general viewers seem to be less concerned about the technical side of things and more concerned about simply enjoying the film. Yeah, which I think is a good... I think that it's good to have that, be able to just enjoy it, even if you're an artist. So eCash says, this is awesome to learn. I draw a lot, but have never thought about why technical perspective often felt weird to me. Always good to learn new stuff to describe intuitions like that, for sure. Yeah, orthographic is something different, though. Orthographic is like, let me put it this way. In 3D...
Well, when he says technical, that's like use orthographic so it's an accurate
I think it maybe the shifting fulcrum or two fulcrum stuff. So what, just for anybody who doesn't know what orthographic is, in 3D, you can, in some programs like 3ds Max, you can view with a 3D camera where you can actually pan and, you know, rotate around the model with something called orthographic perspective. So what orthographic perspective is that there's no depth. So if my hands are the same size here, right? If my model had one hand way over here, this one way over here would still be the same size as this one in the image, right? In the view through the orthographic camera. So anyway, no matter how far away it gets, if I had a duplicate of the model and it was like 10 million miles away in the scene, it would still look like it was the same size next to it. Anyway, all right, back to it. We got our.
So,
yep.
We're still on the same article, or are you trying to move
Nope.
on?
We're moving on. Do you want to say anything about it though?
Only thing I can say about this article is this would be a very helpful one if you're going through your art major and want to try to come up with your thesis.
No, this is a terrible one if you're going through an art major, because if you try this in school, your teachers have to look for a reason to mark you down. If you tried this in school, they would eat you alive for using this technique, even though it's actually a really good technique to learn and be able to use. But you were saying for a thesis, it would be interesting to like go through and watch a bunch of movies.
Well, the thesis could be these people are stupid. Yeah, there you go.
Well, you wouldn't document it just solely on because this one person wrote about this one thing. You'd have like a plethora of other stuff to point from.
I think this also comes into play with movie theater size screens when you're viewing it. But I don't know, because it looks fine on TV too. So mother flipping great news. New Black Lagoon manga is coming.
You mean continuing?
Apparently it's not flipping. New chapters of Black Lagoon start in September in Sunday GX, and more surprises planned.
Yeah, so it's continuing because
I think this is cool.
Breaks.
But I kind of feel like I've lost faith in modern anime studios, and I just feel like if this came back, if the show came back for a new season or something, I just don't feel like it's gonna
in 2007 or 6.
Yeah, I don't know, because the old one is really well animated. So Google Stadia will eat through your internet data. We're getting in gaming news. Stadia, whatever. So this is the Google console where you just stream the game, right?
Yeah.
Now, when I first saw this, it didn't quite hit me what this means. But basically, if you're gonna play at 60 FPS stereo at 720p, it's gonna be about 10 megabytes per second.
They said
right?
if you play 60 hours, it'll take up a terabyte of your data.
Yeah, so that's the point here, is that 1080p HDR video, 60 FPS, 5.1 surround is going to be about 20 megabytes, so twice as much. 4K HDR video, 60 FPS, 5.1 surround sound is going to be about 35.
This was never an option for me because I don't live in a place with quote unlimited data. So I'd cap out really quickly. So this is definitely not worth it for me. Yeah, well,
I was thinking, I actually ran a speed test, and I had like ridiculously low download speed, and then I plugged in the Ethernet, and it was way higher. But I thought this doesn't seem that bad, right, for anybody who's like got high speed internet, right? But then I read this, and I'm like, oh, of course. So Google says it can provide a steady 60 FPS 4K stream with a bit rate of 35 megabits per second. That's the high end of the streaming requirements, while 1080p, blah, blah, blah. So basically,
you also need a Pro Pass to get the 4K, I think, or whatever. Well, it works out to around 15.75 gigabytes per hour of 4K streaming, 9 gigabytes per hour for 1080p, and 4.5 gigabytes per hour for 720. So that's when it hit me, like, oh, of course, because I have unlimited data. I pay a shit ton of money because I have to download a bunch of footage for anime and stuff for editing clips and everything. Dropbox for like yes, I use Dropbox for all of my work, and I put really big files in there. And I at times I run out of space on my computer, and I turn off the syncing for a certain folder, and I'll gain like an extra 300 gigs on my computer, and then I'll lose it again when I get. So it's constantly doing that. It takes a ton of data, right? So this wouldn't be a big deal for me. My internet provider would fucking hate me when this comes out, though. But I'm not going to use it. But I'm just saying, like, this is like a significant detriment unless Google gets around to actually getting Google. What do they call it? Google. What's their gigabit internet called? Google Fiber. Fiber. Thank you. Yeah. If they get Google Fiber. To every place and whatnot, then maybe it won't be as big of a deal. Well, that's the thing about the US or North American generals, the infrastructure isn't there, so some people can do it, but a lot of people can't.
So
Japan, however,
we've
is
talked about
very
this.
streamlined,
It's
which is why
in 20. Well, I was going to say we've talked about this. It's because the internet was developed in the United States that the infrastructure is ancient. Because other places like not North Korea, South Korea, that has I think the fastest internet, they got to it much later, right? So they had much better technology by the time they created the infrastructure for it.
Right. Which is also why Japan, their broadcasting standard was 4K back in 2014 or 15, whatever it was. Whereas here in Canada land, my mom's news station she works at was still in SD last year.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's strange about Google Fiber. It's in my area. They first got into my area, and what's strange is it's not available everywhere, but they chose certain locations, and it turns out to be the poorer areas that they're starting out first, which I found to be very strange, but okay, hopefully supply and demand will make them expand.
If they start in the poorer areas, by the time they get to the newer areas, and there's a newer technology, the poorer areas will have dated technology.
They're the ones who are going to be screwed. Right. Okay, so moving right along. Nintendo supposedly sends prolific leaker cease and desist. So, so apparently, I don't follow this person. I thought this was interesting, though. There's somebody who notoriously leaks E3 information on Twitter. So these are a couple things that they got confirmed. Xbox new console Scarlet is crazy powerful. All the details about it. These things got confirmed by John Wick in Cyberpunk. Think more of Keanu Reeves, a character modeled like him, right? So that ended up coming out true. And then they said, I've been given a cease and desist from a lawyer representing Nintendo. They have my full name and everything. This means I am not allowed to post any private trade secrets from Nintendo Company Ltd. This does not mean I cannot post things from other companies, but not Nintendo. So probably eventually other companies are going to get to you too. And people say many will no doubt be curious why it took so long for such a thing to occur, and if other companies will follow suit.
NDA.
Say what?
He doesn't have an NDA or anything like legally binding him.
Yeah, but other companies could send a cease and desist too. I don't know that they could enforce it, but I don't think if this person's already willing to not talk about Nintendo stuff, then I wouldn't be surprised if other companies, jump on them too. So anyway, new upcoming Switch models won't be made in China factories. So this is interesting because this is specifically related to the tariffs from Trump, is the reason why they're no longer going to be made in China. And I was thinking that was kind of interesting because it means that this decision that Trump has made, which I think is overall a long-term going to be a good decision, even if there are some negative effects in the
it's a bumpy road now.
I think that it's interesting because it's affecting Japan too, right? Because they make the Switch for a worldwide audience. They make anything for a worldwide audience, right?
But US has a big chunk of their audience.
Right, because there's more people in the US than in Japan, right? So anyway, I thought that was interesting that we're starting to see some changes, and I'm wondering what other things might change.
It might actually be ethically made now. I mean, what?
Well, we're going to look at some other stuff that's kind of interesting to go along with it, but
no, this next one, what I think,
okay, so I didn't read this. I'm not going to read this, but I just saw the title. Crash Team Racing Nitro-fueled free DLC includes the Trophy Girls as playable characters.
That's their...
So that's just a follow-up to what we were talking about before. They're going to be playable characters, which I think
guess, people want the trophies themselves.
Yeah, I think people wanted... Because if you're going to make a remake, they didn't want it to be censored or whatever. So I think that's kind of it. This is an interesting compromise they chose to do.
Right.
They're definitely not the low polygon bouncy breast rigged things they had in the original game. But I couldn't care either way because I didn't really play the original. In fact, I never played the original. I can say that definitively. Test servers are live for a Fist of the North Star smartphone game. So this is a thing.
It's saying revived. It's going to be okay. It's still a fighting, but a card game mixture. I thought it was going to be like some sort of rhythm game, just like with how
you
you
the North Star is the most musical series you think of, right?
It's got a kick-ass theme song.
No. Yeah.
All right, and then Ikemen Raising King of Fighters for girls. So I don't know why they're calling it Ikemen Raising. Crunchyroll had an article on this that just said the King of Fighters for girls. But anyway, it appeals to Fujoshi. So they've got like a dating sim game now, basically where the male characters from King of Fighters you can fall in love with them. It's designed for girls. I guess there's another game that they did.
Isn't Fujoshi for girls who like homosexuality though? So wouldn't the King of Fighters be
I don't know. I'm
into each other?
I mean, the characters are drawn in an almost yaoi-esque way, the art style, because it's. But anyway, but you play as a girl or whatever who moved to a new town or whatever and works with them. Now, the thing I find interesting about this though is that you can date like 15 characters, and one of the characters is Bao.
Who?
That
little Shota here. So that's interesting.
Osaro has
thank you for the super chat.
A $1.99 US donation.
So I thought that was interesting that Bao is one of the characters, because I mean I'd have to play the game to find out how that storyline goes, but I also don't want to do that. Anyway. All right, so Dragon Ball Z Kakarot action RPG powers up for its early 2020 release.
What a stupid name. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
So this image right here looks flippin' amazing.
The trailer was pretty good. The problem is
a lot of it looked Krillin. They recreated certain scenes well, but boy, did that shot with Vegeta crying look freaking horrible. Skim through it real quick. So this looks pretty good. That looks okay. That looked great. That looked good.
Oh yeah, they did the Yamcha death. That was great.
Voice acting's on point. Some of this looks shitty, but that looks great, right? That's such a dynamic shot. And then this part looks friggin' horrible. So bad. I mean, that looks right, but just...
Well, I think they tried to capture what the frame looked like in the anime. Which
but then once he's going Super Saiyan, he looks weird. And the animation gets too fluid at points where it betrays... The still image stuff, like that looked amazing. With Frieza and Goku with their fingers interlocked. I'm trying to pause it at the right time.
So the problem with this game is that they've remade the Goku storyline 5,000 times for you to play in games. That it's like, why do I want to play it again?
Yeah, so that I'll have to say that as well. On the one hand, it looks like it would be a fun.
It would be the most optimal version of it, sure, but why do I need another one?
I was saying it looks like it would be a fun weekend playthrough, but like you said, I would rather sit down and just watch the show, at a certain point.
Well, it would more bother me if I actually played those other games.
Miyazaki says Elden Ring. So this is the George R. R. Martin.
Is Dark Souls X Game of Thrones.
So they said he says Elden Ring is a third-person action RPG set in a fantasy world, and they basically say it's going to be very similar to Dark Souls. And then this was really obnoxious. So it says Elden Ring will not have towns, cities, or NPCs to interact with, and here's why.
Well, that sounds less entertaining.
Yeah, creating a new type of game is a big challenge for us. If we would add towns on top of that, it would become a bit too much. So we decided to create an open world style game focused on what we are best at.
So where's the direction?
I don't know.
It's
going to be like Dark Souls or Sekiro.
Dark Souls with no life. Which is ironic because that game is based on like a very desolate land.
Yeah.
But the thing is, based on the trailer, I mean, I don't know, the gameplay could be pretty dope, but the trailer gave us nothing for what it's actually about, and it gave some creepy imagery.
Was there a trailer? See, the entire reason I shared this was because there was a screenshot here, and I thought, oh, that's cool. We finally get to see something.
Well, the trailer's cinematic, so.
Yeah, but still, I'm just saying I didn't see it. So anyway, Animal Crossing new. What's up?
Move on to the more important game. Come on.
Animal Crossing New Horizons delayed to prevent overwork. So, Doug Bowser said, for us, one of our key tenets is that, that's the guy's name. The guy who replaced,
I said delayed. I didn't say, is that his name?
Sorry, I have only one AirPod in right now, so I'm charging the other one. So for us, one of our key tenets is that we bring smiles to people's faces, and we talk about that all the time. It's our vision or our mission, or our mission, I should say. For us, that applies to our own employees. We need to make sure that our employees have a good work-life balance. We will not bring a game to market before it's ready. We just talked about one example with Animal Crossing. It's really important that we have that balance in our world. It's actually something we're proud of. And then they went on to say, a notable quote from famed Shigeru Miyamoto is particularly applicable to this situation. A delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is forever bad. And that sounds all good and everything. And then I read this next part and I was like, oh shit. Such decisions aren't without consequences, of course, as it has been estimated that Nintendo lost over $1 billion in stock over this crucial delay. So that's kind of crazy, right?
It's that good of a game.
I'm sure that they will gain it back.
Excited for the new mechanics to include.
Well, they have that quote, what is it? A rushed game will always be bad. Or sorry, a delayed game can be good someday. A rushed game will always be bad.
The quote I just read right here, a delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is forever bad.
I was typing a comment when you read that.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. So I'm going to pull up the other articles here.
Hey. I'm not saying you can't have Banjo. I'm just saying I would have been happier to have Chief.
Dragon Quest Hero and Banjo-Kazooie joined Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Okay, so at the end of the trailer, they displayed like multiple heroes. So the thing is, in Smash, they showed how Daisy is, what did they call it? A mirror character, which more or less is a clone of Peach's moveset. So I wonder if this is just they have all those mirrors.
This is closer to Pokemon Trainer, where you can swap between.
I don't think it's that because they do have like slightly different moves for each of them, and Pokemon Trainer was a terrible
I totally agree. That was totally stupid when you've got Pikachu and Jigglypuff and then Pokemon Trainer. That's so dumb.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they're separate. They made Charizard a separate character in the last Smash specifically to get rid of how stupid his character was. But so I don't think that's what they're doing with him. But I think they essentially made the quote the hero from, I don't know if it's all Dragon Quest, but at least 4 of them.
No, okay.
One
so
displayed is
first
most
up is
recent.
the hero from Dragon Quest, which can be played as the leads from Dragon Quest 11, 3, 4, or 8.
So maybe if you change the color, you know how the
No,
outfit.
dude, did you not watch this clip?
I did, but it showed.
They show him swap in game. Actually, it's not this one. It's probably the next one. No, here it is. So there's him as the 11 character.
It looks like it's going to have the same move set to me, but without playing the demo, I do not know.
There's no demo.
It's kind of like Sheik and Zelda is what it is. That's a better example than Pokemon Trainer. So watch. The thing that I don't get, though, is they list off 4 specifically, and at the end, they actually show like 5 or 6 of them.
As a final Smash, kind of like Mega Man.
I haven't played Smash Bros. Since Brawl.
Hopefully, I'll see this at 2 frames a second.
So here's the other characters from the other games.
Yes.
And I'm glad to see the Dragon Quest III character, that Dai from Dino Daiboken. Which
is there that one from the movie coming out in here?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So see what I'm talking about here? How many there are? I mean, maybe they just did that for cinematic effect, but
yeah, that's what I thought it was. Oh, Rathian.
That blew me away. That part right there.
Or sorry, that was Rathalos.
That part where he's like selecting his moves in a way like in the games here, like.
I don't know. Is that a Final Smash? Or no, that's his gauge. That's right.
Supposed to use the MP stuff.
Right.
So is this common to the game, or I thought this was specifically a Dragon Quest like reference that they brought in here?
No, it's like a gauge that fills up as you attack, and then once the MP gauge is full, you can use it for one of these.
Okay.
Anyway,
so it's not specific to him. But yeah, so I think. Okay, I don't know. I thought that they were switching because see, they've got different movesets. They definitely do.
That's what I said. So, like, I don't even think it's like you change the costume. They might be separate characters.
But it could just be that it could just be that they look different, but they do the same thing. You know, like one of them does the iron or whatever.
Or you can.
He's JT Messes. The Dragon Quest character from the movies is from 5. Yeah, I think you're right. I was thinking when he said the movie, I was thinking of Dino Daiboken, which is the old anime. Yeah. No, he's right though. That's from 5. The one from also okay. So this Dragon Quest 11S.
That's
there was
the new
another.
game
There was another article on Sankaku Complex that I decided not to share. That weirded me out because I didn't know what I was looking at, but as I scrolled down, I saw both this character and the main character from Dragon Quest VIII are in that game. Is that correct? Is it a continuation?
Well,
looks like it.
I just glitched out there for a second, but Dragon Quest 11 S is the Switch version, and it has a bit more content, and you can also you can recruit characters from previous Dragon Quests and play as them, but you can go into an 8-bit version.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a really cool functionality.
Yeah. I'm going to be pissed if PC doesn't get a free update for that, or at least a paid DLC for that, because I want that.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, so...
No, go back to Banjo.
We didn't talk about Banjo. He's not important.
Yes, he
He's
is.
not anime.
What's wrong with you?
Just
Banjo's
tell us
not anime, and it's not even Japanese.
Just tell us what you like about how Banjo's coming to Smash.
Well, one, he was originally supposed to be in Smash, but they couldn't get the license for it. Then
because Microsoft bought a Rare.
Microsoft bought them out while stupidly Microsoft thought that they were going to buy Donkey Kong from Nintendo, which was stupid on their part. One of the big things I like about it is Banjo-Kazooie looks exactly like they do in the instruction manual. With their different move sets and stuff, it looks like it's going to be a very fun character to play as. I like the psych out here with the Duck Hunt dog. So I hope Nintendo will grab, or this will push another Banjo game, but I'm not sure what other characters that they can grab from Rare that they can use aside from like.
Well, they've been focused on Sea of Thieves. That's the reason they don't have any like of their old IPs.
Smash Bros has always done a great job of creating those poses from like where Mega Man looks exactly like he does in the old 8-bit game.
When they just have such good polish on literally everything. They go above and beyond with every character and every feature.
And all of his move sets are in there.
The one thing I don't like about it is that if you're not playing multiplayer, the game eventually becomes real stale. And even when you are playing multiplayer, it just like after a while, it's like, okay, I'm done. I can't do this anymore.
I haven't played the 16-player multiplayer yet. I love what they did with the Spiral Mountain.
As a level?
Not only with how they, as a stage, but how good it looks. I mean, it looks better than Nuts and Bolts tried to attempt at it.
Well, yeah, it's being made in 2019.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Well, that too.
All right. So can we move on? Is that all right?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
we can move on.
Okay, so Final Fantasy VII Remake game is going to be released on March 3rd, 2020. And before you guys pause the stream to go check out that trailer, I'm going to advise you to wait because there's a better trailer of it that's longer. So Final Fantasy VII Remake producer talks going beyond the original. So when discussing the volume of work involved, Kitase says the first game alone is spread across two disc blue.
He said it may cover 2 Blu-ray discs, which sounds very Final Fantasy to me because Final Fantasy 13 was 3 discs and
Final Fantasy 7 I think was 3 discs.
3 discs on Xbox. Originally. Final Fantasy 7 is 1 billion discs or whatever. So yeah,
I think it was 1 disc for PC.
How is that possible? It uses DVD.
While the team finishes up, it could have an install disc that puts stuff on your computer and then a play disc. Anyway, while the team finishes up the first game, they're already planning and outlining the volume for the second. So on the need to go beyond what was already created, he said, for the original core members of the development team, simply recreating the original game with improved graphics wasn't enough to get us interested and excited about remaking 7. To return, we want to go beyond the original, telling a deeper story and providing a modern gaming experience. We really want to go above and beyond what is expected of a remake.
I hope they make a alternate ending where insert character here doesn't get stabbed in the chest, in case you like the character.
Yeah, you know what would be a real modern take on that is if he gave her a Phoenix down. Right? That's the thing that makes you revive your dead.
Right, but what do you mean after he anyway?
All right, anyway, so that's literally the new ending is they're like, oh, I found a Phoenix down at the grave, and like she comes back as a zombie. Anyway, so the system we've created retains the strategic decisions of controlling multiple party members, allowing you to select from a wide range of abilities and spells. This is regarding the combat system. You can control your favorite character while issuing orders to others or leave them to AI, and choose when to switch to a different party member to make the best use of their unique abilities in battle. This allows all players to choose and enjoy your favorite way of playing. Final Fantasy VII Remake still has materia in place for customization. Why is there a gap in my thing? Almost like I have 2 separate things. I'm sorry. Moving on. So
I'll say a brief thing. Yes. Is that so far the PS4 only Final Fantasy games that came out, like the X and X2 remake, 12 sorry, it's not remake, the remaster, then the 12 remaster. They both inevitably came out on PC, but it's like a timed exclusive deal. This is probably that as well. But I'm pissed that I'm going to impulse buy the PS4 version and then want the PC Master Race version. That's all I got to say.
PS4 has USB controllers, right?
I mean, it's Bluetooth, but like, I don't know. I don't think you'd have to.
Don't they plug to charge? I know the PS3 had controllers that.
Well, yeah, it has USB ports, but if you plug an Xbox controller in it, it's not going to remap itself or even.
Okay, but I'm saying you could use that on the PC version and still get the experience of playing with the PlayStation controller.
No, I'm not. No, my discrepancy is that I don't want to pay for
pay for it twice. I get that. Yeah, especially if you're going to buy the $300 set.
And I don't want to wait that long so I can have the higher quality experience. But anyway.
Yeah. So Final Fantasy VII Remake producer unsure about RPG's total installments. They said, we can't reveal that many details about this, producer Yoshinori Kitase said when I asked him today about how many games will be in the series. We know that the first one is set entirely in Midgar, and that, according to Square Enix, it's the size of an entire numbered Final Fantasy game, meaning like any other Final Fantasy whatever. It's like a full game, basically. A radical reimagining, given that Midgar was maybe 5 or 10% of the original game on PlayStation 1. So people complaining about it being in parts, does that not make you feel like this is going to be fucking amazing?
It does make it feel like it's going to be a much more grand experience.
Yeah, something that originally was 5 or 10% of the original game is now a full game. Imagine how many installments you're going to get and how amazing that experience is going to be. So before we actually started working on this, we knew it was going to be a large amount of content. Kitase told a group of press. When we started out planning the plot for the first game, it hit us again. At the point we decided we were going to focus first on the first game on Midgar and what happens in Midgar. Unfortunately, we can't say anything more about the future games because we don't know ourselves. So he doesn't know.
Spoiler, this character dies that you already know.
No. All right. So here's the other trailer. And I ended up using this article because for some reason, Sankaku Complex didn't talk about Tifa and her boobs. But the other trailers here, you can, the one that contains.
I love how it's titled, finally reveals Tifa and her boobs.
Yeah, that's what it's titled. So,
apparently,
so here's we've already kind of gone through this. Here's my take on it. I feel like Tifa was originally designed back in the day based on what they felt was an attractive woman at the time, something that would sell, right? And I think that what?
She was supposed to be the girlfriend character, that kind of archetype.
But the design, the character design, the visual look of her was made based on what people thought was attractive at the time. Now, I think that mankind worldwide, for the most part, has evolved somewhat in our tastes to the point where, to quote JT Master, or to rearrange those, big old titties are no longer like there was a time in, let's say, the 90s when this came out where everybody had fake boobs, right? Like let's say that porn or whatever, every porn star had big fake tits, right? Strippers, everybody. And then I don't think that that's seen as like people. I mean, some people that's their thing, but I think for a lot of people that's not what they're attracted to anymore. So I think that the design change to Tifa, because some people are saying they got it just right, some people are saying they're too small. They're probably D cups. They're pretty large, but I think she looks fine. And I think I didn't know how they were going to handle her outfit. They did make her skirt a little bit less tight. I'm totally okay with it. Totally makes sense to me why they did these things. And I do feel like, as I was saying before, that a lot of people who are upset about it not being exactly like that are not thinking for themselves. They're thinking in response to how they've been trained, as I said, about people becoming the straw man, right? Kind of idea that they're in response to, oh, it's not exactly the same, therefore it's censorship, right? Instead of, no, this is just, she would look ridiculous, like a inflatable blow-up doll, like mockery version of the rest of the characters. You know what I mean? It would have just looked ridiculous. So I think she looks pretty darn good considering.
Nice spin on the take.
I would have been fine if they had just used the.
For those who are that concerned, by all means, submit those concerns to the developers or whoever listens on this. The simple fix for this, for those who want different sizes, just put a option tracker to either increase or decrease the size. You know,
well,
it's like a character creator.
Yellow Flash was talking about this, and he was noting that she's wearing a sports bra, which would definitely compress what are already quite large breasts. Although they do look bigger than they did in Advent Children, I think. But I don't know. I think she looked fine in Advent Children. I'm not a big old titty guy personally, so it's more distracting to me to see it. I do think that this outfit is fucking retarded in the original design. This is not tactically something she would wear. I'm surprised they didn't give her shorts. But then again, Yuffie has shorts, so maybe, I don't know. It always seemed like Jill Valentine around the same time, her design was similar, right? Short pencil skirt, right? In the tight top with the boob tube top, right? You know?
I guess.
It was an for its time thing. You know, like that was the hot thing at the time. not this. Anyway, Final Fantasy VIII gets the remaster treatment on consoles and PC, and I read in another article that it's also getting Xbox One, Switch, and all that stuff. So now what sucks about this is that they're calling it. Are they calling it remastered or remake?
It says remaster in the title.
Yeah,
well, all this is going to mean is that you can play it rendered at 1080p on whatever console you play.
But the thing is that they're not updating the textures, so 1080p.
Well, yeah, exactly.
is not going to look any better. Really.
It'll get rid of any extra aliasing, but
Random 11 says short pencil skirt is still hot now. I mean, but my point is that there was a time when that was the fashion trend and everything everywhere was using it, and you're not seeing that anymore because there are more there's more diverse tastes on what people consider to be hot or whatever, the models and other stuff look updated. They don't look updated to me, although
in what?
In this, oh shoot, did I not share that article? There was another article. I thought I did.
So they did a 0.5 remaster, I'll call it.
No, Sankaku Complex pointed out that, or maybe it was One Angry Gamer. I didn't check it. I didn't save it. But one of the other places was talking about the fact that what's the girl's name with the yellow dress?
Tifa?
No, the yellow dress.
Sophie.
Sophie still has pantsuit visible. And it's like a pixel. So I'll wait. I'll move on and come back to it once you link it, JT Master. Okay.
These look like they're Final Fantasy X models. So I mean, yeah, I guess that would be an upgrade.
Oh, yeah, I guess maybe they're better. I don't know. They still look bad to the point where if you were going to update them, you might as well do a good job. Okay.
I love how they have these blank stairs in the middle of doing all their actions.
He's right. Wow. I'm glad you brought that up. Hold on. I mean, it's been a long time since I've played a...
Is that frame rate jittery, as I assume the original PS1 version was as well?
I don't know. I mean, he's got individual fingers now.
Final Fantasy VIII 10 version.
One of the complaints I've heard about the remake is that all the characters look more bigger than usual, but at the same time, it looks much better than before, where it's like pixelized Legos.
It looks like the N64 Ocarina of Time compared to the 3DS Ocarina of Time.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, JT Master.
I almost might not mind getting this.
Well, I wish they would do ever since Advent Children came out, I've been not pushing, but I've been voicing my opinion that I'd like to see a Advent Children style thing with the Final Fantasy VIII characters, because I actually really like a lot of the characters from Final Fantasy VIII. But that's probably never going to happen.
I think what I heard was that
still waiting for. I'm still waiting for Final Fantasy VI to get a 3D remake.
I haven't played 8, but I heard it's like this one had a really good, was it story but terrible combat system, and another one had like a really good combat system but terrible story. Oh, it was 13.
I just remember I remember being, I never owned 8 or 7 on actual disc for PlayStation, but I remember my friend had it, and I remember going to his house one time and he was eating a bowl of pretzels or like trail mix or something in a bowl, right? That was on his lap, and he was playing, and it was like in a cutscene where I think they're at Zell's house, and Irvine is there, and he notices a gun that's on the wall in Zell's house or whatever. It's like his grandfather's like hand-me-down gun or whatever. And he gets so excited, he runs up and grabs it. And they're like, wait, no. And then the screen goes black and you just hear a bang. And the controller started vibrating like the maximum level possible to the point where my friend almost knocked the bowl of pretzels and whatnot onto the ground because he had it on his lap with the controller on his lap too. Anyway, I just remember that. But anyway, so Parasite Eve Revival possibly coming with new trademark. Now, we had talked about them filing a trademark in the UK not too long ago. They filed another trademark this year. So that previous one was last year, which is making people think that that perhaps there's going to be a new thing. Square Enix had been filing trademarks for their older franchises, such as a collection of mana, leading to the possibility a third Seiken Densetsu title could officially be localized in English. Also taking into account the teaser poster of Aya Brea in the first Final Fantasy VII Remake trailer. So I'm going to show this to you real quick. It's very easy to, I mean, it's difficult to spot, but it's very early on. Actually, it's, damn it. It's not that it's early on, it's that they actually timestamped it for me. So when you see the overpasses right here, this image right here, do you guys see this? This like head and body?
See an orange.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So down here.
I thought that was the Cyberpunk poster that people were talking about for half a second until I realized we were still talking about
that's not Keanu Reeves.
So this is actually now for the first trailer of Final Fantasy VII, it actually kind of makes sense that they would, for the remake rather, it kind of makes sense that they would just throw in artwork that they have to populate the scene or whatever. This artwork is from the most recent Parasite Eve game from a while ago. So it's actually, that's what they're getting at here. But I think it's actually more likely that the reason they're filing these trademarks is because Square Enix may use subscription service for retro games. So the more classic titles... What?
No.
The more classic titles that you might have played on NES are still... we are still working hard to make it so you can play those. Okay. We actually have launched a dedicated project internally to port those, so we are working to make them available on a variety of platforms. Certainly down the road, we would like to see them on a subscription or streaming service, so we're exploring the possibility of creating a dedicated channel for ourselves. This is something else they had said earlier that Matsuda has been quoted as saying that while the company does allow games to be played on services such as Microsoft Game Pass, at the end of the day, the direction that we're thinking about is having a channel of our own. I'm embarrassed to admit it.
Good value now.
I'm embarrassed to admit it, but in some cases, we don't know where the code is anymore. It's very hard to find them sometimes because back in the day, you just made them and put them out there and you were done. You didn't think about how you were going to sell them down the road. Sometimes customers ask, why haven't you released that game yet? And the truth of the matter is because we don't know where it has gone. Now, in conjunction with this, Collection of Mana is just a Super NES ROM with a translation hack. So a well-known emulator developer has revealed that rather than being a genuine port, Collection of Mana includes an SNES ROM of Seiken Densetsu 3 with a translation hack. Prominent emulator developer and games preservationist Bu, most well known for creation the Higan BSNES Super Nintendo emulator, has claimed that the Nintendo Switch version of Seiken Densetsu 3 is in fact nothing more than an SNES ROM with a translation hack.
How did he find that out? Is he like
I don't know.
for them?
No, he's not working for them. But the thing that I thought was crazy about this, is that they are saying that it's that it is not a genuine port. And the thing that I thought was crazy about that is I wouldn't know. I would imagine that a genuine port or whatever would just feel like indistinguishable from a ROM, you know, like that. I'm surprised that there's a way to tell the difference, but they said fascinating. So the Seiken Densetsu 3 Trials of Mana release is actually a Super NES ROM. And as it was expanded to 6 megabytes, and there's apparently multiple debug builds. It means Square Enix ROM hacked their own game to translate it. There's a first. And they said, I wonder who they hired to do it.
Is that a first? I remember how Nintendo. Oh, for Square Enix, but I know Nintendo. I forget who it was accusing them of using a ROM hack or whatever that they made because it had the exact something in the code.
Yeah.
oh no, this is all stuff we developed.
So they said, I wonder who they hired to do it. Was it someone with experience in ROM hacking, or did they pay someone to learn how to do this sort of thing? As someone who's done this, it's not that difficult, but it's definitely not a common skill and would take a few months to learn. Yosuke Matsuda has admitted in a recent interview, this is harkening back to what we just read earlier in the last article, that much of the source code for assets from older games has been lost, and that the company has gone as far as to retrieve code from the PCs of former employees. It has long been asserted that the original Windows version of Final Fantasy VII suffered from bugs because it was released on a beta version of the PlayStation game after the final source code was deleted. If this is true, maybe that's why they're remaking it instead of remastering it like they did with Final Fantasy VIII.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe Final Fantasy VIII is the first one that they kept the source code for because Final Fantasy VII blew up.
Yeah. If this is true, it is likely that the company was forced to use a ROM because the original code had been lost forever. It also raises the possibility that bugs present in the original game may be in the Switch version as well. So the thing I find weird about this is that I feel like, what does it mean that code's gone? I mean, I'm not a programmer, but if that code's gone, how is it not stored in the actual game? Or do they mean like that there's extra stuff that they could have programmed into it?
The difference between what they're talking about is essentially source code. For example, I know Microsoft had this one back compat game that because they didn't have the source code, they couldn't adjust it to run at 60 FPS, and they couldn't actually change things within the game. They could somehow add a DLC though. I don't know how that worked. But Random 11 is talking about how Super Mario Bros. On the Wii, which had the source code.
Had code in its header that was a signature for a certain ROM ripping tool. Interesting. No, the code for 8 was lost, referring to Final Fantasy 8, because why else would it never have been ported to anything else before, unlike the other games? I don't know.
I mean, it was ported to PC.
You know what, though? Actually, okay, so this is Final Fantasy 7. We were just talking about how I joked that that's why they remade it instead of remastering it. They did release it on iPad and in the App Store. So that was something.
Final Fantasy VIII was released on, is it PlayStation Store and Steam a while ago?
So Konami is working on a TurboGrafx 16 Mini, which in Japan is called the PC Engine Mini. And it's going to allow you to save at any time with Quick Save. The console features a quick save function that allows you to save at any point during a game, save your progress, and continue playing.
What they call save states?
Basically, yeah. I bet you this is just using ROMs. In fact, I'm surprised that this isn't a thing yet because, I mean, I used to have, I think my brother had a DS with a hacked SD card thingy in it that had just a bunch of games on it.
An R4
they were
card?
just a bunch of ROMs, So I'm just surprised. I'm almost certain that these games are preserved by ROM hackers and everybody, and that they're just putting those onto these mini consoles as a plug and play thing, So anyway, choose from various display modes. Not only is the console able to plug and play using the included HDMI cable, it also features different modes that let you choose how your game looks, such as replicating the scan lines on a CRT TV. Simultaneous 5-player gaming with a multi-tap. By using a multi-tap to connect additional controllers, up to 5 people can play together simultaneously. Now, here are the games that are going to be coming out for the US release. So you're going to have Alien Crush, Dungeon Explorer, New Adventure Island, Ninja Spirit, R-Type, Ys Book 1 and 2. Shout out to Ys. Actually, I would
will be lesser forms of on Steam.
I'd kind of like to play Ys because in the DVD for the Ys releases, it has like the menus have scenes from the game, like the old top-down RPG style. So in Japan, they're going to have Bonk, Castlevania Rondo of Blood, China Warrior, Dungeon Explorer, Superstar Soldier, Ys Books 1 and 2. Anyway.
Brad or AC, would you like to, after we're done with this article, would you like for me to explain what a source code is?
If you want to.
Okay. So a source code is pretty much an uncompiled version of the game. When the game
Explain
gets compiled,
compiling. Okay.
I will. When it gets compiled, everything's locked in. Think of this as making a panini.
Think of it as making a video. It's the exported video.
No one gets that. That's not
wait.
a common thing. When you make your sandwich, you have all the stuff layered out, and you can swap out what's needed or not needed. But when you put it in the press, everything is cooked and it's done at that point.
What I don't understand is why it inhibits you from just re-releasing the same game, though, not having that source code. If you already have the ROM hack,
maybe you can't make it run specifically on a different console.
Depending on the system, you should be able to go in and reverse it to get something similar than the original source code.
For like an old sprite-based game, it doesn't seem like it should be that hard to just scale up that display.
I agree.
I think the scaling actually is something that you can do with a ROM.
Right. So, anyway.
The one system that tends to give everyone a problem is the Sega Saturn for just making games for it in general was difficult enough, but that's a whole nother beast for a whole nother time.
All right.
So with Final Fantasy VIII, I don't know how they could have swapped out the models and textures without the source code. And for reference, I don't
know, because if you can mod Skyrim or whatever to swap out models or any game where you swap out a model with a mod, I feel like you should be able to do that easily if you're just swapping out the model, you know? I don't know how it works. In fact, I'm having a heck of a time on a freelance job I'm doing right now, trying to get blend shapes to work in Unreal. I have no idea why it's not working.
For reference, the Final Fantasy VIII port for PC came out in 2013, apparently. Wow.
Okay, so that's interesting. When I opened this one from that's funny. When I opened this from Discord, it opened in Brave, whereas everything else I opened has been opening in the Chrome thing you guys don't see. So Nintendo announced
new Legend of Link.
Yeah, Legend of Zelda
it was
Breath
a
of the
cinematic
Wild.
trailer.
Yeah.
It basically just said it's in development. Next.
Yep. Link's Awakening remake washes ashore this September along with an adorable amiibo.
Next.
It's can we at least admit that it's pretty cool to see them taking old classic Game Boy Color games and giving them this treatment? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Anyway. Switch gets its own superb.
It comes back.
Switch gets its own superb slime controller for Dragon Quest XI-S.
It's a nice novelty, but it'll get old.
Yeah, and it's got like a Burger King crown.
That is the same controller that I was talking about back when they released Dragon Warrior 8, The Curse of the King for PlayStation 2. That is the same type, just for a different system.
Wow.
All right. Anyway.
It's going to be awkward to use, but
yeah. So this was linked by Random 11 in the Discord. We might finally have proof that Nintendo did not download a Super Mario Bros. ROM for use on the Wii Virtual Console.
He already gave us the TLDR, which is later revealed that Nintendo actually hired a person who developed the ROM ripping tool. Controversy was overblown.
Yeah, I'll check it out another time because we definitely have a lot left to get through. So anyway, release news. Let me make sure that we're not...
Adult is filtered.
Adult only, like last time.
The adults only anime collector podcast.
No, Hide All Adult was not selected. I don't even clear the cookies for this. I don't know why that...
For Discotech, they're still working on their manufacturer issues, so things are still in delay.
Cardcaptor Sakura Movie 1 is out of stock and print or whatever on Amazon.ca. So grab that one piece. I guess that Love Live
shit! I was just gonna ask when this was going to come out.
I heard I might be mixing it up with something, but I heard that one wasn't very particularly interesting.
So for the bullying podcast clip I'm working on, I'm using a clip from this, and from the clips I've seen of it with this character just beating the shit out of her bullies, I just want to watch it just for that. So,
which one are we talking about?
Magical Girl Raising Project.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So nice of us to get a Love Live Sunshine Essentials already.
Tatami Galaxy, of course.
No one wants that. No Texan wants that. No Texan wants that.
You don't have to grab it, but the Aokana 4 Rhythms got an essential very quickly.
Yep.
As well. Nobunaga Gun. Ooh, Classroom of the Elite. I more or less just want to shout that show out because I liked it. Tada Never Falls in Love.
Ace Attorney Season 2.
2 Part 1, which you shouldn't get because they're obviously going to do a complete version.
I can't afford anything, so I'm not going to get any.
DG Sharat Unlimited Blade Works Edition.
DigiCarat's a complete collection for the Blu-ray release.
Yeah, that's why I said.
Just been.
Do Book of Ben Torah as well.
The art clip was a problem. Yeah. We're at Sorcerer Hunter, so we're all cut up.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and click on Can We Go on Orange Road to solve that movie question if they have it in the description.
Okay, good idea.
All right, so it is the summer's whatever thing.
One apiece.
So I predicted this just based on if you look at the list of OVA specials, they haven't that chronologically come next. And I was glad to see this is coming. So pre-order for me because I'm catching up with all the One Piece Blu-rays that come out. But I'm surprised they haven't released a TV series collection in a while.
Yeah, that's a little.
I wonder when they're going to go back and get all the older movies and release them. They're probably
not going to because they're not going to be profitable because no one wants to watch these retellings of events they already saw, except for me because I bought the French ones.
So as you mentioned, them not releasing more of the TV series, they're probably up to a point where they're having to wait to produce more of it. Then they can grab some.
No, they only released up to like 600, and there's 800 episodes.
They're up to episode 299 is the last one I think they released.
No.
That's like 500. Sorry. They're on 299 for the Amazon exclusive sets. That is the only way I'm going to buy One Piece. And I'm so obnoxiously annoyed at the fact that they didn't continue with that. And they also, if you have them handy, and you can look at the third set, they just ran out of symbols to put for the last two discs.
You know the context, I think they put
it sold out really fast.
I think they put the symbols from the actual sets themselves because that one's like the Foxy Pirates, I think, at the top. Yeah.
Well, look at the two at the bottom. they're the same symbol, and they're
from
just
a distance, it looks like that. Yeah.
No, they are. It's just like a little cross or whatever with circles.
Do they have the same symbol on both of the sets in there?
I haven't opened it, but anyway. So moving on from One Piece.
Or maybe Colleen Clinkenbeard's voice is just that shot that she can only do an OVA at a time now.
So anyway, yeah, Magical Girl Raising Project. I'm saddened that I won't be able to buy this anytime soon. But because of my financial problem,
no. I mean, why are you sad that you can't get this show?
Because I have just learned about it while I was trying to work on a podcast clip, and I wanted to see it because I thought it looked interesting. It's like a different version of Madoka Magica, where it's a little bit more serious.
Is this the one where the girl gets overbullied in the bathroom, then inflicts her revenge on the girl?
Fucking shit out of her, yeah. I'm so looking forward to watching that. And also her like stepdad. Her like stepdad like comes up to her and lifts up her dress and she like kicks the shit out of him. I just want to watch this angry girl beat everybody up. Anyway,
I'm excited for it. All right.
Yu Yu Hakusho Season 1 Steelbook.
Questions I have for it. Oh, go ahead.
Well, as Reese had asked on Twitter, first of all, looks like Funimation. Well, Funimation didn't answer or even acknowledge our existence, but we're hoping that we get all 4 seasons and an additional steelbook with the OVAs and movies. But
I hope it includes the more recent.
Yeah, the more recent one. I was about to say that.
But it kind of looks like it has a paper slip instead of the whole thing being engraved into the steelbook.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to dispel the fact.
I'm afraid that's not going to open like the Dragon Ball Z ones, but more like pop open top, like the Voltron ones. No. I hope that's not the case.
It's not a steelbook.
That's a bad bootleg book.
So I'll say this. Look at the design of it, how the cover has this silver and black here.
Yep.
The only acceptable steelbooks are the Black Lagoon steelbooks, which look freaking amazing, particularly because of the imaging that they chose to do. Where look at how thin the actual steelbook is. I'm assuming that the reason it looks so off is because the 3D model they're using isn't actually detailed enough to actually show there. But this looks like crap to me, and I'm not looking forward to how this is going to look. But if I see it without that on there, I think I'll change my mind. But the steelbooks for Black Lagoon are amazing.
I think it'll look fine.
The problem though is that Black Lagoon, they didn't do a steelbook for the Roberta's Blood Trail or whatever.
Well, those are done by Genion, right?
Yeah.
Roberta came in 2011.
I know, and it was Blu-ray only. That was the other thing that was really fucking annoying at the time. Well, okay. What I'm saying is, when I was collecting, I wanted my stuff to not change height like that. So I wasn't collecting Blu-ray height things at the time, and it was really obnoxious. Anyway, getting back to our... Come on.
Moving right along.
Come on. Screen share button's not showing up.
Share your screen, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Oh, there it is. This happened last podcast, too, but it was way worse.
You want to show us the Shakalaka?
The button...
Share the screen.
I clicked on it, and then it just disappeared. Here we go. Got it.
When your MacBook becomes rebellious. First the B, now not sharing the screen.
Yeah, as soon as I get that other job, I'm going to send it in, and we'll just do a podcast or two with my older MacBook. All right. So, yeah, the compromise.
I like how it says
what? Complete uncut series.
The
compromise I made, Random 11, is that I bought in order to get Roberta's Blood Trail. I bought the premium edition of Black Lagoon.
Oh, I was gonna say I forget. Doesn't it have that spacer that makes it DVD height? Roberta's Blood Trail.
No, it doesn't. I don't think it does. So I bought the premium edition, right? That's shaped like an ammo box. And it's fucking garbage because there's no end label, and it looks like ass in my bookcase.
Yeah.
So thanks, Funimation, for being terrible. Someday, legitimately, I would move to Texas for the job of just making sure that companies don't
the quality control of Funimation.
Seriously. Why did I turn off? Okay, good. I was just like, why did I turn off screen shares? Okay, so Lord of Vermilion, the Crimson King. This looks so unappealing. I like how this guy's got like an ugly Christmas sweater.
I remember the first episode. This is one of those super serious battle shows.
It looks like K, that show K. That's what it's called, right?
It looks better than K. It doesn't have that skateboard guy in it.
There's nothing wrong with the skateboarder guy. Here's the essentials for Live Life Sunshine.
To be fair, that's a complete collection.
Season 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Now, Tatami Galaxy, I have the
No one wants it.
What? No, people have wanted it for ages, but the thing is, like, it took them so long to get it over here, and they don't even have the courtesy to dub it. Like, if they'd at least dubbed it, I would have been like, okay, you get a pass for the long wait, but I mean...
Yeah, seriously.
At least
I don't have to rebuy my UK copy. That's something.
Season 3, Part 2, which, boy, I hope I can afford that at some point.
Thankfully, it'll be
the release date.
Probably going to have it at Anime Expo, honestly. September.
Better.
September 3rd. They're all September, but this one's the 3rd.
Kakurio.
I'm interested in watching this show.
Bed and Breakfast for Spirits.
I was waiting for part 2, though, because I'm not going to just watch one part.
Tada Never Falls in Love.
I wanted to watch this show as well, so I'm glad it's getting a premium edition. And you'll notice it's Blu-ray dimensions, so future-proof.
Is it Blu-ray dimensions?
Yeah. If you see Sentai's photos, it shows Blu-ray cases.
All right. Well, Ace Attorney Season 2 Part 1 Blu-ray. This guy,
Tiger and Bunny.
Yes.
That Barnaby. Smashing the Mug. I remember all those Newgrounds clips of them just splicing the characters doing silly things. This one's a Zenigata story.
We already looked at this one.
It's the DVD copy.
No, we already looked at the DVD
We looked at this
copy.
one. We looked at this too.
Oh.
I asked about VR Troopers.
Yeah,
his
that's
Book
right.
of Bentora for some reason.
Which has a different UPC.
But it's basically the same thing?
No, it's... Well, I tweeted to Sentai, what's different with this release? Is it higher quality? Because if it's anything like that... what's that show with the lion guy? Or sorry, the leopard head. Gween Saga.
Oh, Gurren Saga?
That has the... Okay, maybe not the worst, but it's a terrible encoding. It looks worse than ReZero, in my opinion.
That's funny, because that was one of the ones that got bootlegged by the one-to-one bootleggers.
I got it on Amazon.com.
Yeah, well, I
unless
mean...
they're...
I wonder if the bootleg is worse, or if you happen to have the bootleg.
I wonder, too. But the thing is... so, I'm wondering if this... Because Gween Saga was one of their first Blu-rays they ever released, so fair enough that they had a rough start, but I'm wondering if Book of Bentora might have been in that case as well, that it had a rough Blu-ray release, and this one might have actual good
I've not been thrilled with the
Sentai
quality Blu-rays, particularly with panning shots. The bit rate looks like shit, especially with I'm disappointed in myself for actually buying the Blu-ray for When They Cry, because it looks like ass.
Stop right there.
I know we've talked about this.
That's an
upscale. I get it, but it still looks like ass.
Well,
I'm glad that this one's getting a reprint, because it was scarce for a while.
It was quote out of print.
But
I told you before how when they upscale they
I know, but I'm that doesn't change the fact that I'm disappointed in the fact that I literally bought the DVDs and Blu-ray for When They Cry, and the Blu-rays look like shit. I might as well have just gotten the DVDs.
Yeah.
The
so
art club has a problem.
It looks fun. I'm not gonna lie.
It's by Studio Feel, which is why I want to watch it. Also because, like you said, it looks fun.
At some point, I'd like to watch Sketchbook Full Colors or whatever it's called. And so the movie... Yeah, I'm going to guess it's the two OVAs in the movie and not the new Kim Gurren movie.
They confirmed it wasn't the summer movie.
God, I'm getting fucking tired. All right, so...
let's speed through this random bunch.
So Gilgamesh from Fate Stay Night the Japanese voice actor has been hired by a museum in Japan that has an exhibit on Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh. He's doing a audiobook as the voice of Gilgamesh of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Sonic the Hedgehog pizza cutter utilizes Sonic spin. Why? Am I having a stroke? What is wrong?
Finally.
You can
should have had that
at the Sega shop.
Ago.
I think that
Take
these actually.
What's up?
I think this. I think they have had maybe not one with this shaped handle, but I think this was a thing back in the day. Anyway, Microsoft stoops to hawking Xbox deodorant and body wash. Now, I'll just say that Xbox represents the worst in gaming culture to me. I never owned one. I never really played one. Their controllers are enormous. But when I think of like the quote-unquote, let's say, toxic gaming culture, I think of Xbox. And I thought this was kind of funny. Xbox creator Seamus Blackley was rather stunned by the existence of the collaboration. He said,
to be fair,
yes?
Go ahead. I was going to say, to be fair, the 360 generation was its top peak. But Xbox One generation, they totally bombed. The first generation, their controller was huge, but they had a refresh where they had a smaller controller.
Also, I was a kid when the Xbox first came out, and I had much smaller hands. But
that too. 360 controllers were really good. Xbox One controller is like the best controller out there.
I've just never liked them. But anyway, the Seamus Blackley said, "I seriously and honestly have no comment. I have no idea what a comment would even be on this. I'm frankly thinking of just going and drinking heavily at this point."
I thought I was going to say drinking this stuff.
Oh. Well, they said, given that Lynx deodorants, which Lynx is Axe in the U.S., given that Lynx deodorants typically contain large amounts of alcohol, the Xbox products may help Blackley achieve his goal of becoming heavily intoxicated. Anyway, so let me turn off my night shift. Just turned on because it's midnight. So give me a second.
I'm surprised your earbuds are holding up, because right about now the other one would have been drained of its energy.
I've been switching them off one at a time, so I have one in the ear. Okay. I've already put them both back in.
So for reference, yes? Collection 22 of One Piece goes up to episode 540.
That's cool. I wish there were more Amazon exclusives so that my collection doesn't look like ass. Thanks a lot, Funimation and Amazon. Giant robots ride horses in JRA X Gundam collaboration campaign. So this is kind of similar to what I talked about with Golgo 13, except that it's way funnier because it's a Gundam.
Didn't they ride robotic horses in Aura Battler Dumbine?
I don't think so, but in G Gundam they had a Gundam horse that they rode with the Gundam. Well, with the real horse in the cockpit. That was really funny. All right, so a major retailer in Japan announces it will be coming soon.
Ooh,
TMI, Eon. TMI. It's hard to go anywhere in Japan and not come across the name Eon, a conglomerate of retail services housed in gigantic mall and mall-like complexes found in pretty much every town and city. They pride themselves so much on their low prices and convenience that they are really excited to tell us about the new developments of their location in Okinawa. How excited, you ask? Yes, as shown in the tweet posted by Hyone, at Hyone Vanu, the singer for the Okinawan hard rock group Vanu, the leading retailer is so full of great deals and quality merchandise that even the slightest touch will set off an explosion of great savings all over our faces and hopefully out of our eyes. I knew it would be worth it to save reading this for the actual podcast. If that mental image was just a little much, then cleanse your brain with Vanu's 2014. Okay, so it's just a link to the song. It was a refreshingly candid remark by the normally guarded organization and had a humanizing effect in the eyes of Twitter users. Me too. That seems more like someone messing around than an honest mistake. Are we all just going to ignore the new open? That's funny. New open. That's funny.
There you go.
What did they say at the originally? Yeah, I guess that's funny. Okay. Hopefully Eon doesn't have any new open schools coming soon. All right. Oh no, that's nasty. Okinawa, here I come. The new Tenga shop is opening. Someone hit it with a hose. Some Twitter users also pointed out that it seems suspiciously like it was done on purpose, since using Japanese phonics, camming would be closer to the English pronunciation of, calming. Yeah, gotcha. And thus more likely misspelling.
So common rider?
That doesn't make sense because it's pronounced the same way. That's dumb. Anyway, coming in Japanese would sound more like, no. The person who wrote this doesn't know how to say it. So, by the way, in Japan, this is a little trivia for you. In America, for whatever reason, I don't understand the etymology of this phrase, but they say, I'm coming when orgasming. In Japan, they say, I'm going. Because they liken it to an orgasm being going to heaven. So they say iku or whatever, like I'm going. Anyway, fun little tidbit you wouldn't have known if you didn't stay up past your bedtime to watch this crappy podcast with us. Anyway, whether a mistake or a rogue translator, it was real. However, news site JTown.net reached out to Ryukyu Island. That's where Mugen from Samurai Champloo is from. Out to the Ryukyu Islands division of Eon, who said, we learned of the situation when it went viral on social media and confirmed that the spelling error was there. We quickly had it taken down and put up a new poster with the correct spelling. This corrected poster was also quickly picked up by Twitter user. Still says new open. Who took a picture of it with some classy sans serif to boot. They also apparently drew the line at changing new open to something a little more fluent like grand opening, despite having the perfect opportunity to do so. Nevertheless, Eon... I don't know. Nevertheless, Eon is no longer coming soon. They're probably smoking a cigarette in the moonlight or asking their partner what they're thinking about, but they'll probably be back at it soon enough, as Eon sure does get around. I even heard of one guy who, that's the link. One guy who went in and out of there like 2.7 million times. I'm not going to read this. I just want to know what that's about. Man arrested for pretending to visit Eon shopping centers 2.7 million times. The idea that seems impossible, because 2.7, like how long would it take to even like go in and out? Right? Like to go in and out of a building. Now multiply that by 2.7 million. I'm gonna hold that open for maybe next podcast. Which, by the way, I read the article on the dating cross-dresser or whatever, and it was not interesting, and I'm glad we didn't bother reading it last podcast. Anyway, Monkey Punch's DC Hero campaign officially launches on July 3rd. So basically, the images are part of a multi-tiered merchandise campaign set to start on July 3rd. Customers that either purchase or rent select DC films can win prizes via lottery, because that's what it takes to get people to want to watch that crap. Prizes include hoodies, water bottles, artwork, and tote bags for buyers. Renting the film will enter customers into a lottery with a chance to win clear files. Ooh. I mean, if they're Monkey Punch recently deceased designed clear files, then sure, I bet there'd be demand.
Hey, don't doubt the clear file. I like how Superman and Shazam look very similar to Lupin.
Superman kind of looks a little bit more like Golgo 13.
Okay, enough on the looks. Got a schedule.
Stickers created separately from the lottery will be given to movie buyers on a first-come, first-served basis. Monkey Punch loved American comics and cartoons and cited DC Comics as one of his influences. I don't know. I think the only DC comic worth reading is Batman. Anyway, I say that all the time. Man pushed onto tracks at train station in Japan after listening to loud music on headphones. A desire for peace and quiet.
I've always seen pictures.
What?
I've always seen pictures of. I've always seen like small comic strips of someone doing it. I never heard of someone actually performing that.
Right. So I'm going to not bother reading this. I'm just going to summarize it because I don't even want to make a clip about this. The train had stopped. They came out of the train, and then the guy pushed him onto the tracks. So it wasn't like he pushed him onto the tracks while the train was coming. And then he proceeded to kick the guy as he was climbing back on the station, and he was kicking him in the face, knocking him down. Anyway, moving on. Chinese nanny who stole child has returned him 26 years later. So
seems a little bit too late for that.
Oh, this is a brutal story. So a Chinese woman who posed as a nanny in order to steal a child at the behest of fortune tellers has returned him to his rightful parents 26 years later to, quote, redeem her sins. 49-year-old Chinese woman He Xiaoping, I'm going to assume he is how you pronounce it. Unfortunate name. So 49-year-old Chinese woman He Xiaoping admitted to stealing the son of one of her clients back in 1992 when she posed as a nanny. She was apparently desperate for a child of her own ever since her two sons passed away extremely young. She reportedly sought the wisdom of fortune tellers, who then ordered her to steal a child to prevent herself from being stricken with bad luck. Boy, that's... I mean, can you, like... Are they liable? Is something to do with that seems not right. Feeling guilt after watching a TV program about a woman who spent her whole life in search of her lost child, the woman sought to find the real parents of the son she stole to, quote, redeem her sins. Did you want to say something, Augie?
Well, if they didn't get in deep trouble from giving advice to her, they probably ended up giving advice to the wrong person eventually. Referring to the fortune tellers.
Well, Random 11, they didn't have face cams everywhere 26 years ago.
Yeah. So, with the aid of the... I'm not mispronouncing this. With the aid of the Chongqing Evening News, not to be mistaken with the racist Ching Chong Evening News, the woman was able to track down her client from years ago, and a DNA paternity test confirmed that she was indeed the birth mother of He Xiaoping's stolen child. The real mother, He Xiaowan, was less than ecstatic, however. Dude, you don't even know how the twists and turns this story is about to take. She refused to see the boy as her son, calling him a, quote, useless youngster, a loser, claimed he was not successful in life and his claimed he was not successful in life and his relationships, and that he was addicted to alcohol. Pro tip, when you're quoting something like this, use an ampersand for those so that you read them better. Anyway, and that he was addicted to alcohol. She also blamed He Xiaoping for her son's failures. You not only stole my son, but also raised him to be like this. Now you feel the pressure and don't want him anymore? You wish to rid the burden? You can't do whatever you want. To make matters even more strange, get this. Zhu Xiaowan was said to have found her missing son in 1995, contacting police after learning of abducted boys who had been rescued in Henan. A DNA paternity test from the Supreme People's Court revealed that the boy, known as Pan Pan, was her missing son. Though the mother is now seeking 2.95 million won, or 336,000 euros, pounds, whatever that is, from the Supreme People's Court over this blunder.
So they converted the currency to another currency we'd have no reference for.
Yep.
So she's not going to accept the child, acknowledge the child, but she wants all the money she can from the courts.
Well, it's not from the court. She's suing them through the court.
Right.
Assuming.
Okay.
But this is bizarre. Okay. So they're referring to this. Maybe this is a mistranslation on behalf of the Sankaku complex, but they're referring to it as a paternity test. That shows paternal or father, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not in that situation. Happy Father's Day, everybody.
Yeah. I just want to double check that died in infancy. Shows picture of her son. Wow, she had some ugly kids.
Oh, looks like the son leaned up later on.
No, these are her 2 dead kids.
Oh.
Oh wait, no. You're right. Abducted from his nanny when he was 15 months old. Right, that's him, and now he's 27. Right. Last year, evil disease. Okay. As he explained to the reporter what happened 26 years on the fateful day in June, she told the boy's mother she would go shopping with the child, who was 1 year and 3 months old, but instead she fled to her hometown. So that's how she got away from the police at Random 11. But instead she fled to her hometown in the nearby country of Nanchang, county of Nanchang, taking the toddler and never went back. She had worked in the family for just a week, which is the name of her second son. Her neighbors never knew that the real son had died. Therefore, they thought the stolen boy was her own child. Wow. Boy of her own, and whatever he could do to get the best life
I guess
possible.
Asians also think Asians look alike.
Oh, that's a good one.
They've always admitted that, so...
There's footage here of a woman luring a 3-year-old. This dude, as a parent, I got to say, I recently watched a video clip. It was a compilation of children getting pilfered off the street, and like 90% of the clips they used were from China. Okay, so It happens a lot.
Yeah.
Faced with sudden change
of children.
Addicted to alcohol, you stole my son and raised him. I'm just curious about this paternity thing, because the thing is that she had this other kid that she raised that they claimed was hers through the DNA test. They just don't understand this, because if it's paternity, the reason I'm bringing this up, if it's paternity, maybe her husband had a child with somebody else, and that they ended up, deeming that the kid was in fact his but not hers, and they raised the kid thinking, yeah, this is my long lost kid that was, but it was actually just from an affair that the husband had.
This might sound a bit more cruel, but it could just be that they ran a test and just randomly threw her an orphan their way.
But paternity could be. Search Google for. I'm gonna get it. The state of being someone's father. Paternal origin. His enemies made great play of his supposed deviation of his.
I'm going to get an eternity test.
Because maternity would be female.
But did they even have maternity tests?
I don't know.
I guess for kidnapping situations like this, maybe. But
I mean,
like how one of those locations was called the Loft.
Supposedly, a DNA test should be able to tell, right? Anyway, it's just weird that they're using a paternity test. It's just bizarre. It's like they had this woman. Imagine being this woman, Xiao Wan or whatever. Imagine being that woman, because not only did your kid get stolen from you, returned to you as a drunken, whatever, so many years later, but then also you've been raising a kid that you were told was your kid for like those 26 years or whatever, and it's not even your kid.
But how would they?
That's the most cucked story ever.
Right, but hold on. If you're raising someone who, so wait, I think I'm lost on the story. Are you saying that the kid was replaced? They didn't realize it was their kid, and they raised it as their own?
No. A Chinese nanny stole this woman's kid and fucked off to Nanchang or whatever the place was called for 26 years. In that time, after the kid was gone, the parents were looking for that kid. And at one point in 1995, They contacted police after learning of a bunch of abducted boys who had been rescued, and a DNA paternity test from the Supreme People's Court. Okay, so that's why she's suing the court. You're right, Augie. So she is suing the court because the DNA paternity test from the Supreme People's Court revealed that the boy known as Pan Pan was her missing son. So some kid that they found in 1995 was revealed to be their kid and wasn't their kid. So she raised this kid, believing it to be her son, and then 26 years after her kid was kidnapped, they bring him back, and she's already got another kid. She's like put through school and raised this kid, thinking it was her own. I was only
asking because I was going to say, how would the kid not, like, why would the kid be responding to someone else's name then? If it was a different kid, they'd be like, "What? That's not my name." But
that's an interesting question. So let's look at the dates here, because 95 might still be too young, because he was only 15 months old. Yeah, so it was in 1992 when it occurred, and the kid was only 15 months old. So 92 to 95, it seems like seems possible. Because he's not responding to his own name, because he doesn't know his name when he was kidnapped in 92. He's only 15 months old. I mean, my daughter knows her name, and she's about 15 or 18 months old. But, it's like, if it's been changed, are you calling him something else because the kid doesn't talk yet, so the kid's not telling them what his name is, then I guess that's a whole different thing. So anyway.
Now which son wins? It's the one who gets the inheritance. So who knows what happens between the two.
God. Yeah, the 2.9 million, the 2.9 million won she's gonna get from the Supreme Court, People's Court of China, or whatever.
I wonder, is she going to still accept the one that she's risen this whole time, or will she?
God, that'd be so fucked up. Both of them? Can you imagine if next podcast we have to read an article about how she gets her 2.9 million won, and then both kids like try to kill her. And like go after that inheritance money because of that 2.9 million.
I'm surprised she can sue in that country, because it sounds like from all the other stuff that we've read that they don't have much rights to begin with.
Well, the thing is that, like, when you're suing the government, you pretty much almost always win, because the government is paying you with tax dollars, not their own pocketbook. So anyway. Yeah. Goat added as official member to Japanese idol group. So this goat is now a member of a Japanese idol group. I'm not going to read this article because who cares? Oh, although I will say this. We looked at this article a while ago, and I'm bummed we didn't actually read the article, and we just went through it because it's very funny. Revenge. It's the one about the fat idols who fell from heaven and have names like fried chicken and ham and sausage.
Miss Piggy would be proud. Hiya.
Anyway, so Patreon is expunging erotic hypnotism. So apparently this is a fetish. Patreon is at it again with telling their users... What's up?
Nothing. I was just repeating what you said. Erotic hypnotism?
Yeah. So Patreon is at it again with telling their users what they can and can't make, as several creators have reportedly been forced to remove erotic content that involves hypnotism. Patreon describing the fetish as a violation of their rules because it, quote, glorifies sexual violence. One creator who produced some hypnotism type erotic content was informed by Patreon that they had violated their rules. So, Blake, oh God, if I got a message from somebody named Blake about something as inane as this, I would lose it. So, my name is Blake, and I'm on the trust and safety team here at Patreon. I'm writing to inform you that your account violating our community guidelines. That's a great sentence you wrote there, Blake. Per our guidelines, we have zero tolerance for glorification of sexual violence. And this includes depictions of sexualized minors, non-consensual sex, such as coerced consent, e.g. blackmail scenarios, hypnosis, drugging, or consent obtained through deceit. Okay. Incest or bestiality. Hey, what do you mean? Incest can be consented. Anyway.
Actually, I think legally I don't know if it's in Canada or Ontario. I think at one point they said like oral sex with a dog is legalized. I don't know why, but
how do you? This is why Canadians are going around apologizing all the time. It's because they're ashamed of their existence.
Oh, they have that sex doll library.
That too, but did I? I'm sure I told you guys about how we've had the world's first official disabled orgy.
No.
Well, now
how
you know.
How would the wheelchairs even work?
It's the first official disabled.
Do they use the bovine rectal ejaculators where they stick the like electrode in their anus to provoke ejaculation?
I don't know, man. I didn't attend. I don't think I'd be able to. I'm not disabled that I'm aware of, but you know, we got some pretty neat stuff.
What the legs well if they can't move their
Random
legs?
11 says, I don't know if I buy that, but there is no way I'm Googling it to look into it.
The disabled orgy thing? That was in the paper. He was in the paper.
They're limbless. How would they work?
Your country is
they just shimmy around like bugs?
Excuse me, Miss Perfect Country.
We are.
My country has problems, but they aren't embarrassing.
We have beaches. We have tornadoes and flooding.
No matter what anybody says about Trump, at least he's not Trudeau.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so content glorifying sexual violence.
Speak French.
This extends to any lolly or show to content, since this type of content exclusively references characters who are minors, except for when they're 9,000-year-old vampires. Thank you very much. Content glorifying sexual violence cannot be funded by or linked to or from your creator page in any way. Please remove this type of content. Boy, Blake, I would fire you on the spot. Please remove this type content from your page and let me know when you have done so. If you have any questions during this process, don't hesitate to let me know. I'm happy to help. At all the best, Blake. Fuck you, Blake. I hate you already. Patreon Trust and Safety Monday through Friday. Okay. So despite trying to reason with them, Patreon still exercise their God-given right to protect people's delicate feelings. Hey guys, sorry to bring this up again. It'll be the last time, but a lot of people asked me to triple check and attempt to negotiate getting bot on Patreon. Yes, it's a real email, and yes, there's no negotiating. Patreon don't allow hypno kink on there. They are kink shamers, and they should feel bad. Thank you for replying. I'd be happy to help you with that. In Patreon, we don't allow real or animated content that glorifies blah blah. So he's just saying the exact same shit. Hypnotized, involved in sexual activity. If you have any questions about this, blah blah blah. Boy, Blake, I just want to punch you in the face. Hello, and I apologize to any podcast viewers named Blake. Don't let me know your name, and I'll still like you. No, just kidding. Oh my God. Another meek one. Hello. A lot of my patrons and friends reached out to me about this, and they wanted to ask if there's any way to depict themes like this under the assumption it's fantastical and unable to be replicated in real life. I am completely understand drugging and rape, but hypnosis is pretty popular and are rather silly to fall under the umbrella of sexual violence. Thank you for the time. I appreciate Patreon. Okay, so basically more people are complaining about the same thing. And thank you, Patreon, for being so wonderful.
The first article I saw on Google, so Random 11 didn't have to. Oh, Random 11, you're like located really close to where it took place. Lucky you.
You linked it in the
Hangout, so you could open it. Don't worry, it's not explicit that I know of.
Oh, it opened. Wait, where did it? Oh, here it is. Okay.
Whoops.
Hello.
Your country, man.
What happened?
Just for reference, for what I pasted in chat, I'm trying to simultaneously look up potential shirt ideas from anime.
Oh, I appreciate that. So, hashtag deliciously disabled. Buddies in Bad Times Theater presents Oasis Aqua Lounge reveals deliciously disabled Toronto to host world's first ever sex orgy for disabled people.
That's how it's able to happen. Cool. Well, if they're so disabled they don't have lungs.
Listen, we don't have to figure out the semantics. They figured that out on their own.
I'm figuring out the mechanics, not the semantics.
Well, they'd obviously have a bunch of helpers awkwardly assisting them.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Did they say that it was... It says it's for disabled people. What if they just invite a bunch of people with a disabled kink?
Good question.
Like maybe they're just letting... Maybe they're just letting random people have sex with disabled people who are loose. Anyway, this is horrible, and I hope I never have to look at anything.
Oh, Random 11's talking about the dog thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If you have a jar of peanut butter in the background, FDDNM, we're going to question you.
Jesus.
I don't have a dog for reference.
Okay, all right,
and because
all right. Enough.
oral sex isn't allowed, I can't practice
God.
that.
Enough. Oh. If we get banned off of YouTube, it is because of this conversation.
It's conversation. We're not showing the explicit content.
Oh my God.
We're not showing an invite to anywhere.
So Tokyo apologizes for accidentally... Seriously, come on. Tokyo apologizes for accidentally promoting child abuse. Mascots assigned task of child abuse promotion went unnoticed for months. So basically, it should have been child abuse prevention promotion, but they accidentally just titled it child abuse promotion. And I'm not going to read
I have the article if you want, Random 11.
Jesus, are you kidding me? Share it.
Oh God, I hope that doesn't. Oh God, please click it so I can remove it and not get banned by Google.
I got it.
Just look at the headline and move on.
Yeah. Canada's ridiculous ruling that oral sex with animals is legal shows need for new bestiality laws. Really? I mean...
We'll read the second line.
The Supreme Court of Canada ruled today that only penetrative sex with animals is a crime, not oral sex.
It's gross. Also, WTF. I mean, I guess in a way,
How do you not have dog AIDS in your country yet?
I guess the only way an animal would be able to perform that is if it voluntarily went to lick it or whatever. So maybe that's why.
Or I mean, that's assuming. God. Somebody on the Supreme Court is fucking their dog. See, because I was thinking about this the other way, which is even grosser. Performing it on the dog. I want to know, is that illegal in Canada?
That is hilarious. Okay, we can move on.
The ruling goes into the history of the crime of bestiality, which was once categorized as buggery and or sodomy, but bottom line, in all cases, someone had to be penetrating the animal or vice versa. Jeez. What a wonderful thing I just had to read. Okay, so discovery of unregistered radioactive substance in Japanese university shocks students. So, do you guys recall not too long ago we talked about a kid who was like selling yellow cake uranium or something in Japan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wonder if something's going on here. A thorough campus sweep for more traces of the dangerous chemical is underway. Nuclear radiation does strange things to living things, irreversibly mutating them in a way that will affect future generations. Many people believe that such harmful radioactive materials are confined in nuclear reactors, isolated from ordinary people's reach. So imagine Niigata University student, I'm going to read it that way. So imagine a Niigata University student's surprise when he received a notice from the resident assistant declaring an ongoing investigation into possible traces of radioactive substances. Time to get out of there. Translation below says, the warning reads, Dear dormitory residents, I am the community assistant Kobayashi, and thank you for the continuous support.
This is my dragon mate.
As radioactive material has been found in the university, management has decided to inspect all buildings on campus. This message is to inform you that student accommodations will be inspected at once. Please be aware that resident advisors will be entering every room of each building. Thank you for your cooperation. It was not long before Niigata University's official website shed some light on what had transpired. On the 19th of April, 370 grams, or 13 ounces, of an unregistered uranyl nitrate was discovered in a stack of other chemicals to be disposed of at the Faculty of Engineering. While that does not sound dangerous at first glance, uranyl nitrate is actually a tightly regulated radioactive chemical used in qualitative analysis and to detect viruses in scientific experiments. It can, however, be used as a precursor to a more deadly and purified form, enriched uranium. Since there are no records of who used it or for what purpose, the university approached Japan's Nuclear Regulation Authority on April 23rd. They took some time there, didn't they? Which then instructed the institution to carry out a thorough sweep of the facility. Another small batch of uranyl nitrate, 11.7 grams, was discovered and isolated the next day. Jeez. So from the 19th of April, when they found the original, till the 23rd, that's when they decided to look again and found on the 24th, because it says the next day, another thing. Japanese netizens were puzzled how something like this could happen in a university, saying, "This is too scary. Someone wanted to bring it home? Or someone wanted to bring it? I don't know how you're supposed to read it. Are they creating Godzilla?" Nice touch there. They should suspend school for a month. How can this be? You mean someone just grabbed it and walked into Niigata University? The good news is that the chemical in question is weakly radioactive. It's funny how they just went on to say how dangerous it was just a moment ago. It's weakly radioactive, so much so that it is generally carried unshielded, as its radioactive waves are stopped by the container walls in which the substance is transported. Nevertheless, that does not mean that it is perfectly safe for people to sit on grass dusted with fine uranyl nitrate, which could very well happen here. Not to mention that uranyl nitrate can react violently when exposed to heat. And as the Fukushima incident has proven, even low-dose nuclear radiation can have adverse effects on wildlife. So let us hope Niigata University sweeps its entire campus with an extremely fine-tooth comb. That's kind of a rough existence in Japan right now. What do you think?
Do they not have locked doors?
I mean, they're pretty trusting. I don't know.
Okay.
Ex-Japan's Yoshiki apologized for having dinner with Jackie Chan. That sounds like a great article. I'm not going to read it right now. Isn't
Ex-Japan a metal band or something in Japan?
Yeah, he's the drummer. Interesting. Anyway, so let's talk about Gate. By the way, before we get into that, we're going to be doing Flip Flappers next podcast, and then since we should have already known this, I guess we're just going to have to do Dimension W after that, because we didn't plan an alternative.
Something else,
right? Because people need to know, because we're only getting one podcast with Flip Flappers because it's a shorter show.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right. So I guess I'll bring up the
elf character. How'd you like how she turned into some, was it psychologically damaged? Oh, I need my daddy or whatever. And then when the dragon thing came up, she just was a nuisance.
Snapped out of it.
And I don't know, she was kind of a nuisance throughout that whole thing. And the thing is,
that's a very pessimistic way to look at it.
You randomly see how she uses magic at one point the first time she uses it.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Real quick, let me address. Random Lum says, I wanted to watch Flippy Flappers. Literally every single Patreon person voted for Flip Flappers. Oh, no, he's not going to be able to watch next podcast. Understood. I gotcha. Anyway, so let me pull up the...
I can still watch it.
The tweets. Yeah, he just won't be live. And if you're not live, you can't comment on the full package Fuda or any of the other random crap. Yeah, and the dog oral sex. Jesus.
See.
I'm so disgusted with Canada.
What? I'm pretty sure you have states that have full bestiality allowed, so...
Do we?
No, that's pretty illegal over here. I mean, if they want to
Well,
go
I
after
don't know,
Bear,
you gotta
that's
have different
their
state
business.
laws.
I remember.
Different states.
So to be fair, when Leafy was here, was a big thing. I think he did a video on a woman who fucks dogs or something.
That's how I think I found out about it.
So it's not legal, but the thing I don't remember if she actually proved that she did it or she just talked about it for attention on the internet. Anyway. All right. So Gate.
Are you going to continue my thought?
Yes, I'm coming back to your thought about the
Okay.
about the elf. I thought that was a very weak as you put it, like she goes in and out of that state as the plot was necessary. I thought that this character right here was not a good character, and it, again, existed.
I didn't realize she was supposed to become a character, but she kind of even didn't.
She existed for the sole purpose of moving the plot into, we have to defeat the dragon, right?
Which I thought was actually
finished off the dragon.
I thought that was actually kind of a not very interesting part, defeating the dragon. It felt kind of drawn out.
It's fighting a dragon.
Well, because it's got One Punch Man syndrome, which I think was funny, right? And the dragon was the only thing that they actually had trouble with.
That they had to use 2 punches for.
So they explored some interesting concepts. I want to say I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Gate. Okay. The one thing I so for example, as we were just talking about her going into that's obviously why the podcast is called Elf Daddy, right? Because she was calling him Daddy, right? And she thought he was her father. I thought that was funny. It was a weak narrative device in the sense that it came and went so quickly, but it is a short show. But I thought it was funny because I just thought that this character who's a total weeb and has a thing for elf girls and stuff. It's like one more thing. Oh yeah, she calls me daddy, right? Kind of thing. But I thought that was humorous. But it's probably significantly less humorous when the character legitimately thinks that you're her father to actually be in that situation. But yeah, like I said, this dark elf character existed solely to bring up this plot point where they go to defeat the dragon. And then it was a weak premise, but it did have an interesting concept about how when they came back, there was the lore that had followed them about how they defeated it, and everybody thought Lalena had been the one to take it out for some reason.
It was because she was a close citizen of the kingdom.
Okay, but I'm just saying that they it was interesting how that plot point was interestingly interwoven, and also the part about that one girl. So the girl who Sugawara, who was Sugawara? Was he even in the first season?
I forget who the Sugawara person
My wife was convinced that it was the guy with the glasses we were just seeing him without his glasses on.
Is Sugawara the guy the other otaku that was from their episode?
No, Sugawara was the guy who was betrothed to the little girl who was going to grow up to be his wife or whatever.
Oh yeah, I didn't know where he came from.
Yeah, he just showed up.
He had a proper introduction. He showed up. Showed up in the beginning of season 2.
Right at the beginning of season 2, and that's why I said we didn't see him in season 1. Right? It just seemed like he came out of nowhere, and my wife thought it was the guy with the glasses.
To be fair, my attention was mildly divided throughout most of part 2, so it could be that for me.
Well, my wife thought it was the guy with the glasses, and so did I. And we just went on with that assumption until all of a sudden it was very clear that it wasn't the guy with the glasses, because that guy got stabbed, which also came out of nowhere and was weird. That part with the assassination attempt on. I mean, I get it because it was the brother and stuff, but it was just a weird narrative structure. Although I did read recently that Gate season 3 is supposed to be coming out soon.
Wait, what?
Oh, thank God. The brother pretended to be the sister, or got someone to send a message from his sister to her to try to assassinate.
Right. I got it. I know it was a false flag attempt to paint his sister as an enemy to the Japanese. I got that. It was just a weak narrative story. How it was.
I'm glad that Delilah survived that.
The what?
Because for a moment, I'm glad at the end that they showed that Delilah survived that, and she and the guy with the glasses became a couple. Just kind of, they never followed up with that. It felt like they just died off.
The coupling at the end seems out of nowhere.
Another thing that was nowhere is the girl with the drill hair went on to try to get Piña Colada and with that other girl, and they immediately retreat, right? And then they have to get on to the helicopter with the guy, and that was the part where the soldier is carrying the other girl. I legitimately thought that they left the blonde girl on the battlefield because they didn't show her for so long on the helicopter. Right?
Or on the topic that when she said, "Oh yeah, and I'm pregnant," I'm like, "Wow, what a nice hasty decision you made there."
Right. I did think that was funny though. That
look how feudal the world was, you know. They're both of age. They're both of, well, the female probably thinks she's about to die under the high tension, so
it makes you think that could have been what's main character if, you know, her advances were successful, which would have taken away from the joke of her being in all this sleazy whatever.
God, the boys love thing was so funny.
That was,
and the like comic omake thing where
I was surprised that they had like absolutely no shame about like bringing that up to other people.
Well, yeah, it's their culture.
Well, I don't know.
I also enjoyed the Futoshi aspect of Piña Colada. Piña Colada had a lot of different developments in this story. With the elf girl, what I liked about her, aside from trying to get her goals accomplished, was there was a beginning running gag with her that she was trying to get information in alleys, and everyone kept thinking that she was just a town slut and started being
a whore.
A whore.
A slut gives it away. A whore makes you pay for it.
Okay, a whore. Or when they offer her money for information and she would kick them in the groin, they run off and get hit by a carriage. That kept repeating, but how they implemented it and performed it just ran smooth. I thought it was smooth, and I could laugh at it like a Three Stooges act.
I thought the first season was a little better in the sense that when I was watching season 1, I was thinking about the fact that I like legitimately enjoyed the premise, and I thought it was funny.
Me too.
The One Punch Man aspect was very funny, and it was really funny that the main character was an otaku, and that he was going. I thought that was so funny because it's kind of like a much more humorous take on 12 Kingdoms, where one of the characters is total chunibyo, but in the serious sense, you know, not like the show Love Chunibyo and Other Delusion sense, right? Where the character is just like she gets lost in books and she doesn't feel like she fits in the real world. And when she goes to the 12 Kingdoms land, like she feels like she belongs there, and the other character is getting the praise or whatever. So anyway, I thought it was a great concept, and I was looking up who made it because I thought it was really funny and could be fun to follow some of the other work they've done. And all they've done is Gate. That's all.
You said that last podcast,
right? The fact that that's all they've done, I realized in the second season that a lot of the narrative of Gate really fell apart, and I feel like the inexperience of the creator was coming through a little bit. Because the beginning as the premise just feels so solid and so funny how it all falls into place. But as the story needs to play out, I mean, it might actually be realistic and authentic to how things would go out. But from a 3-act structure, we kept running into stuff that seemed, I mean, again, it's probably accurate to how real life would be. Like, oh, I'm gonna go save the princess, but oh shit, I can't handle this. Get out of there, and then the people are chasing them, and they get on the helicopter. Sure, that might actually be accurate accurate, but there wasn't a payoff like to the way the story structure
You can
works.
loosely call it a payoff to get her in the arms of guy she ended up marrying or whatever, but that's not.
Yeah, but I mean, it was funny. Like, again, it was a gag, but I'm just saying that, like, the way that stories articulate, it's one of the reasons why everybody was so mad in the final season of Game of Thrones, where Arya ends up having a pretty significant kill in the series instead of Jon Snow, and Jon Snow ends up like basically doing nothing in that episode ultimately, and it's because like all the prophecy and whatnot from the whole series had been leading up to this moment, and it's like, you know, your expectation. I mean, so it's one thing to subvert expectation, but it's another thing that build up and that payoff of
no payoff.
How story works doesn't come through. And I think that Gate really suffered from that in ways where, like,
well, the thing is, I don't think they had an explicit goal in mind, which
there was just so much going on with the Sugawara and the little girl, which again, this arc, this season was way more political than it was.
Oh my god, yes, that was what I didn't like about this season, how political it was. I
appreciated what they did, because the first season they did the thing with the reporter, right? And then this one they did the thing where they had the guy and he's like, look at the JSDF, they don't do shit, that's our tax dollars, right? And that was a real bias thing, and the guy admitted that. I thought that was a great line where he talks about how that's what media is, you know, that we don't tell the truth, we sell a story or something like that.
Yeah, the thing is,
season 1 and season 2, I felt like season 2 tied more knots to season 1, but we don't get more development of the main character during season 2. Besides, he goes out and he Supermans through the situation.
Well, that's the problem with having so many characters. But
I'm fine with so many characters if they use it properly.
Well, that's another reason why the Dark Elf character was unnecessary, because it just added another character that wasn't that interesting, didn't have any connection really to the first season, or backstory that was worth
virtually nothing with her.
Yeah, she existed exclusively to get them on the journey of going to take out the dragon, which again, and then how great was that when they basically decimate her entire village, killing the dragon. Like, that's it. Like, okay, they're all dead, and we're just gonna act like it's not a big deal.
At the end, they have those weapons, or sorry, not at the end, but there were 2 other dragons, and then they just totally trampled those two dragons with their other weapons, or helicopters or something. It's like,
yeah, the 2 dragons were
they were like baby dragons, though. So
by
either way, whatever weapons they used on them was way more effective, and they could have used that from the beginning.
Well, that's the point. Yeah. So that's the thing, is that they theoretically could have dropped like a Moab or whatever on that dragon, and they could have legitimately taken out that dragon. The reason that they couldn't the first time is because they were shooting rocket launchers from the Jeeps, right?
For it.
Yeah, they weren't prepared for it. They could have easily taken out that dragon with the technology that they had and whatnot, but for some reason they wrote the story in such a way with that dumb plot point about Elf Daddy, so that they could get them there, and that they would finally put them in a moment where they're not One Punch Manning the solution, right? That was the whole point of that, and it felt like a betrayal. Like, it felt like the author wanted to do something. He wanted to write something the way that another story might be written, but it betrayed the premise of the show to a degree that it didn't really have a big payoff. And I found myself like,
it might have been
zoning out during that arc.
It might have been a situation where he wanted to cover a lot while not knowing if he's going to get another season or so. So he took a lot of elements from his light novel, if this was a light novel, and either rushed or summarized what he wanted in the episodes to try to promote.
That's a bad decision then.
It felt dragged out to me rather than rushed.
There's 2 plot points, though, that they didn't really adventure further, but more introduce. The one biggie is, how long is the gate going to be open? Because they mentioned that it's going to be there for a temporary amount of time before it closes again.
It's not. Who knows? It might be hundreds of years time. But because they didn't give us an answer, we don't really need a conclusion on that, because things weren't affected by that in the end.
That's true, but it could be a potential plot point for later. And the lesser one I'm not too worried about is what's going to happen with the brother, which I'm not too worried about that unless another nation comes in and causes causes a conflict in that same world, whatever the gate world's called.
So back to the point you were saying about betraying the premise. The thing is, that was essentially the hardest fight they had, if you ask me, because they had, I don't know, all that. Jesus Christ, my brain is scrambled right now. My point is, One Punch Man Syndrome's flaws are it gets old after a while, and after that dragon fight, every time they One Punch Man, it felt boring. It didn't feel like, oh, that was clever the way they did this time.
What it ended up doing is that they were creating stakes
that they
didn't have before, and then when they retaliate to the stakes, it feels like, oh, there's the cavalry, like goodbye stakes, so like the only moment that was actual stakes was would Sugawara come out for whatever her name was.
What's her name? And I like that part.
I thought it was good, but once that happened, then it was just like, okay,
back to boring political stuff that I really don't care about.
I mean, I wouldn't say that the political stuff was boring, but
it was done.
I found it boring.
That wasn't.
Well, let me put it this way: there's
it's
a lot
done
of
in a way that it didn't linger.
Well, there's a lot of episodes of Death Note that you could call boring in terms of the premise, but the delivery keeps it so engaging, right?
Now,
they could have done more with the political stuff to keep it easy to follow from point to point, but they kept jumping to crap that really didn't matter, like the dragon fight and whatnot, that made it difficult to get invested into anything besides the Sugawara plot. Which
now that this leads back to two main characters, the political stuff was boring in season 2. Mainly because it didn't consist of the main group fighting for whatever it was they wanted. It was side characters that you just learned about existing, and you're like,
the chaotic prince.
Yeah, you're like, oh, this is my brother. He's bad. Oh, he wants these bad ideals, and you're like, oh,
and
okay.
That was another thing that was really irritating about it is that. So what could have made season 2 interesting is if a more technologically advanced foe had showed up that actually posed a threat to them. Instead, we have a guy who immediately upon them meeting him reveals that he had like kidnapped Japanese citizens, and then the girl with the short brown hair beats the snot out of him and knocks his teeth out.
That was the scene that I said she had a terrible jump animation. Did you witness that or realize that at the time? Because
I have that scene queued up because I was going to use the tooth coming out for the bully
she went from like a stand without any real like wind up from the jump, and she just kind of like
anticipation. I'll have to check it out. I could pull it up right now. I actually have it on my Premiere file. But yeah,
I actually had an interesting idea based on the cover art of season 2 because it makes the show look like it gets so much more epic and like there's actual stakes you care about. Because I was thinking that there was going to be like a bunch of other fantasy creatures like dragons that are like really ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
That come to their world and they have to come back while they're kaijuing all of Japan. But that doesn't happen. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that would have been a good one. Also, if they had, like you said, brought in other characters like Cyclops or just anything else other than dragons that could have also posed a threat. That's a really good. That could have been a really good way to spice it up.
I was thinking that when I was first watching it, I was thinking when they would go back into the other world and fight monsters besides themselves.
They did have. Well, I mean, but logistically speaking, the guy who wrote this is probably a member of the JSDF. Because logistically speaking, you constantly see them take out the guards and then radio in. We've gained control over gate. And the Western Gate or whatever, right? So realistically, if they've got control over the gate, that dragon probably wouldn't be able to get through unless there was another gate somewhere, that opened up. Would have been funny to see it open up in like America or something because truthfully, let's be real. had this actually happened, America would have found a way to weasel their way into that, rather than letting Japan handle it. Like this did kind of feel like Japan. Like a lot of these stories are written so that Japan can flex in the mirror.
Right. I was saying that before, how it's a lot of Japan
posturing,
sucking themselves off or something.
Sucking their dogs off.
Because it's like, oh, look how superior our Japanese military is.
Which
it's like I briefly commented, where's this written from? Japan? Who's this trying to cater more towards?
I've said
Japanese
this many
audience,
times.
typically.
A lot of content in anime would be so cringy and Japanophile if you watched as a Japanese person, because you see all these things discussing their own culture, and you're like,
remember when we talked about 24, a Japan version of 24, and their comment was like 24 in Japan. Well, that's going to be boring, right? Is he really going to be running down the street hunting terrorists in Japan? Right? That was their statement. So I get that for sure. The idea that what you're describing.
Yeah, and it's
I'm
like
pulling up the image of the jump you're talking about.
But the thing is, in anime, it's such a common theme. Like just control, find, and replace the text with Canada. Imagine if it's like, oh, yeah, our maple syrup trees are the superiorest ever.
Legitimately, I would watch an anime about a bunch of Mounties.
Ellie do right?
Actually, that would be entertaining.
Italian?
Our pasta is superior. Look how good our pasta is. I think I screwed up that accent. Brad would know more authentic.
Yeah, that was terrible. I'm watching the jump you're talking about. So when does she jump? Is it after the punch?
She jumps to go in for like punching him while she's crouched over him.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. I think I remember what you're talking about, because she just kind of lops on top of him after he's already on the ground. Yeah, let me watch it. Hold on.
That's the only animation thing that really stuck out to me that I'm like, oh, that looks awful.
It didn't look too bad. Let me see.
I mean, it's passable, but I mean,
there's definitely a wind up here. Oh, okay. So here, I'll screen share.
It looks so unnatural.
Jumping over.
Not enough to jump that far.
There is wind up, or anticipation, which is the term for the animation technique. But the thing is that, do you guys see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So there is anticipation. So she's punched him. See, she's going down, but then the leap is perhaps too quick. So it goes from there to there is what you're talking about.
Well,
kick. Yeah. I thought that she was going to be more bloodthirsty in more episodes, but I think there's like 3 or 4 times she's allowed to go full combat.
I feel like in the light novels, which are probably significantly longer, a lot of the characters are better fleshed out. And I kind of felt like Tuca, the elf, the entire first season, she's just tagging along in her jeans and shirt, right? And then in the second season, there's like the dumb plot point, and I legitimately felt bad because Juliet Simmons voiced Tuca, and I legitimately really like Juliet Simmons as a voice actress. And I would have wished she could have had a better character
to play.
Yeah. I didn't think the other voice actors who played the other characters were bad at all. Like, I definitely not saying they should have been switched. But when you see your favorite voice actor or one of your favorite voice actors do something, you want them to be a character that actually has meaning. You know, like you don't want Stephen J. Bloom to be the gay guy in Gurren Lagann. You want him to be common, right?
I wonder how the.
I feel like he would.
Originally, it was Nabashin. For the ADV dub, they had Nabashin from Excel Saga. was the voice of Kamina.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Excel Saga. Well, I have it on my mind. So now that we can talk about his ex-wife, I thought that was a like what moment. But the thing is, I thought she had like one of the best chemistries, despite the short screen time, with Iwatani. What's his name? Itami. And I don't know. I was hoping they'd get back together, actually. But at the end, it's like, oh, he doesn't get one of the ships. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because this is the weirdest harem where he's not really into any of them.
It's barely a harem, if you ask me.
You know what? It is a harem. It's just that you don't recognize that one of the waifus is anime fandom, and that's what that's the one he's pursuing, is his hobby of being an otaku. So his waifu is the doujinshi that he was getting at
I don't know why they made that a plot point at all, though.
That at the beginning, sure, that was a really funny way to start it, and it was about his character. And then it's like, oh, it doesn't matter at all that he's an otaku. And then the very end, they pull it back in.
Not that. I'm talking about his ex-wife.
Why she was included why she was included was to kind of understand and gauge the public idea of what's going on around them.
No. They brought her in for the boys' love joke. That's the entire reason.
That's why you have Piña Colada.
And how does Piña Colada find out that boys' love is a thing?
Japan.
Because
the JFDS is a terrible thing to do. I did find it funny that at the beginning he was delayed from essentially Comic Cat. They don't want to say that.
No,
and at the end, he still denied Comic Cat.
Yeah, that was the venue. That's where Comic Cat is located, in that building.
I love your dual water bottle technique.
Dude, I got like 30 water bottles in here that are like half drank. I could literally...
Oh my god!
These are the ones I
salvage a whole bottle.
I'm not that extreme, but you do the same thing I do. Like I said on my end, I didn't feel like any of the. I felt like the payoffs were worth it for the most part. There was like one or two where it just kind of dropped off. Yeah, I was fine with the daddy resolve. So obviously, character go through a tragedy and probably overcome
empty ones that I'm gonna go throw into the recycling bin.
Are you gonna crush them?
No.
Well, that's a lot of space taken up, and I'm only saying that because I'm being told by my parents to crush my water bottles, and asserting it onto you. But you get in the end of Gate, the only conclusion you get is, we're in the human world, and the girls are with me now.
So you guys know how I said that
girls are with me now. The brothers.
You guys know how I said that I've been eating once a day and basically just drinking water. Oops.
That's your last few meals.
Yeah, this is just since Friday, when the trash was taken out. So this is literally like Friday and Saturday worth of these bottles.
Hey, pays you through. What was Lelena's sister? Because I really enjoyed that plot. I thought
that was okay, but her sister was like
totally forgettable.
Yeah, she was just kind of there to be like, oh my god, my sister, I'm jelly.
It really seemed like
Lelena trying. You get to understand the wizarding side of this world a little bit more.
It was a really small bit.
Like I said, I bet this legitimately. I feel like this could have been a great read for the light novel, but when did Random 11 say he's out? I'll see you later.
A long time, like at the beginning of the watch.
See you later, Random 11.
But
I do agree that's like more of a promotion for the light novels.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's a promotion for the light novels, but I'm saying that it feels like a super abridged version of what is probably laid out in the light novels, to where the light novels are probably all this complex lore and stuff that could have been like if the show had been like a long running series, like even 52 episodes, they could have done more with, but it just seems like there's so much more to it, and I feel like we sort of got robbed with. They reached in too many different directions, as we sort of established.
Definitely. Like, so what you were saying about the wizard girl or whatever, her sister, how we understood magic a bit more. The thing is, the show could have shown us a deeper understanding of magic altogether if they didn't spend time showing us the elf character getting her trauma with the dragon and stuff. And
the best part of this season with magic was when the Pied Piper was coming after them, and Lele is in that like setting with all the magicians, and they all attack her attacker.
Unfortunately, I was like kind of tuned out for that scene, but the results, I'm like,
really?
What?
That was a great payoff.
I wouldn't say it was a great payoff, but it was funny. It was funny that's like she's basically at a convention for magicians.
Augie, what is considered a not great payoff? It sounds like everything's a great payoff.
Well, one of the not great payoffs is when Roy's sister just shows up out of nowhere.
Who's Roy?
That's the one that was trying to take control of the baby dragons.
Rory is what he meant.
Rory.
To say. He said Roy.
Oh.
It sounded like Roy. We heard it as Roy's sister, and we're like, who the hell is Roy? Are you talking about Fullmetal Alchemist? Yeah, Rory's sister.
Rory's sister coming out of nowhere. You have one of the JFDSs had like a weak story, like this one chef. He shows up, gives details, and goes away. Well, what's more to this guy here?
That's what I'm saying. Is there's a lot of characters that I feel like there's a rich story behind, or I like to hope that there's a rich story behind, because it just seems like the way the guy writes is that he gets an idea in his head one day and he writes the whole thing about that and then forgets about it or whatever.
Like the ex-wife was a wasted payoff in my books. Like she could have been something.
I almost feel like each chapter is devoted to some weird quirk at the base when he's writing the light novel, and they couldn't really do that episode-wise, so they just threw him in little bits,
We kind of touched on this earlier, but because of all that, the main group suffered their lack of development. They were only there for the action. There's a number of anime that do this, and I don't like it when they do. But it's like main characters were in here when there's action, and other stuff happens in between the main action. You don't get the development, and then you don't grow attached to them. Or you you don't grow any more attached to them in this case.
Well, you don't really grow attached to anybody when there's not any stakes, and that's what One Punch Man syndrome causes. Because One Punch Man is ultimately a comedy, right? That's what it is, and you don't have to really care about Saitama. You kind of grow more attached to the other characters like Genos and whatnot, because they're fragile and they break apart, and there's like the episode with the meteor and all that, and it legitimately feels like they might not be able to survive that. Like maybe Saitama can.
That was really funny how Genos essentially got basically almost destroyed entirely and died trying to save it, and then Saitama was just like
yeah. But that's funny. What I mean. It's like it's essentially a comedy. It's a joke, right? And with this, it's like you don't grow attached to Saitama though. You don't really care because he's going to be fine. There's no reason to grow like attached to the character because you're not going to lose the character, and you only grow attached to things that have a chance of losing them. You don't feel the need to grow attached to something that feels immortal and is going to be there forever.
I do agree that Itoya, the main guy, was more. Tommy was more plot shepherding, especially in season 2. So that is a valid point. So did they slate when season 3 was going to happen?
I googled it, and I don't know. One was talking about 2019. What will be different in this new season or something, but that's the only thing I found that wasn't saying, in theory, what would happen if we had a season 3 coming.
So, real quick, I'm just going to address I read a little bit on that story about the guy visiting Aeon shopping centers 2.7 million times. So apparently they have this thing where when you, if you have their app and you enter into the store, you earn 2 cents worth. You receive 2 yen worth of points by simply setting foot in one of their company's many malls. So by going in and out 2.7 million times, he earned about 47,000 US dollars.
Yeah.
So that's what that was about. I'm gonna close it now.
Wow.
Anyway, so I'd like to see more. I will say this. I liked this show significantly more than Akame ga Kill. I did not really enjoy Akame ga Kill at all. And it wasn't because the characters were dying. I didn't care about any of the characters. They never gave me a reason to like any of them, you know? And then they start killing them off early on. And you're like, well, I guess I'm not going to get attached to any of these assholes, you know? Right?
Right. That's why my brother doesn't want to get into Berserk, because he's like, well, I'm going to go into it with no attachment.
Berserk is worth it, though. For sure.
So they say. Actually, I watched like 9 episodes of it. It was pretty good.
I'd love to do a watch club on Berserk, but it's kind of hard for people to get.
It's also convoluted how to watch it and stuff or whatever.
Well, if we just watch the old one, I mean.
Fair enough, I
pretty
guess.
straightforward. I mean, there's 3 movies with terrible CGI. I mean,
dude, and there's 2 seasons with terrible CGI. But
oh yeah, how did you 2 like the openings and endings for Gate?
Skipped them as usual. So,
I loved the bit where Rory's driving the car and like moves the thing, and you see Atami in there. I love that little bit. Are you asking how we liked it because you want to know our response on the very Fujoshi bait images of them in the bath?
I guess, but I would like how more on that particular one, how they implement the characters to be a part of the JSDF if they were to be. Like the daily routine that they would go
through. I thought season 1 was good, but I feel like Rory's character was so underutilized later on in the series.
I thought all the characters were underutilized. More particularly,
I was okay with the other characters being underutilized when Rory was in the spotlight. And I have to say that my wife stopped watching the show like religiously with me. Like I was trying to make sure that she got a chance to watch it because it's good for us.
She was watching it satanically.
Or she stopped watching it in the episode where Rory starts like seducing Atami. I think that was part of season 1, where they're at like the bathhouse.
Yeah.
And I gotta say that omake was so fucking funny, where they redid it in this like four coma style comic.
The special. I think I watched.
Yeah, and she's like, "You think I'm a child?" And they're like, "Airplane." God, that was such a great conversion of that scene. Oh, that was hilarious.
Wait, Airplane?
Yeah, like he lifts her up by the waist, because like in the scene, it's like his hands are like hovering over her ass, and I didn't think when I looked at her, like, I mean, this is a problem that people have with anime. I didn't think she looked underage, right? Because people can be somewhat flat chested and not be, underage, right? Especially in anime. So I didn't think she looked underage. She's obviously not underage. She's almost 900 years old, right? But that's the thing, right? But she is dressed in gothic Lolita style, so some people might throw that as there's the reasoning. But in that scene, it's like she's coming on to him because of all the death happening outside, which is causing her to get aroused because she's
I thought that was
she serves the death god or whatever.
What?
Yeah, it was a weird scene, and it made my wife really uncomfortable when we were watching it. But like I said, is that his hands are over her ass, right? Like, and he's like deciding whether or not this is ethical and that he's going to engage, right? And I guess dealing with the feelings of all the other girls in the harem and his ex-wife and all that stuff. And so what was funny in the 4 coma is that his hands are over her ass again.
Oh,
but
so
then
she
the
was
next
a
thing,
home wrecker?
well, but then the next thing in the next panel is him holding her by the waist, lifting her up like a kid, you know, doing the airplane, like flying around. That was so funny. Anyway, my AirPods are dying again. So anything else you guys want to say?
Overall, I wanted to like this show because my brother seemed to have pretty high praises for it, but man, that second half really put a damper on it. But I did
watch a third. I'll watch a third season. That's not a drop.
I'll watch a third.
And like I said, I think it was significantly better than Akame ga Kill.
Yeah, so, my thoughts haven't changed. I enjoy it. I recommend it. Thought the pace was fast. Similars would be Outbreak Company.
Still enjoyable.
Right.
Now, I will
Outbreak
say this.
Company. I was reincarnated as a slime. Overlord and Tanya the
Shield
Evil.
Hero.
So, I started watching Flip Flappers already.
I recommend Tanya.
I am not enjoying it so far.
I'm glad that you guys. I'm glad my recommendation of possibly Dimension W over Flip Flappers was a thing.
Hey, it's not a big deal that I don't like something. All right, I know. It's not like I'm telling you guys you have to dislike it too. I'm just saying that I'm 1.5 episodes in, and so far it hasn't grabbed me.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time, but on the plus side, your low expectations that you gave me will probably make me enjoy it more.
I'm having a hard time getting into the story and like.
That's what I mean. I watched one episode. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, but I want to remind you guys, going forward, just so that we're clear, we're watching Flip Flappers for next podcast. Then we're watching Dimension W, and then we are starting Dororo. And the reason that's important is because Dororo is how many episodes again? It doesn't list it on here. Just this
or 24.
I think it's like 27 or something. But anyway, it's got all the episodes and the pilot film, right? And then there's also the live action movie,
which I'm probably not going to watch.
That's fine.
Right.
You'll probably get the gist of it by watching the show. So that's going to be leading into.
I've gotten the gist of it from the CG cutscenes of the PS2 game.
So that's going to lead into.
I like the look of it so far.
E. Castro says he quite enjoyed Flip Flappers, so it'd be interesting to see where
everyone who's seen Flip Flappers.
I was looking forward to watching it. I'm just saying I'm having a hard time getting into it. And the problem is that if I have a hard time getting into it in the beginning and I'm not quite paying attention, I worry that
it'll lose your attention throughout the whole thing.
Well, not that it'll lose my attention the whole time, but that I will have missed the experience will be less fulfilling because I didn't get every detail early on, you know. So anyway, but yeah, so I'm gonna recommend, like, the reason I've already started Flip Flappers is because I'm trying to bust through those things so I can get to Dororo, because Anime Expo is going to be the first podcast where we discuss that, and I may legitimately skip that podcast. Like, we may legitimately not do a podcast that week, just because I'll be at Anime Expo. It'll literally be on day 3, and it's just going to be. I mean, it's already 1:30 right now, almost for me, and I just won't be able to do that and then go to day 4 of Anime Expo. So anyway, that's it. If you guys have anything else you want to say about either of the shows or whatever, go ahead. But I'd like to end things soon so I can get some sleep.
I've already seen Flip Flappers. I've seen half of Dimension W. I've enjoyed both of those. Please like, subscribe, join Stealth Weave, join our Facebooks and Tumblrs and Discords. Please ring that bell on the YouTube.
By the way, somebody actually sent me a request for a design on Stealth Weeb, but it's for something that I can't currently do because the jacket color is not available to me, unfortunately. It's one of those bomber jackets with like the blue and white sleeves, like a Letterman jacket kind of type.
Okay.
But they don't come in that color. I got black and olive are available to me. But the design they picked was from a show called Hen Semi, which is the short version of the long title, which is Abnormal Physiology Seminar, which is a show from like 2011 that never came over here. And I cannot find access to it to download it to get the footage on a computer so that I can take snapshots from VLC to create the
did you use means of YouTube?
I don't know if it's on YouTube, but I'll have to check. But I'm just saying, like, it looks like an actual interesting show. I'd like to check it out, but it hasn't come out. So
yeah, I finally still 21. That was
so JT Master doesn't want me to go to bed. He's sending me Beth the Elderkin.
Beth the Elder.
I'm blocked by Beth. I can't even check out this tweet on. I have to open it in Safari, where I'm logged in as Stealth Weeb.
I'm in Stealth Weeb mode.
Good night, E. Castro.
Does that mean you can go on to write stuff without being detected?
What? Oh, what?
Being in Stealth Weeb mode.
I guess. I mean, I have a what do you call it? A pixel blocker thing on Brave, so that like there's this thing called a tracking pixel that tells someone when you've opened the email, because it loads the pixel. I'm not authorized to see that status. What the heck is that supposed to mean? I'm not authorized to see the status. I can't see it even though I'm not blocked by her on Stealth Weeb. Let me copy it one more time. Maybe. Oh no, it's because I opened it. Yeah. I have to copy your link instead of. Try again. Because once you go there and you're blocked, it changes the URL to visibility check equals true or whatever. Damn it! Hold on. Boy, I want to go to bed.
There's a picture of Lord Krauser hugging what's his name from Slipknot. It's really interesting.
I already saw this, and this is just this is just people like butthurt and wanting to poo-poo on things. It really doesn't seem like anybody had a bad time from what I can see.
Oh yeah,
so
AC.
I don't care. Is there anything?
Is there something you want to talk about regarding you and Crunchyroll, or not right now?
The collection thing?
No, that didn't. They didn't use it. Oh, Mekazawa show.
Really?
That's a great idea. They got back to me on Friday, so maybe next week.
Okay.
Because it's Fan Shrine Friday. I could definitely do the Mekazawa one. That's a great, easy one.
Oh yeah.
And I've already got.
Did you get that Sora one? Because it's not showing up on my end.
No, I don't.
I saw it on my end.
Sora from No Game No Life.
Oh no!
It's not coming through.
It just posted. It just.
Oh yeah, the DMC. Yeah, I can't see the Sora one for some reason.
That's the Detroit Moe City
Anyway,
one.
yeah. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, thank you for watching. Happy Father's Day to all you not fathers out there, I'm sure. Actually, Lishansky is a father. Happy Father's Day, Lishansky. Yeah, like the video. That really helps us out. Thank you guys for bearing with me earlier when I went through all that crap about how awful my finances are doing right now. But I appreciate you guys, supporting the channel through Patreon and whatnot, and the podcast and whatnot. And I just hope that we can keep going with this while I look for other forms of revenue for the time being. So also, if you aren't already, please follow Stealth Weeb on Twitter, and it really tremendously does help when I post something and you tag somebody in it or retweet it or whatever. So anyway, I'll catch you guys next week for our podcast on Flip Flappers. Take it easy.
Adios, muchachos.